Greetings. This is TK Trav, aka Travis Mages, here with LVX 777. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Welcome, welcome. Peace, Wild Brazil. Peace, Dami. Peace, Moby. Oh my goodness. It's a good day. Cosmic Crystal 666. Good afternoon. Who loves orange soda? Greetings, greetings, my man. All right. So, yeah, just to keep it real, there isn't a specific topic of discussion today, but I did want to kind of let everybody know that the book study that we did before, you know, with all these different books and then talking about them for hours, we're going to be doing that again very soon. If you haven't seen the post that I made on the Major Society website or on my Instagram or anywhere else, we're going to be going through basically one book a month until we get to June. And that's when we're going to go over the mystical Cabala by Dion Fortune. So that being said, the first book that we're going to go over is this one here. And this will be beginning right away in the month of January. So at the top of the new year, we're going to be going over this book. And it's pretty short, right? The next 5 books are actually pretty short. Less than 80 pages, honestly, 60 to 80 pages. And these were selected specifically because the concept that I really want to illustrate is that the tree of life is the map. It's the map of consciousness. It's the map of the universe. It's the map of all these wonderful things that we're trying to explore. Now, we have a map, and that's great. But in order to travel across the territory, we need a vehicle. And the vehicle is consciousness. Now, consciousness presents itself in multiple layers as it finds itself embedded within matter. So the next 5 books are going to provide instruction and guidance for sharpening and perfecting this vehicle, the vehicle of mind, the vehicle of consciousness, the tool called Antakarana, which is the culmination of what we call the conscious mind, which is essentially the ego, memory, the culmination of body, which is known as manas, and then also what access we have to the higher self. These 4 things culminate what we know as the mind. For those who don't have a clear understanding of that, we call that the conscious mind, the subconscious mind. But in any case, what the attempt of the next few months is going to be is to clarify and perfect the vehicle of consciousness, which is the mind, and utilize that to travel and to understand what's going on with the tree of life. So, like I said, that's where we're headed for these next 6 months. This is going to be the first book. I would suggest going ahead and getting it because there aren't that many copies left on Amazon that are at the $15 price. I think the rest of them are at $40. So you want to go ahead and grab this if you want to participate in the book study that's going to be starting next month. Awesome possum. Greetings, Nibs Music. Greetings, Marina Joy. Harold Potter, peace, peace. Jatoria Morris, greetings. CJ, peace. Dumakin Rez, greetings, greetings. Purple Phoenix, peace. Tisha 333, good afternoon. Alora Cohen, how are you?
Hey, I'm doing all right. How are you?
Excellent. Magnificent. Splendid.
Wonderful.
What have you got going on today?
Um, nothing, nothing too crazy. I'm taking some time out for myself. I've been really meditating on the Sri Yantra recently and diving into gunas and then how our personalities are formed and the Agora books. So I've had to take some time out to study and focus on those recently. So today my plan is to take time out for that and kind of just continue with developing that self-awareness. I've realized that it's very much like a full-time job, but it's not a job. It's just like once you get attuned to that level of frequency, I'd say, or like some type of that awareness, there's really you can only go forward, and the steps that you have to take, I'm realizing, are constant and consistent. so so making time out for that has just become of utmost importance to me. um so yeah, that's what I'm going to be focusing on today for sure.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. How about yourself?
Well, coming out of a resting period because I have had an extreme amount of stimulation spiritually, and it's definitely taken a lot out of my system physically and mentally. So I'm at the point now where I'm coming to the end of the recharging and ready to get back on the inner tubes, so to speak.
Yeah, it's been strong, hasn't it? I feel like there was a time where everyone kind of hit a wall, and then as of recent, it's like things are going in hyper speed, and it's all at different points too, right? Because everyone's at a different point of transformation, but they're like, this has been a time of transformation, at least what I've seen. um, Major upturns and things. Yeah, I've been very tired as well lately. These eclipses and new moons and all that really kicked my ass. And I've been like needing much more sleep, but it's been I feel like everyone's just been kind of thrown around, and now is a good regathering moment. I'm interested to see about these book studies to get back into the tree of life and breaking down those elements again. Um, for myself, I've been studying the gunas like pretty much nonstop. And so, like, I'm very much in that mode as of relating to things. But I'm really interested to kind of go deeper into, Yasad and all these different, and Kether and all these kind of different uh, elemental spaces where these where certain elements are held or accumulated, and then kind of exploring that. Um, so yeah, I'm really curious because I could never fully like get into it, like it was almost like too technical for me. But now I feel like I have a context to relate to, or to relate to these studies. So I'm curious to see how that's going to go and like what changes are going to happen.
Yeah, the tree of
It's
life.
really Go ahead.
Tree of life is extremely complex, and it's not. It has to be apprehended at levels, piece by piece, and it's not something that can be done in a short amount of time. It literally takes years to really understand. Thanks, Maxine. So I knew the first time I read the mystical Cabala in 2015 that it was so deep that I would have to continue reading it over and over and over. And I do see
Yeah.
that holds true, because if you don't know anything about it, the best you can do is understand it at a surface level. Like most people, they know the names of the spheres and that's it, but they don't understand what's behind the spheres and what it all means. And it takes a very mature perspective to understand that the importance of the tree of life isn't the spheres themselves, but the relationships between all the different aspects. And that's something that yoga
Yeah,
and tantra has helped me to see, that this is all about relationships, not individual pieces.
right. It's about the channels. It's like they're, you know, like for me, I'm one of those people that like knows the names. Doesn't even know the names really, but like, because the Kabbalah is like it's a manual. So when you're reading it, at least this is how I feel, like it does take time to process because you're learning how it functions. You're learning what it means when you're talking about a context for an emotion, even, or like when you're talking about some sort of transformation and the process of that transformation. What makes my thought decisive versus indecisive? What makes my action literally? And when you come into the acknowledgement of the intent behind that or the true processing factor, that's where you get like the aspects, at least for me, that's where like the Kabbalah starts coming in, because it's like, oh, this is a harvesting of this type of energy. This is a center for this, and that's moving towards this result because of this cycle that's naturally occurring, if that makes any sense. But um, yeah, it's definitely a process of unraveling. And what's beautiful about it is that because it is a manual for a functionality of this universe, right, of how we're perceiving this universe functions, you can look into any other context and relate it to the Kabbalah easily. Um, yeah, it's definitely it's definitely a process of like it's a process for sure. Like now I'm right now my process is of unraveling and understanding the Kabbalah is and how it functions is understanding the channels, not necessarily the spaces.
Hmm.
Like the process or the journey to the location, not the location itself.
Yeah, it definitely sounds like you are on the right track with what you described, especially with what you mentioned in reference to how each aspect of the tree is, I think in your words, you said a collection of energies or something like that. But each piece of the tree is describing different sources that are wrapped in descriptions, right? Each of these spheres are really nothing. The paths are really nothing, but we do our best in attributing things to them. That's why, like you said, you can find everything on the tree because everything has a source, and the tree is a collection of the sources, or at least the one source spread out in 32 different ways. Map of the universe. And what is the universe but the mind? We explore our space with our mind. But as long as we're studying and exploring surface level things without seeing what's behind the surface level things, we don't get very far. We get where everyone is, which is confused and convincing ourselves that we know more than we actually do. That's why
I
it's so
think
important
there's
to stay a student. What were you saying?
um, no, you mentioned um, repeat that last part one more time. Now it's important to stay a student, but before that, you mentioned some key words there that I wanted that sparked the thought in my head, but I
As long
forget
as
what
we
it was
stay,
now.
as long as we stay studying the surface level things and convincing ourselves that we know more than we actually do, we're not going to get very far. That's why it's important to stay a student.
Yeah, there was something about the intention behind that though. that you mentioned that I thought was important. Oh, anyway, it fleeted. It fleeted away. Yeah, I agree with you. How would you say the Cabala, like, how would you relate it to, okay, so if the Cabala, if all of this, right, as we superficially know, doesn't exist, and the level of actually understanding that is to just, you know, go with that process of slowly unraveling, how would you describe the Cabala as a space of nothingness and yet separate at the same time? Like, we view, like, the way, how would you describe our perspective? What would you say the root of our perspective of the Cabala is at this point? Or at least of yours, because you can't speak for everyone.
We find ourselves in a curious position, which is a position of believing that we exist. So since consciousness is attached to a substance that thinks it exists independently of everything else, because we're attached to this body and we're experiencing this life, the only way that we can come to know reality is through the means of this body, which includes the five senses, and the antakarana, which is the inner tool, which is the ego and the memory and the body and the higher self. We use those. We come to know those intimately. And as we come to know those intimately, we're getting closer and closer to understanding what nothing is. But we can only understand what nothing is through the medium of something. So it's a very strange paradoxical dance. But the more that you start to understand nothing through the medium of something, it all starts to make sense. So be patient and watch everything unfold, as it has no other choice but to.
So would you say the Cabala then is a medium?
I think it's designed in a way that, how to put it? Like a computer system, like software. It's all made of ones and zeros, right? But you and I can't look at ones and zeros and make sense of that. So we have to wrap layers around it, images and GIFs and movies. And using that interface, we can navigate the system, right?
Yeah.
I think the Cabala is like that. It's like the user interface.
Yeah, that's the thing that trips me out though, right? Because I'm also starting to see how much perspective has everything to do with the reality that unfolds before you. Like, we put certain symbols in front of ones and zeros and they form a code in our mind's eye. And that code, we put the expectation for it to act a certain way. And therefore it acts a way similar to that, or something that works within the actual frequency that's going on, right? Whatever we're emitting on a vibrational resonance. But for someone else, that code, they're using the same set of numbers, but that code is different. And therefore it produces a different result. Same as for someone else or someone else. So I think that's like, for me, that's where it's almost harder for me to condense things into, like, I can see putting them sort of into categories, but those categories are constantly changing. Everything is constantly, you know, switching gears.
So that's the surface level aspect of it.
Yeah.
That's the surface level aspect of it. Because it's not actually those things. It's the essence behind those things.
Right. So would you say that the essence behind those things gets simplified?
Does it get simplified to the person that's observing it? Is that what you're asking?
Oh.
Because if we're talking about an essence, I mean, it really doesn't get more simple than that. The only thing more simple than an essence is the source from which the essence came, which is zero.
Right. It's like total neutrality. There's the unmanifest.
So a lot of
Which
these
isn't.
ideas, they sound extremely abstract, and to someone who, like, say, is coming into this for the first time, it's easy to say, well, this is just a bunch of mumbo jumbo. Like, y'all sound cool, but y'all aren't saying anything. That's why I really want to preface the study of mystical Cabala with the yoga tantric sciences, because in doing so, it's going to help make this abstract information relatable. That's where a lot of people lose interest or don't really know where to go with the Kabbalah, because it's abstract. And if we don't know how to apply it to our everyday life and everyday thinking, then it's like just, fantasy talk and distraction.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of where I've been with it. Like, I haven't really used it because I don't know how as easily, but I see it reflected in everything. So it's like, okay, so I know it's relevant,
Right. So
but how do I
noticing,
apply it now? Go ahead.
noticing the reflections and noticing where it is in your life, that's the first step. And that's progress, and that's awesome. Like, you know what I'm saying? You're on the path still. And like I mentioned before, you sit back and watch it unfold. We're in a school, whether we want to be or not. And graduation to the next level has everything to do with how well we understand what we're studying. So, we could have all the books, but the level of understanding is what grade we're in. Just like in the Golden Dawn, they use their grading and graduation system based on the tree of life. So depending on what level you are, whether you're an initiate or a zealoter or a magus, all that has to do with how well you understand the material. And how well you understand it depends on how easily you're able to apply it.
Right. It's literally like learning another language. Like, you have your nouns, your verbs, your conditional phrases, your, like, and you can watch a movie in this other language and get the context of what they're saying. But it's when you stop and rewind maybe 15 seconds of that film and practice just that 15 minutes or 15 seconds so you can understand the whole sentence before moving on. That's when you understand the language. That's when you really start understanding it, because you break it down word for word to get the full meaning behind it and then moving forward. So the Kabbalah is like it's like stopping the statement that someone is saying in another language and isolating it to one sentence, so you can break down that sentence and understand the rest of what they're going to say truly.
I really love therapy and hypnosis and the workings of the human mind. Do you enjoy that as well?
Yeah.
So I enjoy studying that subject. And my favorite therapist, and quite possibly the greatest of our modern age, I bought all of his books. Any book that has his name on it, I bought them. And I study them, and I learn things that I've seen that even therapists that I've been to and have heard from their clients, even those therapists don't even realize. And as I'm reading these books and I'm studying these books, I'm really thinking to myself, wow, I get it. I get it. I get what this person's talking about, and I'm going to master his system. Now, this has probably been maybe a year or two of this. It wasn't until recently, and when I say recently, I mean a few days ago, that it occurred to me to look him up on YouTube to see if he had any videos. He's a very, very old person. But there have been videos that surfaced of him doing live sessions. And I was amazed because didn't think that it exists. So as I watched and listened to him, everything changed. Before, on a level, I thought I understood what he was talking about. by the words on the pages, when I heard his voice, when I saw him in action, when I watched his gestures, when I watched the patience, when I saw the transformation take place, it was nothing like I thought. It's not about a hypnotic speech pattern. It's not about mystical looks. It's very simple, very simple. And you could feel the connection that he had with the person he was talking to. It was real, it was genuine. Likewise, when it comes to a lot of these occult philosophies and theories and concepts, we read it and we understand it at a level. But it's so important to realize that that's not the deepest level. That's only the surface level. It isn't until we start to really see it in action that we understand it on that next level. So understand what level you're at so that you can know where you're headed.
Yeah, don't try. For me, I tend to overcomplicate things. At least my personality sees like this whole array of shit that I want to like, that I'm like, okay, so this probably relates to this, and then this relates to this, but then how does this relate to this? And I throw myself into a rabbit hole. And I think with occult studies in general, that that happens all the time. Like, at least for me, that happens all the time. Like something will get explained, and I'll be like, oh shit, that's why that that effect happens after this cause. Okay, I get it. And then all of a sudden, all these doors open, and the possibilities are limitless because none of it actually exists in the end. It's all whatever I'm choosing on that superficial level to focus on. And that's where like hypnotism has a really strong hold, because we're hypnotizing ourselves all the fucking time. That's how we're able to live on this earth. Like this is, at least in my view so far, that's how we're able to be here in this form. But even this form is nothing. Like a mirror is only a reflection of something like you, but it's not you who you're staring at. So we're constantly, so especially with occult studies and learning how to relate it all, man, it's just like a, you know, you gotta, like, for me, I've had to learn how to really, and I'm still trying to like kind of bring myself in, like rein myself in, so that I don't go too far out into all these different concepts and try relating them all to one another, instead of just letting it happen according to however I'm choosing to focus, and like being cool with that.
And how do you think that you are progressing with that?
I think I am progressing, as in my mind is changing and I'm accepting that more and more. Explanation or talking with people, the vast majority of people is difficult still, because it's hard for me to communicate what I'm thinking in a manner that people can relate to or like understand. Like, I don't know, I'm definitely still in hermit mode, but I'm becoming more, but there's an awareness that's growing, that's really kind of pushing me forward into this uh, awareness and acceptance of things that I haven't explored yet. So that's where I would say I'm at. And that's changing all the time, because my emotions are constantly in play. As a human form right now, my emotions dictate all of my actions and all of my thoughts. And so becoming aware of those emotions is still a journey in itself for me. And like, and what am I identifying with, and why am I identifying with it? And then changing that identifier to however I see fit. as the observer and the experiencer, that's like, that awareness is coming up, but I think that's going to be like a lifelong thing for me. So progress, yes. Being able to progress, yes. But still growing, still going.
Indeed. To everyone in the YouTube chat, good afternoon. Thank you for spending a little bit of time with me and Alora, and anyone else who chooses to hop on. If you are, if you're a member of the YouTube channel, I posted the link on the community tab, so feel free to jump in if you'd like to chit chat about a few things. Like I said, today's session isn't so much focused on a particular subject. We're just going to kind of see what comes up. Things usually do come up. And by the way, if you're watching this and you're hearing the sound of my voice, go ahead and take your finger and tap the screen where it's shaped like a thumbs up and like this video, because that helps YouTube know that this content is very much worth watching. Obviously, it's worth watching because you're watching it. So go ahead and hit that like button. And also for anyone who is just tuning in, just want to let you know that we are going to be continuing the book study very, very soon. At the top of the year, we're going to begin with this book here. It's called The Paths of Poverty and Nivriti. And we're going to follow with another, it's a very short book. So for the next 5 months, they're going to be short books by this very same author. And this is going to help give perfect information on how to craft the mind and perfect the mind in such a way to make it easier to understand occult information. Because like I mentioned, things like the Tree of Life are very abstract, and it takes a long time to really understand how it works and how to apply it. Now, to save a lot of time in understanding one of the deepest subjects of the occult, you're going to have a mind that is disciplined. Now, a lot of people talk about meditation and focus and all the other things. The next couple of books are definitely going to help you grasp on how to discipline your mind in preparation for occult study. So yeah.
So you remember when we went into Cabala magic?
Yes.
Have you used since then? What do you think of that series there? How is that related to your practice?
So with Cabala Magic by Ophiel, what that did for me differently this time around was it helped me to see the connection between the tatwas, the elements, in each one of the spheres. I read it before, but that first time I didn't have any knowledge whatsoever about anything Vedic, really. So since we just got out of Tatwa Shuddhi, and I went on my own study deeper into all the tatwas and what the significance of the tatwas represent, I was able to apply that to the Kabbalah. And from that point, I was really able to see the connection between yoga, tantra, and the Western systems. And I began to see very quickly that they're more than connected, that once again, everything comes out of the Vedic, even Kabbalah. So that kind of focused my studies even more so.
Yeah, what do you think of so like what do you think of things like deities now or spirits? What's your viewpoint of that now?
My viewpoint is that there's really only two. And everything else is just a different mask that we wear to access those two.
So would you say that like the spirits or the deities are, again, that medium that we use to match the two kind of main sources.
They're different channels or masks or, you know, shells or shadows, whatever you want to call it, surrogates and proxies that we use to access divine masculine or divine feminine. Beyond a shadow
Yeah,
of a doubt.
that's what the Agora talks about a lot. When you hear that, or when you hear them, when you read this, when I read these books, like it almost has like this huge religiosity to it. But I can see where people are Christian or Muslim or totally, you know, religious, because on a subconscious level, all of these symbols and such are really just uh, channeling energies of a specific type, and they utilize them in different combinations in order to get a certain effect, like on a very literal level, um, very dense level, I guess. So it's like I just got through some of the chapters of like discussing spirits and deities and all of that, so my mind is there. And yeah, and I'm seeing, like, I remember like in Cabala magic, in the beginning they had like this whole, it was like a prayer or something like that, but it was like super Christian. Like, and I like could not relate to it. Like I was like, how the hell is this relevant? Like I couldn't see it, because there was so much I guess heavy blockage that I was having, that with my own perceptions of what religion is and all of that, that was kind of repelling me from being able to actually get to what was being communicated, like when they mention angels or the cross or anything like that. um and really, like, at least according to this Agora book, from what I'm understanding, is that when you channel these certain angels and such, they exist, but not as they appear, like not as you would assume that they appear, because they are simply yantras. They're simply higher vibrational channels that you go through, um, to attain the self-realization that you're seeking. So if you like call upon Archangel Michael, an angel may show up, but it's not an angel. It's not it's not how we see it. It's a form of perception that allows us to get from that channel whatever it's invoking for us. But the channel itself is the invoker, so there's also like a double-edged sword to it. Like that's why they talk about, like, you know, you got to make your offerings, or like don't piss them off or whatever, because you may because you're invoking the totality of this the totality of this channel, and that goes in many different directions, so you can backfire on yourself. Think of love, but like, you know, so I invoke Lakshmi, but then it's like too much lust, or too much desire for, you know, for me to take at that time or whatever. So I don't know, that always stuck out to me about the Kabbalah magic, was that it was really hard for me to understand where it was coming from. But like, again, you know, revisiting it is just so important, like just Kabbalah in general. So you can kind of get a better view of like what things actually are. Well, not what they actually are, but how they're appearing.
What is the local supermarket where you live?
Fries.
What's your favorite cereal?
Grape nuts. I love grape nuts.
Do you like any other cereal besides grape nuts?
Not as much.
Does this Fry's supermarket have its own brand of grape nuts?
Nah. I don't think many people buy grape nuts. So I'm pretty sure Kroger, it's just like all Kroger.
Do you like to put milk in your cereal?
Almond milk, yes.
Do you like any other milk besides almond milk?
No. Coconut milk, I guess, but not as much.
You don't like oat milk?
It's all right. I'll take it. I mean, you know, yeah, I've done oat milk before, like when I've been broke and stuff.
Damn, why is oat milk gotta be the cheap milk?
Well, because you can make it. So if you have like oatmeal, you know, you can make your own oat milk. And that's a lot cheaper than almonds. But you know, I'll take it. It's nice. Why? I like bananas, those are more common.
Mm-hmm. Either way, it all goes down the same, right? Either way, breakfast is served.
Right.
What's the point of eating grape nuts?
Because they're quick and easy and
You're describing the function, but what's the point? What's the purpose?
to satisfy my hunger. I think
So,
their flavor is good.
so when your hunger needs satisfying, you evoke the grape nuts and you evoke the almond milk to go with it.
Hell yeah, I evoke the grape nuts.
So if you evoke the grape nuts and the almond milk doesn't respond and you evoke the oat milk, is the hunger satisfied?
Nah, then it gets all fucked up. Well, because of how I'm perceiving it emotionally.
So because
ahead.
of how you perceive it emotionally, the need is not satisfied. Or rather, you don't accept satisfaction.
Right.
Now, biologically, when you fill your stomach with grape nuts and oat milk, is the hunger satiated?
What is it? Psychologically?
I said biologically.
Biologically. Yes.
So the need is met on the very basic level. But there's another level where the need is unsatisfied.
Yes.
So we have these basic needs that really needs only manifest from the basic level. There are no needs on those higher levels, not independently, right?
Right.
And even though we receive solution, we don't accept it because superficial designations, superficial labels. So we have to
Right.
have a different kind of specific deity to solve those kind of needs.
Right. And that's where you get like specific rituals or anything like that to evoke. You're putting the almond milk with the grape nuts. You're saying it's going to be the shit.
So
And you're Go ahead.
If the almond milk and the grape nuts solve the problem at the root level, which is where it manifested at the root level, there's a hunger, and the belly being full is the solution for that hunger. If at that level it's satisfied, would it be far-fetched to say that everything on top of that is adding unnecessary complication? Like if it was Fruity Pebbles and 2% milk, biologically the hunger would be satisfied, but psychologically we'd be very unhappy.
Yes.
The more and more specifications and labels and nitpicking that we add, the more complex our magic gets, the more unnecessarily complex. And then we start thinking things like, oh, it didn't work. What candle do I use? What demon do I summon?
Right. Right. Like, you know, the Agoris talk about you should, you know, like that's kind of like diving into Thomas territory a bit, is seeing the indifference in things. Because, you know, like to an Agori, they should be able to, I mean, you know, you should be able to eat your own shit and like be like, oh, this is a feast. It's because you see that everything comes from you, that you're, and so, but yeah, so, you know, seeing that indifference, that's where I think people talk about like, oh, not needing a ritual anymore, or not needing to spellcast anymore in order to get what they want, or whatever they need, because what they want or what they need is no longer on that superficial level. So when you go past, yeah, so like it's no longer on a superficial level, so like you then become more of a true living being, which is, I think, very different from what we project. I still need like incense and that kind of stuff because my mind feeds off of that, and those are one of the specifics that I use for certain contexts that I go into. Like if I'm studying a specific thing, I think Maestro actually introduced that thought to me, was like, because he was doing that too with like color coordination and sense, according to whatever he was looking at. And so I kind of ripped that from him. And it's very like they become like storehouses for the invocation of whatever you're doing at that time. So like that's really, so I still use that in my practices, which is superficial. I don't know, man. Magic is just like a whole other thing. You're trying to like live off of an entirely different frequency from what you were taught and raised with. And so now you have to look at your entire reality and realize that it's not even a thing. All right, so what do I do now? how do I become a channel for whatever this is? And that process is a process. It's like a constant re-examination of everything all the time.
Absolutely. It's a process that's very simple, but simple doesn't always equal easy.
No, like on the go ahead.
To be a clear channel, there has to be no debris, because if there's debris and clutter and gunk in the channel, anything that flows through it is going to have traces of gunk in it. Like if the clear channel is on one end hunger and the other end fulfillment, if there's extra gunk in that channel, fulfillment won't be recognized. But the clearer that channel, the need will be met with simplicity. Can you imagine how stressless a life would be if one was hungry and were able to eat just enough of the simple bare necessity and keep it moving? versus another American, standard American, who has to have very, very specific labels in order for that need to be met. That leads to misery quickly. That's why a lot of people
Yeah,
are
but
just.
I agree. I think it comes from a fear-based response. Like, I realized I've been fucking with food recently and trying to really see about clearing that channel in prana, because all of the major practitioners, they watch their diets. Like, they don't consume much because it's an emotional dependence. And so I've been exploring what that is. Like, what is that? What does that mean?
So you said it's an emotional dependence, which means that on one level it's biological, but then there's another layer where it's emotional.
Right. And for us North Americans, and I think in general, I think I could say a generalization that globally this is, food is a connector for us to relate to one another or to share a certain emotional moment. And so, like, that's where you get, especially in North America, it's like, if I'm bored, I'll think of what I want to eat. Most conversations people have with each other, they're talking about food. There's a food is a channel itself for this emotional connection. And when you start to separate from that, at least for myself, I realized I'm not hungry, that the food itself was just a thought that I needed to pass. And when I let that pass, when I saw Shakti dancing, it changed. It changed to something else. And I think even on a fundamental level like that, that's a real test of seeing, like, what is actually prana and what is the medium that you're using, and are you confusing the medium as the energy source? Like, same with air, like, not saying, stop breathing, but I've been holding my breath for periods of time and challenging my own fears when it comes to not having breath, from not having air, seeing how much I'm actually dependent on it. And obviously I'm using it, right, constantly. But when you stop, there's a focus that comes in, and there's a survival instinct that comes in, and there's an entirely different shift that takes place. And I've been giving myself time to explore that space right before I'm like, okay, I need to breathe again. And I've been doing that with food recently too. Yeah, there's so much that our entire personalities are based off of that fear, or based off of what could happen, like an anticipation of something, instead of actually experiencing whatever it is that we're experiencing. Um, Again, back to the food, a lot of my food stuff is for anticipation. Oh, I'm going to be hungry. Oh, I need to get these vitamins. Oh, I need to do this because I'm anticipating something negative. Not to say that foreshadowing isn't good, or that being able to, think about the consequences of your actions, of course, do that. But there's a really big block. There's a really big paradigm that we have been living in as a culture and as a society that I think we need to question. And when we do, I think we find that fear is at the base of almost all of our decisions. Like, what I label myself as is out of fear that I won't be accepted by someone else, or out of fear that someone will take advantage of me or something. So I'll say, oh, I'm really strong, or I'm really tough. That my ego comes through, my personality comes through, because I have to confirm my existence. Food and sleep and breathing are the same things. We have those same types of attachments, but we're not actually looking at the medium. Maybe we don't need to eat so much. Maybe we don't, maybe we can actually live outside of what science says is normal.
Maybe everything in moderation is best. Maybe there's not a need to say so much when you can make the point in less.
Yep.
What do you want?
Happiness, self-fulfillment, peace.
Do you know what those things look like?
I know how, yes, I do.
Give me an example of happiness.
For me, happiness is a sensation, or like a light that fills my body.
There we go. And what does that feel like?
It feels united with everything. Like there is nothing else that exists.
Can you feel that in your body?
Yes.
Typically, where do you feel it?
My chest and my stomach. And then it travels up to my throat.
Good. So you feel this unity, this connection in your chest, in your stomach, and then it begins to spread upwards, right?
Right.
Do you remember the last time you felt that feeling?
Staring at the Sri Yantra. Yes, I remember the last time.
Do you know what self-fulfillment feels like?
No.
Have you seen self-fulfillment?
No.
Do you know that self-fulfillment exists?
I don't think it exists.
But you want it.
I think it's one of those desires that keeps us coming back. I need for fulfillment.
Okay, so what does self-fulfillment mean?
I think I'm still discovering that, but I feel like so far that is self-awareness and awareness of of the totality, of being the totality.
An awareness of being the totality.
Yeah, which then doesn't really exist, right? Because that creates two things.
Well, don't go too far in your logic mind.
Yeah.
Self-fulfillment is what you said second. It's pretty high up on the list. Now, what you said with your words is that you don't know what that is. So how do you know that you want it?
Well, I guess I don't. I just only know that there's a desire there that resides within the pit of my stomach of wanting to fulfill, but not knowing what direction to go in. So it turns inward to itself.
And it would do that, especially not knowing where to go, where else to go but within. But fulfillment, self-fulfillment, if this is something that's at the top of your list, you certainly have some definition of it. I wonder if you'll explain what it is now, or if I'll have to ask another question to have you do that.
Self-fulfillment is being able to go within oneself and be oneself.
Self-fulfillment is having to go within oneself and be oneself.
Self-fulfillment is fulfilling the self, fulfilling the desire, fulfilling the being fulfilled. I don't think I can describe it.
I'm glad the thought of that makes you laugh. That's a good sign, right?
Yeah.
You had a very easy time describing happiness, which is probably due to the fact that you felt it before, and probably points to the fact that you'll feel it again very soon. You'll be happy, and you'll probably know how to make it happen more often. Self-fulfillment, however, we have somewhat of a difficulty in expressing what that means to you. So that might point to it not being as easily attainable because it's not clearly fleshed out.
Absolutely.
If I want to travel and I have a map and I have a GPS and an Uber driver and an address, how likely is it that I'm going to get there?
Like 90%. It's very likely.
If I wanted to get to you just off of what I have right now, how likely am I going to get to you?
Well, very likely.
Okay. Peace. What is peace?
Peace is like happiness, except it's without the lighting up, or like happiness brings almost like a lightness to it, whereas peace for me brings a tranquility to it, a type of settling down, a simmering down, a stillness. It's for me, it moves like water. And so instead of becoming light or having light fill my body or fill my whole conscious awareness, there's a liquidity, there's a cooling, there's like a space that I reside in.
What brand water do you prefer?
Distilled.
I asked what brand of water do you prefer?
The Fry's brand distilled.
Peace. So everybody.
Yo.
I like distilled as well. Distilled's probably my favorite. Reverse osmosis. That kind of piece doesn't come with anything but what it is.
Yeah. So peace and happiness. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was just gonna say, so peace and happiness, I feel are more easier to invoke because there's direction there, because there's the experience. Fulfillment is something that for me has to be unraveled to see if it even exists really. Because as of right now, all of my decisions have been manufactured by fear and by ego. So there's an unwinding I have to do to see what I'm really thinking and what I'm really feeling, and have confidence with that to then start experiencing fulfillment and seeing if that even is a thing. Maybe the fulfillment is realizing that everything's empty. Maybe fulfillment is emptiness.
Maybe fulfillment is emptiness. So, speaking of self-fulfillment, self-emptiness, is this something that you can see yourself attaining?
Yes.
That sounded painful.
Emptiness? I think it's kind of like happiness where you already experience it. Like, if I think of the times where there's emptiness, I don't know. Because, there's like yogis and Buddhists will say that they live in an emptiness when there's a true awareness that there's nothing outside of self. So it makes it easier for them to leave their bodies or even to just kind of continue existing but not.
Is that something that you want?
I think eventually it becomes a level that we all sort of get to. Is it something that I want? Part of me does, yeah. But another part of me is very cemented in the idea that I have to repeat this cycle, that I have to stay here. There's a part of me that sort of feels like that.
So, Miss Ananya Tyagi, are you still in the chat? Sounds like a no. Greetings, Malik. Greetings, Maestro.
Hello.
Peace, peace. What's up, guys?
Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you now.
Oh.
Hey, Nanya.
Hi, Laura. Hi, John. How are you guys?
Still
Amazing.
splendid. How has your journey been so far, Ananya?
Okay, I'm not consistent with meditation, but I'm consistent with shadow work, mantras, and I'm trying some law of attraction as well.
You care to share with us which mantra that you are working with?
It's Gajendra Moksha Stotam, Gajendra Sankat Nashan Stotam, Shiv mantra. It's, oh God, I forgot the name, but I listen to it daily. I remember all the lyrics, but I can't remember the name, the exact name to depict that. And Vishnu Sahasranamam,
I love that one.
Sahasranamam, yes.
Shuklam Bhararanam Vishnu Sashivarnam Chaturbhajam. Cool beans, cool beans. So you said that you feel like you're not consistent in meditation.
Yes.
Why do you
Like,
say that?
not that, but if we consider that actually I'm busy with like giving job interviews, I haven't like cleared like many of them. Like I kept getting rejected because I was just focusing on my studies. So if you consider that meditation, that I'm doing very consistently. But sitting and like the typical meditation that I'm not able to do regularly.
What is meditation?
A state of dharana, dhyan, like a state of focus,
Does it specify
silence.
a state of focus on what exactly? Or is it just the state of focus in dharana?
I think it's a state of focus generally,
So
not only dharana.
have you been able to engage in a state of focus on a regular basis?
Yes, while studying.
So you have been able to engage in a state of focus on a regular basis while studying. Have you been inconsistent with your meditation?
No, but I want to be consistent with that sort of meditation where we sit and like take out 15 minutes and then like in the typical Gyan Mudra and in Padmasan or closing our eyes. You know what I'm talking.
You said you want to. Why do you want to?
I think it will help me level up my spiritual journey.
And what's important about that?
Like it seems like I want to achieve at some level, like achieve a certain level, and I can only achieve that if I follow certain steps. Okay, I just realized that I'm thinking it in that format.
So you want to achieve a certain level, you said? It was kind of breaking up a little.
Yes,
What?
like it's the level that I had like for during the spiritual awakening I had in 2019, I had this 15-day period where I was in that wonderful state of absolute bliss.
Mm-hmm.
I felt like I was enlightened. I just want to be there again.
Okay. So you had like a 15-day period or so where you felt like you entered into a state of spiritual bliss. What
Yes.
what else were you doing around that time?
I was very present. At that time, I was in my university hostel, so I would go to classes daily, be extremely focused. Everything felt as if I always felt like I was floating, like I was so light. Even when I would walk, it would feel so light. I was completely present. I had this sense of emotional freedom, no
Hmm.
resentment, no anger, no anguish, no sense of urgency. Just that pure state of presence. And that intuition just kept coming. Like it was, I can't even describe. It's like an indescribable experience.
Indescribable. So would you say that the indescribable experience and the intuition came as a result of you being in that state?
Yes.
And
Yes.
would you say that that state came as a result of being in a place where you didn't have resentment, where you were stress free, no hate, no anger, and at the same time, you were focused on improving your life, focused on your studies and things like that?
Yes. It was like I was feeling this state of oneness, that strange ache, that strange yearning that I always face. It was not there. It was like I was totally integrated.
Hmm.
I've never felt so integrated as I felt during that period of time.
Totally integrated.
Yes. And I was very aware. It was just
Where were you living at that time?
at my university. It's a
Where
very
are you
good place.
where are you living now?
At my hometown, my parents' house.
Would you say that your environment currently is conducive to a peaceful, harmonious state?
I think it's not about the environment. I think currently, like most of the time, even if I think about meditation, I'm like, oh, I can just give that time to, focus on like solving some questions and like getting better so that I don't fail interviews. Like technical interviews, very hard to crack. So
I bet.
in like patching up those loopholes instead of meditation, like sitting and closing eyes, I can just focus on study and cover those loopholes in my technical knowledge.
So there's a lot of logical things that you have to remember,
Yes, yes, yes.
a lot of effort that you have to put into remembering them.
Yes. Remembering and also practicing. Like it's not just about like applying those concepts into uh, questions, real life situations, like technical situations.
Hmm.
So practicing those questions and yeah, it's totally technical.
So do you feel like sometimes you sacrifice working on meditation because you want to spend more time practicing?
Yes, I do that.
When you do that,
It's
you see that the result is what you want?
hmm, I think the result, if I see that I am still failing interviews, then I don't know. But I'm improving, definitely improving.
When you enter
I
the interviews,
make time. I make time.
when you go into the interviews, are you in a tense state of mind? Are you in a peaceful state of mind? How do you usually go into these interviews?
I think I get very, very casual with the interviewer. I don't know.
On the inside, is that how
I
you
get
feel?
very casual. But sometimes today I had like 3 rounds of interview and I cleared 2, but the third round I failed. It's like I was so nervous from the inside, even though I was very casual and funny on the outside, but inside it was like, I was like, oh my God, I'm just like, even when I knew the answer, I gave incorrect answers because
On the third
I
round?
felt like, yes, state of chaos.
So just if I hear you correctly, the first 2 rounds you were pretty casual, had a good sense of humor, pretty relaxed. But for some reason around this third round, you were a bit more anxious, I suppose. And
On
and
the outside, I'm always like a bit like casual, but on the inside, I'm like, if even if like he asked like 10 questions and I gave one wrong answer and I know I have messed up one question, and it's like my confidence just dips. And once it dips, then I struggle to remain calm in the next questions, even if I know the answers. So it's just maintaining the stability after like one wrong answer. Very difficult. Thinking of even talking about that is just making me, oh my God, anxious right now.
what makes you anxious about thinking of that?
Thinking about the situation, remembering that, oh my God, I gave wrong answers. And oh my God, like I knew it. I knew the answer, but I just in a hurry or no, I just gave it.
I can understand if your mind can only be focused on a few things at once. So if the body is feeling nervous and anxious, the mind is thinking about that too. And this anxious nervousness starts to take up memory capacity. So of course you're bound to make some mistakes when you're nervous.
I knew all the answers actually, and I still didn't give them properly. That's the funny part.
It could be the funny part. And I could easily see that that's due to your mind attributing resources to managing the body because you were in a nervous state.
Yes.
I think many of us have had experiences where we have to perform, whether that's standing in front of a crowd or having an exam. And that feeling of nervousness, if we focus on that, it begins to really take up our focus and we make mistakes. So I wonder how differently things would be if you are in a state of calm.
I would, instead of like losing focus, instead of like thinking of giving up, I can come up with better solutions. Or like be confident to give the solution which I know in a proper manner, instead of saying, okay, I don't know, I don't want to give answer. Instead of saying that, I can give them the right answer. That will happen.
When you spoke of that time period in the past where you experienced those 15 days, what were you focused on a daily basis?
Going to classes, focusing on work, and like I was meditating daily and like enjoying every moment. Like I could feel the life. I could it was as if everything around me was emitting a special bright light. Everything seemed so bright. I was just in present moment fully. I was even giving, speeches to my friends. Some of my friends would come. They were like, and I would give them spiritual knowledge. They would sit and listen, and some of them would feel like some of them would fall asleep, and then they would feel so calm. So I would, after classes, I was giving spiritual knowledge to other people, and
And how did that make you feel?
very calm, peace.
It's amazing what we can accomplish when we're in that state of calm and peace. Because, for one thing, the mind isn't worried or concerned about the negative possibilities. When you're in a state of peace, are you worried about what could go wrong?
No, it just my mind was just like I felt that confidence that I would be able to handle if anything comes my way. I wasn't worried. Before that, I had this aperophobia, thanatophobia, this phobia, that phobia. But it was just like my system was cleansed
Mm-hmm.
totally. It was cleansed. I wasn't eating much. I think I didn't eat for like 15 days. And I lost like around 7 kgs. I don't know how. Everyone was saying, oh, in few days you transformed completely. My skin was shining. Even if I wasn't eating, my hair weren't falling out. And I wasn't hungry, thirsty. I wasn't craving those junk foods. And it was like, it was a very beautiful place to be in.
I have a closet full of clothes, and I haven't really bought any new clothes in many years because, number one, I wear the same thing pretty much. Number two, I don't go out. And recently, I have been changing rooms, moving some stuff from here to there, and I found some clothes that were there from years ago. And I tried them on. They still fit, of course. And looking in the mirror, it just suddenly brought back all these memories of what I was doing around the time frame when I wore those clothes. And it's nice to know that the old skin is always there whenever you decide to go into the closet and try it on. It doesn't go anywhere. It's still there.
I don't know. After that, I plunged into like a completely opposite, like complete opposite of that state. It was like a total bipolar thing. And and I, like since then, I have recovered from that deep, dark state very slowly. I don't know if I can just go back to that closet and like feel it or remember it.
Do you have to ask permission to go into the closet?
No, I can feel it a bit, but not in not not in like its totality. Like
I've never seen
I
a
think it,
closet with a lock on it.
I think the opposite state that I experienced after that 15-day experience, it just completely messed up my system. It was like I was only shown a glimpse
Mm-hmm.
of what could be, what I could be, and I was reverted to zero, reverted back to zero, to start all over again and to build that foundation
That's
slowly.
good. It's very good. When I was a little boy, my parents taught me how to ride a bike. I haven't ridden a bike in years until the other day when I got back on a bike and it all just came back. Because once you can do something, you can always do something. Have you ever ridden a bike?
Yes.
Will you ever forget how to ride a bike?
No.
Amazing how you will never forget how to do what you've already done and that you can do it at any time you want. That's just the way it is.
I know something inside me wait for the right time. I think I wait for some right time. Like once I like attain something like my job or something, then I will do this and that. I have set like time frames and restrictions. Okay, I will do this only after a certain period of time. But
How many
I
hours
don't
are on the clock?
24.
You got
On
a
the clock?
24-hour clock?
No. 12.
12. So at any given time, it's going to be one of those hours, right?
Yes.
So at least twice a day, it's going to be the right time, right?
Yes.
At least twice every single day, it's going to be the right time.
Yes, it can be.
It will be. Do you have a clock?
Yes. Just above my head.
What time does it say?
2 a.m.
And what will it say in 12 hours?
2 p.m.
You got 2 chances every single day for it to be the right time.
Wow. Hmm.
Unless, of course, you have a lock on your clock and a lock on your closet, and you might have to ask permission, but who would you have to ask in order to wear the right outfit at the right time?
I sometimes feel that there is a lock, but that lock is in the control of. Mm, I don't know what it's. Like I sometimes feel that I might not be able to access it again.
Did you try it at 2 a.m.?
No.
Did you try it at 2 p.m.?
No.
I wonder what would
It
happen.
just happened on its own, like suddenly.
It had to have happened on its own.
No, it didn't, but
Know how to
there were
start it.
triggers. There were triggers. There were triggers. What if opposite state gets triggered again? Even I think it
Say that again.
won't, but if opposite state gets triggered too,
Mm-hmm. Well, just forget how to do that like you forgot how to do the other.
I don't think it will be because my foundations were very, very weak.
Says who?
Mm, me, they were very weak. My lack of self-awareness and resistance, it was very shaky.
That's not what happened in those 15 days.
Yeah, it didn't, but it happened after. Mm, Now my foundation is not that. It will be like shaken up, and I think it will be good. I will try. And instead of waiting for the right time in the future, I can make it happen now, or maybe tomorrow. Otherwise, I think I will always be waiting. Oh, let me wait for the right time.
I go to my fridge, I press the button, ice cubes come out into my cup. And if I don't use that cup, those ice cubes turn to liquid. Is it different water?
The same water, but the state is different.
Same water, different state. What's the difference? What makes one solid and one soft?
Temperature.
Can temperature be changed on purpose?
Yes, if we have that device. Fridge.
Typically the water's going to be liquid, but the freezer had to force it to go into the solid state.
Yes.
You could even use a tea kettle to turn it into gas. But left alone, it's going to be liquid. But it takes an
Yes.
extra process to change its state. It takes effort. It takes a desire, but it also takes effort. But if left alone, it's just going to be water.
So you mean that I should put effort?
You said to me with your words that you wanted to meditate more so that you could
Yes.
reach the higher state.
I think that will help me. So yeah. I can set alarm. I don't know why I always struggle with consistency, especially with meditation.
Is it necessary to know why?
I think I know the why, but only I can fix it, obviously, instead of complaining.
You know,
Nanya, we all struggle with inconsistency.
Yes.
you know what to do, and you can decide at any time to turn your ice into cubes. You got 2 times every single day. And if you miss the first one, you can make the second one. Easy.
I can set my alarm in that manner.
Setting your alarm takes effort.
Yes. Yeah, I just set it.
Awesome. Now you cannot be stopped.
I'll try. I hope I don't snooze it. Or
Well,
dismiss it.
what?
I hope I will not snooze or dismiss it.
Even smashing the snooze button takes effort. So really you can't lose. How wonderful. How great. If you guys don't mind, I think I'm going to take just a few minutes to go transfer some of this distilled water into another container.
Yeah, I don't think anyone minds.
But by all means, continue. Three, 3.
What? I don't understand. Oh, wait. Travis, where are you? Which screen are what? It looks like you're in two places at once. I'm like, he did it. He did it. Look at that. Oh, it's because you're in your chair. All right. I was tripping for a second. Okay. All right, we're good.
Life.
Mm-hmm. Definitely
Maestro,
excited
still here?
for the
Yeah.
book study, man. Get back into the information. I've been going through a lot of transformation, I could say. A lot of shit been happening. And I've done a lot of applying, just like a lot of hands-on work, just doing a lot of stuff, and it's definitely interesting, like you said. Yeah, man. How you guys been doing? I love talk about it, but I'll wait.
Well, what have you been experiencing, or what has shifted? What's changed that you've noticed?
So lately, I've been like, I work a lot. I also, because I'm trying to like achieve certain things. So, a lot of my time, day-to-day aspect of doing things, I'd be at work a lot. But I work with people, and I just recently got promoted in like I guess you'll say like a leadership position. So, it's very interesting. I find like it's deep, just even hear everybody else talking about what they've been going through. I'm like, wow, I can see a lot what they've been going through, what I've been going through, and I'm like, oh, that shit, that's very interesting. So just even though like I've been like having like to deal like really in a leadership position, I've been having like to deal with people underneath me and in very stressful situations. So I have to like be able to like recognize my own emotions, I'm saying, I guess, in this state. Because if I fall down in like I guess what was the word, a tamasic emotional state where it's very digressive, then who I am, I'm very like just my personality, I guess. I've been told I rub off on people. So if I get mad, and especially me being a leadership, it's going to rub off on the rest of my people that are underneath me. So I've been taking a lot of like, realizing how, like we guys were talking about earlier, how like just taking a check of our emotions and just seeing how it relates in a day-to-day aspect with other people. Because if I get upset, they get upset, and being in that position, I had to go, oh damn, how do, like, there's a lot of shadow work going on right there, especially, when you're going back and you go, damn, how did your day go? And, people deal with, and I talk to a lot of people. I work in like a college town, so I get to experience people who do different fields of study, and it's very interesting. Yeah.
One of the things that, so I'm going to school for massage therapy, but I also work in a crisis center. And so two very different atmospheres, yet one of the things they taught us, going back to the breath again, but one of the things they taught us is being aware of your breathing when you're experiencing a certain emotion or expressing a certain thought, because you can regulate someone else's breathing patterns. So if you catch yourself, like when Trav was questioning me earlier and I started thinking about like, what I was saying or whatever, right? Like my breath, I was holding my breath, right? I was like, because the emotion that was coming from it was like, do I know what I'm saying? So from that anticipatory and anxious thought, my breath was held. But if I'm around someone and I am unaware of my breathing, I am also subconsciously a little bit unaware of the emotion that I'm experiencing and portraying. So the other person is a reaction of what I'm portraying. So when like during massage sessions, right, when I'm working on, I think about healing the body instead of what they think of me or what's going on with them. I tune into what's going on with them, and then I make sure that I keep my breath steady, because then their breath stays steady. I talk to people who are in crisis all the time, and how I respond to them almost dictates to a level of how they're going to react. All of a sudden they start to slow down in their speech so they can communicate with me the way how I'm communicating with them. Sometimes that shit's like, sometimes they're just like, and you can't control it. But regardless, you have, your breath kind of creates so much of that atmosphere that you are attempting to behold. So I don't know if you've noticed that in a leadership position, if like the way how, you were saying, like the way how you're feeling, you have to watch it even more closely now because everyone else around you kind of reads that. I don't know if you've become aware too of like the other little things that or indicators that you might be giving off on a neurological level too, such as your breathing or anything like that.
No, I definitely can agree with that. Like, in a lot of situations it's actually very interesting because I have to provide a state of motivation to these people to accomplish the job. So is that like, it's not like people who are ready to do the job and can understand the job. So I have to teach, motivate them to accomplish the job, get through the 8-hour shift almost, It's not a little light work. It's annoying. It's like, freaking labor work at the end of the day. So motivation is a key factor, I'm realizing, and I actually love it because, just, listening to everybody else and studying with you guys, it helps so tremendously. And I can say, because just even, dude, this shit works. Like even going back to the traps, talking about the Cabala earlier. Oh my God, bro, so fire. Because I don't know how to express it. Because like you said, I got to slow down your breath, and that's reality. Just taking the steps to do certain things like that consciously every second. And I feel that because I'd be like, damn, yo, because you can slip so easily back to the like regression state of everybody else. And then, you know, like you're saying, that's where I realized is like going to being a manager. It's like, oh, being in a state of like a mindset where I can't regress down to like not being motivational to people where they can look up to do something, you know? And I could go to like, you know, like you're saying, like bringing people to where they don't want to do their job or just something so simple as a job, you know, accomplish something. And just say, hey, like you said, like, you know, provide a goal at the end of the day, and then we can like work backwards from them. I know, you know, you got to have rapport with people. And that's like doing certain steps, you know, like as a management or like a leadership role, you have to know what your people underneath or you are doing. And to be able to like, you know, listen. And it's very interesting. I don't know. I just probably digressing a little bit, but very interesting. I'm noticing a lot of stuff that we're all talking about that just happens.
Yeah, like it makes me think of the whole like when Brother Panic was talking about not getting into an argument with someone's ego. So someone's like, no, I am doing this. And you're like, oh, okay, you're right. Because you're not going to go, and they're looking to satisfy their ego. That's it. You know, if you want to say, you know, fuck that, then don't even play into it. That part of reality doesn't have to be a part of yours. And I think dealing in a workforce, especially, is, you know, you're in a social environment where everyone has their ego and everyone's tripping on something because everyone is very self-centered. You know, we're all thinking about ourselves all the time.
What I love to do in that situation is to be the third perspective in that, because it's always my ego and their ego, but to be the third perspective in all egos, especially in that type of environment, it's almost the best, because you can say, well, that's very interesting. Wow, whew. Like it's deep, because you can apply that to anything almost. Because that's like in a professional setting, the profession is always right, technically, right? If it's my ego, I like to do it this way. Well, she likes to do it that way. What is the job say it's that way? So you can apply that to the knowledge, you know, so many levels, you know, information, magic.
I like how you're seeing the job as an ego itself that you're there to appease. And that's definitely one way you can see it. Like, think about it, right? Like, I show up to my job for the paycheck, right? So I come out of a totally self-serving type of way. Oh my God, it's a puppy. But anyway, I come, I go into it as a way to get money because I need to live or whatever, blah, blah, blah. But that entity itself, that job that I'm working for, is an ego itself.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And everyone is serving that ego in one way or having a battle with that ego.
Exactly. Yep. Exactly. I'm looking at it for this, especially for like the average person, because I'm sitting there, but I actually achieved so much fucking shit. And I'm looking at myself like, what the fuck? How'd I get here? I'm looking up at this shit. I'm like, hey, hold up. What the fuck? Excuse me for my language, you know.
I swear all the time, no worries.
Oh, shoot. Hold on. Somebody's calling me. Oh, give me 2.5. I'll be back. Damn, hold on. I'm just calling it. Fuck it. It was my mama's. Sorry, mamas. I gotta send them my love.
Well, so you entered into a leadership position. You're saying that it's been working for you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that your viewpoint of it has changed? Like you accepted a leadership position. So this is
So yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead. I mean, I was just kind of exploring as to whether or not you saw this job, like how you're seeing it, because, you know, they say like servitors, right? They're items or images that we invoke so that we can achieve a certain means. And so I'm wondering if maybe you're using this job as almost like a servitor.
Oh my God. Yeah, I would definitely say that. But I never looked at it like that. Well, I always had a means to ends, I guess. So I guess you could say that. And in turn of like, I guess this is where I guess you could say using the Cabala comes in. Because I guess you would say path working and using like bringing down. Oh God, I was trying to express this to somebody, and it was like I was like, damn, I gotta get back into my study shit. I'm fucking up. Like, sorry, I got my dogs running around. Travis, you brought the energy over. That was awesome, dude. There's all comedy. Yeah, dude, that's awesome. But so it's like just, you know, bringing down like just, you know, because I had like it's shit. I don't have to be making it about me, but like, so there was a point in time where let's just be truthful. I love you guys. And I was at a point in time in my life, I used to be so mad. I work in a cooking job, right? So I would just, you know, regular cook. I had a lot of experience, you know. I like cooking. I love it. You know, it's one of my hobbies, you know. And it's a hobby that I love to do that I made a profession out of. So at first I was like, you know, I moved, I got out of my mom's house, you know, young man sprouting his wings, you know, moved out, started living like did my own stuff, you know, started rooming. I moved to like a college neighborhood. So it's like mad younger dudes. I'm like 27. You know what I mean? So a lot of people are like 19, 20, just coming out the woodworks to their house. I was a knucklehead, you know. I'm from New Jersey, you know, by the way, you know. I never got to express that, you know. East Coast, you know, we were at. But
Delaware up in here.
But so yeah, it was very interesting because we was all doing that, and I was all like upset, and because I felt like I was worth more than what I was getting back from the company, you know, or just from in general, just like how I felt about my life, you know. Just keep it personal. I was like, damn, I'm worth more than this shit. I don't need to be working this. This shit is some bullshit, you know, how people feel. But then, like, you know, fucking life happens. And then I came back after COVID. Like, you know, COVID happened. Motherfuckers had choices. Like, me gonna go back to work, motherfucker. Or like, yeah, motherfuckers had shit, like other shit they had to do. Like, they might have like a gig going on. They might have did something, blah, blah. So I came back. I was like, I'm actually going to put some work. I'm going to put some dedication, you know, where I think a lot of the shit we talk about is like having that passion or that will force, or like you said, like, I got to get better because I'm pretty sure, and I'm not a pretty sure, but that's what in the spirits in the Cabala, you know, having the will force to do something, you know, to have the and you can all break it down. I understand it without knowing it, because I could, you know, but when you can, it was always a dream to me, though, you know? And I know it wasn't just me working hard, it was using the mind and using the studies we do, you know? Like you said earlier, is it just magic, or is it just a lot of stuff that we couldn't explain back in the day, you know? Is it something that can be explained, or is it something that's like, you know, science theory, you know, you got to do something over a couple times and see the evidence. One thing multiple times, right?
Yeah,
and
go ahead.
Yeah, I can rant, so don't listen to me.
No, you should rant.
because as I was hearing you guys talking, it was really hitting home, because I've been like feeling shit. I'm like, damn, bro. Because the energy is what, you know, even yesterday or today, actually, or like freaking like 7 planets lined up last night. Like what? Nobody worries that out on the news. Everybody's talking about this other shit. That shit happened like a year ago almost to this day. And well, but nobody, what? I was like, oh, I'm not going to say nothing, but that's very interesting, you know? And I already know because, like you said, all these clips is, yeah, that's very draining. And I've been feeling it doing this hard work. Going back. So I came back from COVID, did the shit, blah, blah, blah. And I got promoted because I was already like working hard at the end of the day. So it was like, you know, coming to this situation where I'm at now, because I want to like get all to my whole freaking life story. Blah, blah, blah. It's not just showing that like you can go to do something like, and I put like a lot of effort and hard work. I take this knowledge and I apply it to my day-to-day life. And I go, and you know, like you said, like I like to say like to my own sayings, like it's so easy to fall back in the matrix. You slip out, like you say, every day, like you get conscious and unconscious throughout the day. You go, damn, was I not like I heard somebody think it's called, like what you say, biohacking, you know? Taking like what you all were talking about is taking control of what we're understanding, you know, seeing what I am noticing I'm upset right now. And that's like where the shadow work comes in, you know, what makes me feel like that? Why do I want to work hard at this job? I know why. I, like you said, this end game, damn. And I was answering myself these questions. I have a clear goal where I think I want to be at, you know? Shit, I had it since I was a little kid. And like, I found like I think my life would be a really occult story that baby won't tell. And I'm working on it, you know? Like right now, I'm just working on this goddamn income. Like, hell yeah, it's a fucking, what you said, it means to the goddamn end. Because I'm going to get this shit, run it, and do what you got to do to, because like even when Anaya was saying, I appreciate you, Anaya, because you said some beautiful shit earlier. Because I always felt like that.
Really?
Yeah. I was like, damn, girl, you making me feel how I used to feel. And then just being put, like you said, using girl, run that shit all day. Feel that every day. You need to wake up and then like pick that perfume you was wearing on that day. Feel beautiful and adore yourself as that queen you should feel like. I told my, like, I just got in like a relationship with my woman, like, she not even into this stuff, but she be hearing me talk. She be like, what the? I like it. And that helps me out because I be like, wow, that's interesting. How I can help. And I don't even be doing it purposely. I be like, why the hell? And I'm still trying to figure out why, like, we have it all in us. We gotta just do it. You got
I think
it.
a part of it too is being aware of shit. Like,
yeah.
I think that's a huge part of the process is the recognition. Like, you know, I went on this whole thing with like food and air and how I'm experimenting with all that kind of shit. I literally just ate when I wasn't even hungry because I was like, oh, look at that Indian food, you know? And all of a sudden I was overwhelmed. And here I am, and I ate it, you know? I wasn't hungry though. The emotional attachment got me, but I'm aware of that. You know, I'm aware of that. And so now I can work on living to my body, you know, like what am I actually thinking versus what my mind is. And I think we often think that, you know, there are these very like there's like this
Laura,
do this,
Laura,
and so here it is. Huh?
you're breaking up. I don't think we can hear.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Just a little bit.
How about right now?
Sound good.
Now that we brought it to the awareness, it's no longer happening.
Hey, that's cool. Maybe that was a signal that I need to like slow down. But I was just gonna say that I think we have in our minds, you know, okay, I'm gonna reach this goal, whether, you know, say it's financial prosperity. I'm gonna work really hard every day and do this, and that'll get me financial prosperity. And it will, but we kind of forget that we have all these behaviors and patterns that we've been doing up until this point that are now going to start changing so our goals can be reached.
So that's what we brought up earlier. So I actually was right. So I totally agree with that. That is like one of them. That's the first problem happens. Boom, boom, you hit the boom. Right there is where you run into the brick wall with most people. They go, well, now I say everybody. Fuck most people, everybody. Especially when you're on this damn journey. It's like, okay, I want to change myself. And then you get there, and then these emotional, let's keep it honest with what it is these, when we were little kids, things that happened that was emotionally unchecked were buried. And they come to surface as an adult, uncontained, uncontrolled. Oh, listen to this shit. I was talking to these guys at work today because I deal with these 90-year-olds. And I'm like, and they all go to school, and I love it. Because I was like, I finished high school, but I study every fucking day for at least fucking 4 hours, at least. For I don't mean how many years, you know what I mean? That's like, it's just what I do. Guaranteed, you know? If it's not reading a book, at least studying a goddamn YouTube video while I'm doing work. I go through work all day and listen to videos. So I'm like studying while I'm working. So I'm winning why these guys like, well, let me not smart people. But so I'm telling them, as these younger guys, especially, I'm going, you guys don't even know who you guys are yet. You guys are going to like school to do this, which sounds awesome. Like you guys go to this and that, and this and this. Like, who are you? What is your dislikes? If I touch you right here on your shoulder, are you gonna get mad at me? Because I don't know, because you don't know that you don't like that. Because something happened when you were previously, you know? Or if I go, hey, all right, I say a certain gesture to you, somebody, and they might get upset because that might affect them because their mom might talk to them like that. Emotional traumas manifesting in, firstly, an unprofessional place, or especially as an adult or as a person who's in a society, you should say, right? Yeah, I don't know.
And then you got to think too, right? Like, because then with us coming from like studying this stuff, right? It's like, wow, that's another aspect of me. Like everyone who I meet, not saying, you know, everyone who I meet, regardless of what they've been through, we're resonating on some level where we're able to actually meet of the minds, to the point that I am frustrated with this person because I can relate to what they're going through in some way.
Yes.
So then that again brings it back to ourselves, where it's like, how am I relating to this person and what they're going through? Because, you know, I meet people all the time who, like, honestly, dude, I don't like people that much. Like,
right.
I realize that I have very little patience because I want to be able to speak crazy talk and people be like, yeah, I get that. You know
what? Y'all said earlier that I was like I had ran to the store, that's why I couldn't hop on earlier. But when you guys talking about earlier, I love Bobby Hemming. He talks about nihilism. Mm-hmm. And you got a final lecture. I don't remember that. I think it's called, I do remember the name actually. But for the ones who knows can find it. And it's very interesting because, you know, that's what it's talking about, because it's these emotions that take over control of us.
Right. And
that was like, I like emotions. It's a part of us. It's such a beautiful part of us that takes so much, like you said, awareness is physicality. It has nothing to do about emotion. That's like the mind, wouldn't it be?
All is the mind.
But of course, but I'm saying awareness would be the mind, like, because you have to be aware in the mind. That's where, like, you know, the concept of woke would be, I guess.
Yeah, right. Like what I'm hearing. Like what is awareness?
I think what I'm hearing is that it is beneficial to understand that there are multiple layers of our experience. For someone who doesn't understand that, things become very confusing because they don't know where to attribute certain qualities. But when we start to understand that we have layers of self, which is really where the diagram of the chakras come into play, we can know to attribute different things to different points. We know that we have desires, and we know that we have psychological needs. But if we really dig deep, we find that these desires and needs have very simple root causes. And for most people who are doing shadow work for years and years and years, not really getting anywhere, well, the reason is because they don't understand that their trauma has a root. And until they solve the root, they're continually gliding across the surface. A weed has to be pulled up by its root. And in this case, we can't pull a trauma out of our experience. But what we can do is nullify and neutralize our attachment to that experience.
Or massage it, like Laura said.
Massage the trauma. I mean, I guess you could.
It's a dance with it, right? It's like
You mean to let it flow, like instead of resistance or like
damn, that's good.
thinking too much or
Okay, that's beautiful. I can go. So when I'm at work, flow state. It will be getting into the flow state almost, right, Naya? Just being
yes.
like you said. Okay, I can say, because I was loving what you were saying earlier. When you was like, because I remember that time when I was there. It was like this. I was with my friends and they was like, just listen. But you were vibing at that time, and then just being you. And they were the people, like, you know, if you listen to Phil Valentine, the people that were sleeping were probably the ones that were really listening at the end of the day, because it was going to them subconsciously.
My statement was to nullify and neutralize the root cause of the trauma, not to play with it. Because if we play with it, we're still dealing with it on the surface level. All of the pain and the suffering is caused by attachment. All of it. And if we entertain attachment, it's only a matter of time before we forget what we're doing and get even more attached to it. We have trauma, we have pain, we have suffering. But it isn't trauma and pain and suffering unless we're attached to it. Once we're no longer attached to it, once we nullify and neutralize our attachment to it, it's just raw experience. It has to be transmuted and converted. So if you're playing with it, it means that we're not doing work.
Oh, so wait.
playing means like playing in what sense?
Well, you can massage it if you want, but that doesn't really get you what you really want. We're only playing. When I say nullify,
Neutralizing? What does neutralizing, like, how?
Can I press that right there? Because I think because I'm trying to, because I said that, because I can understand what you don't want to play with. That's fucked up. Because then you're like, oh, I'm dabbling in my past traumas. Oh, and that's a horrible thing to go through. I don't want to go through that shit again. Nobody wants
someone who doesn't know what shadow work is, that would seem acceptable. Let me just, I guess I have to relive my trauma and I have to talk about it online and bash other people who are hypothetically the perpetrator and just stir the pot. That's not neutralizing it. That's just playing with it.
Right. Can I so for example, right? Say you come like this, I meet people like this all the time. Say they had the experience of being in prison, right? And so there's a part of them that identified with the inmate, with them being the person who is imprisoned. So even though they're out, there is only a level of good livelihood that they think they deserve. So they will stay at that level, even though they'll be like, oh, I have, they'll be like, oh, I have a great life, blah, blah, blah. But I got this and this and this. And it's because they're choosing those elements to continue identifying with. But when you choose to neutralize the shit, then you're saying, yeah, you're not saying the experiences didn't happen, saying, yeah, they happen, except my focus is going towards these other things, this other way of looking at things that allows me to move more forward. So like, for example, I was seeing, recently I was hitting a wall, right? And I just felt like shit. But I was feeling like shit because everything that was building up in my mind was only focusing on these negative experiences. I wasn't seeing the totality of the experience as also having these positive things or these other elements playing at the same time. In fact, I was making them inactive players, and I was just focusing on all the other negativity that was happening. And so my perspective was geared towards that. But when I stopped and when I started neutralizing the negative, saying as, yeah, there's always going to be some sort of negative element. So there's a positive element, but I shifted my focus towards the positive elements and towards even the other elements that may not have been positive, but were just there. All of a sudden the negative stopped having so much significance. It was no longer an active attachment that was activating a part of my identity that I no longer wanted to hold on to.
When you said that it didn't have emotional significance, could that also mean that you can perceive it, view it, think of it, experience it without having an emotional reaction to it?
Yes. Because it became like the background almost.
Could that be considered as neutralizing or even nullifying?
Yeah, for sure.
So
it's like the pillowcase and the sheets, they're all on the bed. I'm not focusing just on the pillowcase and going, oh, the pillowcase, right? See, the pillowcase and the sheets, it's not. Those are like the negative and the neutral experiences. They kind of just became whatever. And then I focused on what I liked. If that makes sense. I'm sitting on my bed, so I'm looking at the pillowcase and the sheets, and but
Yes.
Very good to use metaphors of your experience, because that's how we connect these abstract ideas to real life.
Yes, like getting stuck in that victim mindset. Oh, this has happened to me. I have been like this has happened to me. This has happened to me. I'm this. Now I will never be able to. I'm this. Like getting stuck in that story and not seeing above that.
Right. Like, I had significant trauma in my childhood. And when this event happened, for years and years and years, there was a certain snapshot from that time that remained in my mind that I had agreed on a subconscious level to allow to stay there, to attach to when I thought of this traumatic experience that happened. And because of that, not only did it shape a big part of my identity, but it also prevented me from healing myself in the areas that I wanted to heal from. I would continue to self-sabotage because the self-sabotaging would allow me to stay identifying with that traumatic event in the way how I was, right? Through that one snapshot image. But when I revisited the event of the trauma and instead focus on the other parts that were happening at the same time, that was not that snapshot, the snapshot itself became neutralized. It became as just one of the things that happened. but there were all these other elements that were playing at the same time. And so it became less significant. And that agreement that I had with that snapshot was broken. It no longer had an attachment to my identity. And when I did that, my whole reality and everything around me started to shift because my focus shifted, because my attachment shifted.
That's beautiful. That's really empowering to hear.
When your focus shifted, your attachments shifted.
Yeah. And then my identity changed.
And then
I was still the same me, but not the same. So I think, and I think that's where, when we look at struggle with ourselves or with others, that's kind of that's when I'm starting to really redefine or try to change my mindset on, is how many ways can our mindsets change on something? How many negative things can we neutralize within a moment?
it's crucial and imperative to abolish the concept of good and bad, because in doing so, you start to recognize just how deep this tendency of attachment goes. There is no good and bad unless attachment is involved, unless ego is involved. So really understanding that there's no such thing as good and bad is really understanding the role that ego plays in all this. It's also impossible to accelerate on this spiritual journey without understanding the multiple layers of what we call self, not just the names of them, but the roles that they play. Because if there's not an understanding of the layers of self, we will always misattribute what's happening and where it's happening at. For example, where is the trauma located? It's not located in the higher self. Sometimes it's located in the body. Sometimes it's located in the ego. Sometimes it's just memory. But if we don't know, if we don't know where the poison is, then we won't know where to administer the cure. So it's important to know the layers of self, and it's important to recognize that good and evil is not a real thing.
Yeah. And that's where meditation practices like antarmauna or all of that becomes so essential, because that's where you can start locating where these traumas and thoughts might be coming from. Like, I had a very powerful meditation experience recently where it was a 40-minute meditation, and you literally just followed your thoughts and recognized them. And as soon as you recognize them, they stop existing. They don't exist, but you have to see them as the thought. You don't go in as the experiencer. So you only try to stay in the observer position. And when I did that, I realized that most of my negative thoughts, get this shit, most of my negative thoughts, right, or the ones where almost that would or the thoughts that would pull me into the experience automatically, they all resided behind my eyes. It came from the back of my head and then would move to my eyes, right to the back of my eyes, when I followed where these thoughts went in my head. So literally, these thoughts made me go blind with the experience if I allowed myself to experience them instead of seeing them as the thought clouds that they were. So that's where I think meditation comes in heavy, because you can find that root as to, oh, this is what's been blocking my thoughts, or this is why my heart feels strained at times, because all this trauma, all these ideas that are pulling me into this experience are residing in these specific places in my body.
Greetings, Shango.
Greetings, Trav. Greetings, everybody. Peace. Peace.
Peace, Shango.
Peace.
I have a question. Just like it's talking about the ego, like you know, almost like necessarily having the ego under control, you know, because that's where it starts to run amok and throughout all that. Like you saying, emotional, memories, all that, you know, human life experiences. I'm just trying to get it out, so it's a lot. But and then like, so sometimes you got to take a seat back in the situation. Sometimes, you know, because I've been like, you know, when I get in flow state very easily. I'll like train myself to be like flow state. Boom, get in it. I do use like I have a connection with the wolf, and guess what? Wolf flow spells backwards. Wolf. You know, that's just you talk about. You know, everybody's a little, you know, spider. I got my shit. You know, I love it. It made me get more deeper into it and delve. You know. But like getting to a third perspective view of the conversation, and you know, taking a seat back when all of that's happening, and that's when we can recognize the emotions. We are so in tune to our what would you call it? Like just like, you know, it's this physical shit. I hate it. But it's just like a thing that's so much more greater. You gotta smell it. I don't know. I just love it, guys. Like, if you know, I was up. See, it's such a beautiful thing. I was saying that I just moved to my new house and shit, apartment, and I was looking for my sage. And I was like, I see the shit burning, and I'm like, Dad, where my sage at? But look, such small things. I had thought like a billion things, but that's personal things, you know. Where's my sage? What's my problem then, right? Should I get upset? Why I can't burn? Hey, maybe my sage don't want to be found. I took a seat back and said that to myself. I was like, hey, maybe it ain't the time to burn it. But I got some incense. Just yo, telling you, I love everything is everything. You gotta like, you know, everybody, we are here at this time in life. We live in the most propitious time. It is here. And we are there. And we are everywhere.
It has always been now.
I just go laugh, man. I can tell you that much. Shit.
You ever think about that your true self been waiting for you to get to this moment? This is not a new moment. We've actually already did this already.
Yeah.
I kind of been meditating on that, and I kind of see that the physical existence is just for memory. This is just to experience the memories of things that you've already done already. So once we, it's hard to find different words for meditate and concentrate and, you know, all the words that we've been using as cliche-ish, consciousness, subconsciousness, all of that stuff really doesn't apply to what the trueness of that activity and experience really is. So the only people who would understand the vastness of that, like I said, being that your true self been waiting here for you to get here. It's not the physical self that's been waiting. It's the energetic vibration that's already playing in what we call the future time. So by the construct of our learning and taking on the education of the world, the physical world of people, and the concoction or the misrepresentation of teaching the truth, we have to really understand that only by applying all the sciences that we've learned, especially from the East. Those are the true sciences that are going to give you the experience of realizing that we can disassociate with everything, whether we call it, we sometimes get into where we think we're lacking in something, or we're not doing it right, or all of that is fake. All of that is your physical memory, which we call consciousness, is just trying to rationalize its own existence. And we call that ego, or the ahamkara. It's basically your brain is so intelligent, your mind is so intelligent that it's intelligent enough to actually deceive you. So we begin to just consistently look for things that we can quote unquote identify with, when we're really not the person to even identify with anything. This is just like watching a movie. Just because you watch a movie doesn't mean that the activity of the movie, you got to live it out. It's just, you just watch the movie and go on. So that's why it's hard for us of the Western, we're Westernized people. Whether we want to accept that type of label or experience, we've been indoctrinated with Westernized culture. So we have to first accept that reality of our physical existence, and then begin to study, research, and learn to unlearn the indoctrination of a Westernized society that was basically built and structuralized to keep you blind to the trueness of self, then reattach it to all the true sciences so you can use it, so you can begin to utilize and experience what we call transcendental experience, or higher consciousness, or submadi. We can't live like the sages of the East because we're not in the same geographical area. So our experiences of being able to control our antakarana, or we can't do it the same way. So we have to fight a little bit harder in the West. But once you fight through that, everything it becomes disassociative. You become disassociated with all of that stuff, because none of it is actually real. But that's so hard to understand when you got to go to work, and you got children, you got wives and girlfriends. It's hard to get that concept.
Or in other words, when you have a myriad of attachments.
A myriad of attachments, yes, sir, Trav. It's difficult because I listen to what people say, and the whole thing, like I listened to what Ananya was saying. We're like we're basically already in our graves. The physical body is a fucking grave. This shit is crumbling. It does nothing, but we're in a state of living decay.
Yeah.
So the whole thing is, it takes so much energy to fight that existence, fight that reality, to detach from that shit. So you don't feel like you're always, because I don't care who it is, all of us, we all feel insecure at times. We all feel like, damn, I wish I could do something more, or I just think it's like this, or we're always hoping for something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's like, go ahead. I'm sorry, Laura. I'm sorry.
Nope. I was just saying, yeah.
Emphatically.
You know what I mean? We know it. Just think about you know what's one thing this is one thing about me. I try to hold on to the beginning of where I started, different paths from, because that was the most intense attachment to it. The beginning phases, when you felt good and the ball was rolling, it's like a train, them old school trains where they had to put coal inside of it. If you don't have stocked up material to drive the machine, it's not going to go forward. So the beginning of our studies and what drew us, our connection to this, because like I said in the beginning, we're catching up to where we already been, but it takes this electromagnetic energy, so to speak, that attaches us to that, and we get fired up. So I try to hold on and remember. I use those memory points of emotion, because don't forget, visualization concentration takes emotionalism to stir your energy and stuff like that. So I always go back to the beginning of what energized me to begin the path, so I can stay focused while I'm on the path. I never not remember the beginning.
I like that a lot. I like that.
But this the state of lack always didn't that create for me at least, created the momentum. My state of lack created my momentum to even get there, and that's why I love that right there, because that was the beginning process. You said
you was never lacking in anything. It was only an appearance of what you thought you was lacking. You created what you thought was the lack, but you already had what you were going to get. You just had to get there.
And I got there at this step. So
yes,
once
sir.
you let go of the lack, it gets even better. Because that's where I'm getting at, let go and lack every day. And I see it. That's dope.
That's the hard part for. See, that's why,
I like it though.
That's why when we study this stuff, we actually do have to incorporate humility, compassion,
yes,
and sympathy. We're basically servants, or like we can go back to the 5%. I'm basically just a poor righteous teacher who knows the truth. That's it. All I'm here to do is serve other people. So once we do that, we that right there is reprogramming your mind to not be attached to what we call the ego. Because if what I'm doing is not serving me, it's serving somebody else, then I'm not even attached to
it. In the way of martial arts, we call it the way of the peaceful warrior, and that's why it keeps it popping in my mind.
And that's and I love that book. That was a good book.
Oh, it's a book? I gotta read it. Damn.
The Way of a Peaceful Warrior is a book. So the whole so when you apply, see, that's the whole thing about all these different books.
Lifestyle without even reading the book, and that's crazy.
Yes, sir. Yes.
That's amazing. I didn't even know it was a fucking book, and
that's exactly what I was saying. You already attached to everything you need. Damn. So a lot of times you will quote something and they be like, "Oh, that's such and such," and you be like, "Yo, for real? I just thought of that."
I gotta.
Because we're living on multiple planes of existence at the same time. So once we energize ourselves, eat right, exercise, pranayama, particular things, you'll be able to experience the multiple levels of existence of yourself. That's what Trav is saying. That's why we know that individuals that we experience like Trav are high mages. That's why he became Travis Mages. He didn't choose that. It was already chosen. All he did was just follow. He figured out the pattern. He found his lock and his key, as somebody said earlier about the lock and key, and he opened the fucking doors. You become the librarian, and you're the individual in the library searching all at the same. You're everything.
Yeah, you are the library.
You are the library.
every life, like that's where, you know, like my belief system comes in, that we're all the ancestors. That's
It's
very much
beautiful.
it.
That's when that's when the experience, see, that's when, you know how they got different Buddhas that they show. That's the smiling Buddha. He becomes realized to the fact like, oh, everything, I am everything and everything is me. So there is no separation. That's cool. So now he
Right.
smiles now.
It was me all
Akasha had to
along.
do
This
something
makes
about
sense
that.
also. This makes sense also as to how these different things that we think are so magical actually work, like telepathy and clairvoyance and what's the word? Psychometry, when you touch something and you can see its history. Because when you get to a certain level and you really understand what they call the oath of the abyss, or in the Vedic, they had another word for it, you start to realize that all matter is the same thing. Same thing. So if all matter is the same thing, then of course you can get a sense for the history or the future of an object or a person. Even mind is matter. So there really is no limit to what can be seen or touched if you know how to look.
Mm-hmm. And you have
Right.
access to everything.
And it's our conditions that allow us, that keep us cemented to certain thought patterns. That's why we have to constantly reanalyze ourselves as we go through about this process, because that attachment is real. Those conditions that we place upon us is real. Like, you know, it's very simple. Like, you ever have someone does that test of you where they'll be like, okay, stretch your arm as far back as you can behind you. All right, and then bring it back. And now you imagine that you imagine before you move your arm, that your arm is able to go back a little bit further to a specific way, and you visualize it and imagine it in your head, and then you do it and your arm moves back more. That's a very simple example of the learned conditions that we have upon ourselves, and then the way how we can program and or reprogram our conditions.
You're right. We all got to be like Superman.
Legit, bro.
You
You gotta be
imitate
human.
you imitate the bumblingness of Clark Kent, which Superman as a superior being, that's how he saw humanity. He saw humanity as a weak, feeble, bumbler, insecure individual who operated in a working class society. So that's the character that he hid the supremeness of himself. That's what we are. Once we figure out, like, oh shoot, I'm nothing but a human bumbler in a physical form, just like a baby. What did in Avatar she told that guy? She said, "You're like a baby. You're just making noise." We have to learn not to be so noisy no more, and then you'll be able to hear your own inner. So that's the whole science of nada, the whole inner sound. Once it's so many different layers of this subtleness that once we begin to master the control of shutting off your auditory process, because once you become master, you reach a level of becoming an adept master, you are capable of shutting off your auditory processing system, and you don't hear any outside noise anymore. So you won't be influenced by it. And the more you master it, you're capable of shutting off the nasal passages and all of that stuff. So you only begin to create your experiences from internally, from a purified mind. So I just want to add that, because the mind, the mental state has to be purified before you can even begin to do that, because that's when like I said earlier, the brain is very intelligent. It'll trick you into thinking that you reach that level, but in reality, it's a dirty windshield. You're really not there, but your mind will make you think you're there.
It makes you think that you're the person in the mirror.
Yeah.
The man in the mirror.
But it's hard, man. a person, or I'm a persona. I constantly go through resistance. I'm always fighting a difficult battle. You know, that's why I like the story, the Bhagavad Gita. I love Arjuna and Krishna's dialogue. You know, Krishna had to check him multiple times. You know, old scorcher of the earth. He got to let you know, like, your dude, if you don't perform your true duty, no matter what you looking at, you got to go kill your uncle. Dude, that's a part of your true duty. Shut the fuck up and go do it. Stop crying on this chariot, man, and get it popping. We got to sometimes get it. We got to get it popping. I'm not, you know what I'm saying? So you got to realize what particular energy plays out most.
About that journey right there.
But like I said, it's difficult because it hurts.
Oh, I love the hurt. That's yo, I'm going through it. So I love it.
It's a constant birth. But the whole thing, we can't get stuck in the birthing canal because you'll suffocate. So you have to be able you have to be able to birth. Birthing is coming out of the womb. When the infant is still coming out the womb, that's called the mother's in labor. So a lot of times we take the labor experience to be the experience of all experiences. When you have to be born. When in our case, reborn. You know whether you want to take it.
Yo, this is deep. Go ahead, bro. You fire, man. This is a fire ass chat tonight.
But I pay attention to what Trav say. So once we pay attention, see, that's why you gotta cling on to people, like, you know, like learned wise people, because you become the pattern of cultured wise people. Keep hanging around your homie and them from O Block and see if you go absolutely nowhere.
I was literally talking to you was on fire. I was really talking about this earlier to my mama.
See, that's why we gotta stop dissing the whole story with Jesus and all of that type of shit, because it actually got some good teaching points if you understand the language of transformation and alchemy and all of that. It's allegorical. It's no different than when at the beginning, when he was the person that, you know, the energy that they called Jesus, you know what I'm saying, or Christos. It was all about he was walking with his mother. So the whole time the feminine, the divine feminine guided this energy that we call Jesus Christ. Then it came to a point when he was getting ready to die, he called her woman, because that's showing you got to reach a certain level of maturity, and then when you getting ready to be reborn.
Also indicated the concept that he was no longer attached to the concept of being a son.
No longer attached to being a son. Because he was a what? A son. S-U-N.
I really enjoyed that metaphor that you used of Superman, how his Clark Kent was his conception of humanity. That's brilliant. The whole act that he plays as Clark Kent is how he sees humanity, which is why he feels the need to protect humanity. And that's his weakness.
He sees us all as unworthy to protect ourselves.
Wow, that's deep. They just had a TV show talking about that in the new Wow. Boom. That's fire. How even the woo. Go watch it.
Because you know what Superman really is. He's nothing but he's nothing but a symbol of Tippereth. He's a savior symbol. And he comes from what? He comes from a sun. He comes from a planet that deals with a different type of sun energy, and they're Nephilim. They're like angelic beings. That's why they all call Kai-El and all. They all got El as their surname, meaning that they are high-ranking lords and gods. See, Earth is nothing but, like I said, it's a fucking college locker room. It's a big ass football field. We all playing rugby on this motherfucker.
But that's what I'm saying. Once we stop the rugby, the emotional stuff that we're dealing, like that's the whole game. Like, that's where it goes with the Matrix and all that. I like to use that word because it already has. I know it's dogmatized as hell, but shit, you know, for people that know what I'm talking about, they know.
We have to
fall out in it.
We got to detach so much from this experience because Malkuth evolves whether we want to evolve or not. And the next evolution, which is really not, you know, so we see these English words, we're not really evolving. All we're doing is returning back to a pattern that once existed, because everything goes up and it goes down. It goes up, it's a curvish line. So the whole thing is we were once physically existent on the planet, but the what we call consciousness was ruled by spirituality. It wasn't always like we made decisions like this. Our decisions were based off of a higher concept. That's when you get into what we want to call the Atlanteans and the people of Mu and Lemuria and early Kemet. They didn't operate off of laws that had to be dictated to the physical construct of man. We fell, to use another cliche, we fell from grace. We always do here on the earth. We fall from grace, we raise back up. We fall down, we get back up. That's the evolutionary process. So right now we're going from Homo sapien to Homo spirit, a spirit being. Bobby Hemmett used to, that's what Bobby Hemmett was really, really trying to break down. See, that's why if you want to really get arcane about this shit, that's why Bobby Hemmett couldn't be with us for like teaching forever. And his physical form broke down. His mind didn't. His physical form just broke down. So that's just an example. We always got to be given some kind of physical example that really is nothing. Trav used the word before I made the video. It's not just, there's always a physical example of spiritual thing that happening on another plane. So we got to get a physical example, like don't trust your physical body unless you got to take care of it. But it's hard, man. It's just, that's why we got to be compassionate. It ain't nothing fun about people who are like spiritually hurting. It's nothing funny about that. That's why you got to be a parent. Because people need help. Remember when you was hurt? Trying to figure it out and probably praying, God, please, if I have a Bible under my pillow, will you please visit me in my dream? That's hurt. That's a hurt person when you got to do stuff. You got to, you know what I'm saying? You don't know if God exists, but you still pray anyways. That's the human being. Pathetic, but also supreme at the Superman and Clark Kent.
So you're Superman and you're Clark Kent,
Yeah.
the observer and the experiencer. I think that's why people too have such an aversion to
But what could
going.
Are you eating grape nuts?
Alora, what
No, I
Alora,
wish.
what couldn't Superman not escape from upon Earth?
What could he not
What
escape
could
from?
he not escape from?
Lois Lane,
Exactly.
baby.
Love. Woman. That was
The
his
women.
true kryptonite. Fuck with Lois Lane and see
Yep.
one Superman tear the whole earth in half, trying to tear your whole face off because you mess with something that he extremely loved.
Attachment.
Attachment, exactly. So, and where did he get that from? He got it from coming to fucking Malkuth's level.
Being raised by human parents.
Who did what? Who loved him and protected him from everything else because they found out that he was a super being, and they hid him and they protected him. And he lived in some rural area, and he was
You ever
on a
seen the TV show
farm.
Invincible?
I didn't.
You go watch it. It talks all. I'm dead ass. You think Superman? Go watch it. I promise y'all will not. Y'all being highly invested because exactly about this conversation because it does the total opposite.
Do you
It's a
think these
Superman
people are that
character.
smart,
He goes,
Trav?
"Fuck that" to his son, and he goes, "Oh, just go watch it. Just go Invincible." For everyone who is listening, I had to just hop it in. I'm pausing back off of that, but just go watch it because that talks exactly what you're talking about.
You think these people are that smart, Trav, to think of these stories? These are ancient stories. See, we believe that Alexander the Great burned the libraries of Alexandria or Heliopolis. Of course, he burned the library, but that doesn't mean he burned what was in that motherfucker.
Right. I was listening earlier.
Yeah, but people also think Alexander was great.
I was listening earlier.
People,
The
they
hood,
don't. What do you say, Trav?
I was listening earlier to the Hood Mystic on his live stream today, and he mentioned something about thoughts and how people think that our thoughts are contained within and we have thoughts. But again, misunderstanding of the vehicle and the map, we're going to misunderstand everything. These thoughts exist on another plane. That's why they are visible. And nobody owns any of these thoughts. Thoughts and stories and archetypes, especially those that are deeply carved into the atom cadmon of the human collective unconscious. This is where these stories come from. Nobody makes up any piece of art.
See, that's, and it says that in some of the writings of Vedic sages and scholars. Even I think Franz Barden may have mentioned that. That's where, that's when we get into egregor and stuff like this, because these concepts, or the OTO, all of the mixed mystic and arcane groups, you're able to tap into the science and mysticism of the group, because for so long, so many people, as Trav just said, has generated what we call thought, which is nothing but electromagnetic energy being formulated. So it's like that background that you got, how we seeing it move, and it's, in the colors, that right there, if you can go into there, you will find thought there. And it goes into Shiva. Shiva's in constant, perpetual meditative state. He's actually creating thought and doesn't conceptualize it as thought. It is what it is.
And so the conceptualization is the job of Shakti, of his consort, of the divine feminine.
Mm-hmm.
But a misunderstanding of the dichotomy leads to misunderstanding of everything. There is source, and then there's effect. Our human condition is to get those two confused.
And just think about, once we leave once we're capable of raising our electromagnetic energy high enough, you can perpetually have Shiva and Shakti coexist together all the time. They don't have to be separated anymore. Because in an original state as they are, that's why they have the androgynous form of Shiva Shakti, because they coexist together. Malkuth, physical, Shakti got to be in the Muladhara and Shiva's in the Sahasrara, and we got to do certain things to activate the Kundalini so it can. That's because we vibrate slower. That's why we're on a gravitational densified planet, heaviness. Nigga can't even fucking fly no more and shit. So we gotta vibrate. We gotta raise our vibration high enough. It's like turning a volume up. You can listen on. You might be on 3, listening on number 3, but you got to raise your volume up to 100, so it can be. Like they show those opera singers. They sing at a high octave and they break the glass. That's what we got to do. We got to raise our octaves within ourselves so we can shatter the veil of Laya, so we can see into outer space, so to speak. And the guardian at those gates of Laya is basically, like we said earlier, yourself. Doubtful creatures that exist in the darkness, waiting to tear you apart because they're insecure and don't know if you should go because it's so much danger and we're afraid. That's all the demons are. Nothing but a bunch of scared pussy ass shit that then had to take on all these grotesque forms, and they became hyper aggressive to protect what? Their fucking insecurities.
And when you look at that with a microscope, you begin to find that there are no such thing. It's just you and your context of reality, and you're doing it to yourself.
Yes. Because of what? Because of the little kid when you were, and I tell this to people all the time that I talk to. I tell them to go back to particular ages. Go back to take your mind, relax yourself, and go back to when you was 8 years old. Go back to when you was 15. Remember yourself when you were in middle school. Were you the one getting picked on in middle school? Were you the one that didn't have certain things, so you felt insecure? We still carry that in our adulthood. Those are the beasts that, like I said, they had to toughen up, so they became these great, huge monsters within ourselves that we'll never let nobody know that we was afraid. Getting bullied all the time and shit like that. That's why people become the adults that they are.
Can I say because I like that. Fuck that. I feel that all day in my life, Shango. You feel me? But I've matured a lot, Remember conversations back when we, when shit was a couple months ago. Fuck. But a lot has goddamn happened, Like I said,
that's why when you listen to the whole mastery of it, when Trav was when he was dialoguing with
Trav be going
Ananya,
in, and I listen to Trav. So I've been following Trav for probably like I don't even know how long, bro. Like Trav was like the first 3 stations I found, and I've always just been watching him. Travis is genius in his own accolade. I can't even, it is what it is. I just appreciate him because I could just study. I was just trying to give you the flowers, brother.
Appreciate
really, at the end of the day. I thank you, my own personal journey, and I appreciate you, Shango, so much. And Laura, all you guys up in every Heckaday, Ananya, all you guys, all you guys, seriously, guys, are
I
like
appreciate you.
Yeah.
I kind of stay in the background. I'd be like, oh shit. But it took a lot for me to come on today. Like, I was like, damn, I don't know if I'm ready to talk. But, there's a swallow in the gut, And it's a lot. Sometimes I don't even know how to speak about it, but you guys are like, oh, I feel so invigorated. Like, I feel alive. I appreciate you guys. Just like, I'm so, like, it's 12. Like the dates, I've been seeing numbers for like the last 3 weeks, like 444, 12, 111. I've been seeing them today. Like, come on, man. Like, I be chilling hard as fuck.
That's why we're supposed to love every experience. When you're having a hard day and somebody didn't piss
That's
you
the
off,
best part.
I guarantee
feel like a hard day is the look. That's Mama Dukes again. But
excuse me.
Those days are the ones that we gotta strive for the best to be. That's where the magic is really at. Because when we lack, I've been realizing as a man and as a human person, as somebody who deal with this day-to-day life struggle we always go through, is this what really goes down where like you say, you put that work in. You know
who I'm gonna use as a great example of actually changing and refining yourself so that you're operating at a high level to where now you're being invited to be questioned, and because you're found to be that what you say is so profound that we got to interview you. Malcolm X refined himself so much. He became such an eloquent speaker and debater of against racism and Elijah Muhammad. They was inviting him to Harvard to come talk about it. They was inviting him to speak on Mike Wallace and all kind of shows and all of that, because these people who felt like they were superior became intimidated by an individual who they said belonged to people that could never go against some of the greatest minds. Oh, they put him against some of the greatest minds, and he was sharp. I use him as an example of what I call, and what of course you can read in the lessons of the 5%, what refinement is. One, having culture. Basically, got to have knowledge of self. You got to know who's the true and living God. Once you know who you are, and anything that someone says doesn't affect you, you're operating at a high mastery level, and you're operating through refinement.
Mm-hmm.
I think even on a superficial level, right? Like, I'm glad you brought up Malcolm X, because that kind of brings us full circle to what we were talking about earlier on how you choose your attachments to then identify with. And how, I was bringing up earlier, there's a lot of people who've been to prison and they allow that prison mindset to become their identity and limit them into how much they can go. Does everyone remember Malcolm X was a prisoner? But when you think of Malcolm X, you don't think of him as the prisoner. You see him as the leader, as the revolutionary, as this completely total different person. And and that's because what he formed was his identity to himself. He accumulated knowledge from that time, from his traumatic experiences, but he didn't let them become him. And so I think he's also a fantastic teacher in finding your own identity regardless of what you've been through, because in the end, no one thinks about who he was. That was like a past life. When you think of Malcolm X, in the same lifetime, he experienced a past life.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah, Malcolm X was the shit.
I read the transcripts of what you can read, because a lot of it's blacked out. The transcripts of the recorded FBI telephone conversations with Malcolm X and Martin Luther King and everybody. the FBI were like cracking jokes that this guy is a saint compared to Martin Luther King. People don't know Martin Luther King was like a wild dude. He used to like cuss people out. It was like funny, and he was like a real funny guy. But when it came to, and I'm just using it as an example for all of us, and to say that we are all capable of refining ourselves. Because, you know, we know, and we're about to, you know, Travis about to go back through the Vedic science with, you know, he got it mapped out for the upcoming year. The Vedic science is the blueprint for self-refinement and self-analyzation. You have to analyze. There's a word, I forget, Travis, you probably can help me. Self-analyzation is one of the limbs of yoga. That is one of the particular schools that you should be applying within the scope of yoga. Is self-analyzation. It's not to be looking at how somebody else is progressing. You're supposed to only be progressing and looking at and judging your own self.
Right.
And that level of refinement is what's going to lift the burden of the mind being so heavy with thoughts of Malkuth and Prakriti shit. Tamas experiences all the time. There's so much other stuff to experience. Think about Trav, how
experienced.
Go
ahead.
No, I was gonna say, just think about how many of us only experience one element. Fire. Always aggressive, always angry. You ever think about some people who think they're practicing magic and they only practice what's called baneful magic?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's Thomas. They're only experiencing one fucking element, fire. You got beef all the time as a magician?
I haven't met very many practicing magicians at all whatsoever. I can maybe count them on one hand, maybe two.
I didn't even want to say that. I was, you know what I'm saying? But you're right. But just think about, they always got beef.
Yeah, especially if they're getting caught up in shit like that, you're not really doing anything, buddy.
Like you always got beef?
Right. Right.
That means you're living through and experiencing only one of the elements, because basically this life we're living is a conglomerate of the multiple tattvas, the multiple gunas. This is what it is.
I think too, it's from what I've experienced when it comes to, you know, that image of someone always having beef, you can sort of see it. The way how I see it as well are those people who identify as light workers or empaths. Those people as well, I see them also being always at war because they're trying to only go to what they perceive as a sattvic nature. So they deny everything else. And so everything else becomes an active rejection. Like, I have to reject this dark side. I have to reject all this shadow, because if I'm overtaken by it, then I'll become evil. Like, there's still a play of, as long as there is a play of good and evil, there's always a war.
Yep.
Let's look at this. If you want to be someone who is actually making progress in the study and practice of magic, then there has to be a paradigm shift in how you perceive reality. Part of that paradigm shift includes transitioning from being ruled by the conscious mind to being ruled by the subconscious mind. You're going to be ruled by something, so you might as well pick. And being ruled by the conscious mind includes seeing nothing but a world of differences. this and this is different and that's different and this is different and I'm this over here and I'm not that and this is different. That world of complete differences is the illusion. So if all you can see is how things are different in this world, you're still in the same boat as the person over here eating Popeyes, McDonald's, and stuck on Netflix all day and scrolling through social media. It isn't until you transition to the world where you're able to see, what do the yoga scientists say? To see Brahman in all things, to see God in all things, to see yourself in all things. When you start seeing the world in the realm of connections, now you're working with hot grease, because now you've been eligible to work with the Cabala system. The Cabala system is showing you the 10 different points of source energy. And when you're able to work with those 10 different points, you're able to see how everything in your experience connects to those points. You cannot get to that point if all you see is a world of differences. In a world of differences, there's arguments and there's splits and there's warfare and there's fights, me versus them. And I'm a light worker because I'm not a dark worker. And I'm dark side because I'm not love and light. I don't like Christians because I'm a whatever. If you're in that world, you're still stuck in the conscious mind.
That was put most excellent.
Thank you.
Exactly.
You should be able to pull wisdom out of all things. You should be able to pull wisdom out of all things, including the ignorant. I was there as well, having a very difficult time having conversations with people, right? Because they don't want to talk about the cool things I want to talk about. It wasn't until I realized that it doesn't matter what they want to talk about. I just have to identify what their language is and then communicate. If you know what someone's language is, you can talk about anything. You don't have to call it the same words I call it, but if you know what I mean and I know what you mean, we can mean the same thing.
Yeah, I think a big learning lesson for myself as well has been you don't have to talk about everything to everyone. Like some people you're just going to have specific conversations with versus others you're going to have different conversations with. It all doesn't have to be like, oh, this is the worst ever because I can't talk to them about magic. Like, yeah, I can't talk to them about magic maybe, but I can talk to them about these other things. And as long
as I'm talking about this world of differences, right? I can't talk to them about magic. Not under those words, you cannot. Find their words and vocabulary for magic and just speak in their language. Yeah. The only limitation that you have is your understanding of that person's map of reality. We all live in the same world. I just call it magic and Cabala, but if I'm talking to my grandma, I'm going to call it something that she understands. And she's still going to have a profound understanding or be able to teach me something.
Good shit, y'all.
Yeah,
that right there. See, that right there, people got to go back and rewind that and listen to what Alora said and what you just said. That right there, if you just listen to that, it's you have to learn to change the way that you think about what's said and how the things that you say. That's the beginning process before you go into wanting to know about the Goetia. That's the thing you got to do before you go into any, and I'm not attacking, I'm just saying before you go into any specialized study, you got to understand that. You can't just right now and say, hey man, I want to be a brain surgeon. You can't go apply to college right now off the top to say to think you're going to study the anatomy and the words and the techniques of specialized surgery. You're not getting that from the top. You may not even read at a college level, so now you got to take what? You're gonna have to take fucking extra credit reading shit now. So you got to start right there. You got to start at the beginning of what you said. You have to change the way that you perceive everything, and that's like I said, that's the hard part. So when we help people, when we assist people as agents of servitude, we gotta. That's why earlier how people gotta realize you're a master at what you do, Trav, because your lining of questioning earlier with Ananda, you were basically leading her to keep digging more and more and more, deeper and deeper and deeper, so she just don't keep snapping off this weed at the dirt level. No, we're gonna dig up until we find the roots of this thing, and we're gonna uproot it. We're not gonna cut the grass and make it look manicured so it can look nice and everything. The grass has been cut, but little do you know, you ain't killed the root of this weed. It's gonna grow back in 3 days.
Right.
Your line of questioning was to get to that. So that's what I mean when I say self-analysis. That's what you got to do. You have to begin to feel. If somebody triggers you, you be like, I just don't like that person right there. You got to shut up now and lay yourself on a couch and become your own doctor and be like, well, why don't you like this person?
Right.
What did this person make you feel? And then get to the root of that feeling. Because you saw something in that person that you actually saw in yourself. And you don't like that in you. So it just reflected onto you just reflected.
It's amazing how the subconscious mind works. It's a whole different language than the conscious mind. The conscious mind works off of labels and categories and designations. The subconscious mind is pretty much a system of symbols that are attached to feelings. Much like a keyboard, when you press a button on the keyboard, it makes a certain letter pop up on the screen. So every little symbol that is in your visual, auditory, gustatory range, when it hits your mind, it presses a button and brings up a feeling. So here's the thing. The way that we communicate with that subconscious mind is through symbols, repetition, and trauma in the form of questions. Most people ask bullshit ass questions. I had a recent, speaking with someone recently in a consultation, and a lot of, I let her know, you're asking a bunch of bullshit ass questions. That's why you're having a negative experience, because the answers that you're giving yourself are shitty. If you want a better experience, you've got to ask better questions. For example, if you have a partner and you're always worried about them cheating, I wonder if they're seeing another woman. Well, I wonder if she's this and that. Those questions aren't going to give you answers that are going to be constructive. They're going to give you answers that are going to ruin your day. And you're going to wonder why your relationship is failing, because you keep bringing up a feeling that is negative because you're typing in the keyboard shitty questions. So in order for us to get from there to where we want to be, we've got to ask ourselves good quality questions that are going to give us constructive answers. And this should be happening in our self-dialogue every day, not why does this always happen to me? Or I wish I knew why I couldn't focus. And these questions aren't good questions. Why does this always happen to me? Because you deserve it, right? What kind of answer are you supposed to get from that? Instead, ask, what can I do to get to where I want to go? What can I do today?
Yeah, I've got to check myself. I've been trying to deal with some anxiety things and taking a step back and realizing, why am I feeling like this? What is it that's causing me to for these feelings to come up? Sometimes I'll be just chilling at home, and all of a sudden I get that feeling. It's like, the heck is that coming from? I'm not doing anything. There's got to be something. So I'm trying to sit with it and see what's going on.
So again, like I mentioned, and welcome. Like I mentioned, the subconscious mind, it speaks in feelings and emotions and states. The subconscious mind provides the state, and the conscious mind categorizes and labels. The conscious mind, it isn't as important as we think it is in terms of driving the ship. Subconscious mind sets up the whole playground. So if you're chilling and all of a sudden a new state appears, understand that a button has been pressed. Remember I said The keyboard, it's going to come in through your nose, your taste, your eyes, your ears. Something happened to trigger it. It wasn't just you suddenly went there. The real shadow work begins with analyzing what triggered that state. All states, all trances are triggered by something. What triggered it?
I suggest, and just to jump in and piggy on that, the technique really for doing it, you have to separate yourself from the normal places that you always be in life. I suggest people, you got to go sit in the woods somewhere. You got to go sit next to water. You got to give your time, you got to give yourself particular areas to be in so you can get to the business at hand. If you're trying to fight your own self, but you're fighting in a place of familiarity, you're not going to win. You're going, because, to use the word, Ranunbanda is connected to all that familiarity. So your brain, not your mind, your brain is going to keep picking shit to memorize. So you just keep fighting. All you're fighting is just memory shit, that identifiers. And that's why we keep going through these mental battles and feeling this and all it is, your brain just keeps identifying with that feeling and taking you through a plethora of experiences that you felt that same way. And that becomes what? It becomes a life pattern. And since you identify with that, you're going to do what? You're going to magically keep creating these fucking same scenarios and patterns. As we say, the universe is going to say, fuck it. If that's the way you like it, I'm going to give it to you.
That's the job of Prakriti. This is the job of the divine feminine, to provide supplement for divine masculine, which is consciousness. Divine feminine is energy and matter. Energy and matter does not think on its own. It follows the instruction given to it by consciousness. So if we ask shitty questions and give ourselves shitty dialogue, that's what she will give us.
Yeah. And a lot of our consciousness is nothing but, to use another cliche, active awareness. It's basically you're aware of what you're doing right now. It ain't nothing deep about this. I'm just interacting with this experience. So once we interact with this experience and then identify with it, the brain gonna get real clever on your ass.
Yes.
Because like you said, Prakriti, it has access to every scenario possible. Just think about how some video games you got to keep collecting shit so your character can get better and better. That's pretty much what we're doing. We're just collecting a bunch of memory shit that we're adding into the backpack. Like, fuck it, I'll keep this wire right here. I don't know if I'm gonna need it, but maybe I'll need it later on. You know what I'm saying? And we're just collecting a bunch of shit.
As you said earlier, we are becoming what we already are. This is simply playing out what's already been.
Yeah. And then some humans are becoming very aware of that. And that's where we get into what's called the metaverse and all of that shit. They're knowing that these metaverses already fucking exist.
Right.
They're gonna take let's take this right here into the metaverse, Trav. What we're doing right here, let's take this into the metaverse where you then created a whole magus kingdom. So we can now walk into the magus fucking palace, and there's magus shit all over the place. All kind of whatever you can conceptualize, you can create it in this artificial, or is it really artificial, environment. They figured it out, and they're putting it in our faces. But then it creates this dichotomy of against it, for it. Oh, they're doing it because they want to do this to you and all of the.
They want to trap our souls in the computer box.
Computer box. We're already living in a fucking metaverse.
Yeah.
So we gotta. It's a constant battle against that. That's why it's always stated the knowledge of self. Some people skip a path to somebody else and forget to do the knowledge to self. You get a little information, now your ego feel a little cocky, now you're doing the knowledge to somebody else now. A penis swinging contest.
Penis swinging contest.
You know what I'm saying? Some straight bullshit goes down. Like, man, I'm not with this area right here. I'm out of here.
Yeah. Not my cup of tea. Swinging contest.
Niggas be worried about the wrong shit. Like they didn't miss the whole lesson because they're worried about what kind of fucking shoes you got on. Like,
it happens frequently.
That's what you're concerning yourself with? Because the nigga had Vans on?
But again, it's about understanding who you're talking to and understanding the human nature in general. Yeah. I spoke earlier about my favorite therapist, and one of the things he also said was people don't come to therapy for information. They come to therapy for the experience. And I'm willing to wager that likewise, people don't necessarily read the magic or come to my YouTube channel for the data. They come for the experience. So that being said, I understand what's more important is cultivating an atmosphere to feed the need. But in my style, I like to drop the information anyway, packaged up, like little surprise brownies with something inside.
Yeah.
But that to say, not to be upset that most people aren't going to get it. I understand that now. I didn't understand that before. I wanted everybody to know, and it made me so upset when I saw that people weren't listening or people didn't get it, or, it frustrated me. And I'm sure a lot of you guys, I was talking to a student in my course, Tashika, and, she gets really upset because she desperately wants to help her family understand this information, but they just don't take it right. Matter of fact, they take it and spin it and kind of use it against her. I'm sure we've been through that. I've been through that. But I got to a level where I understand, what? The Pareto principle says 20% of anything rules 80% of everything. We see that in nature, 80-20 principle. With that being said, 80% of the people will not get it. And that's okay. That's nature. But there's 20%.
But guess what? They are really getting it because the subconscious mind is always ever watchful, ever intaking data. So maybe 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 months, maybe years from now, they'll just one day be sitting somewhere and boom, like, holy shit, that's what that guy was talking about that time and now it all comes to fruition. Because you know what? They're all moving at their own rate everybody has their own rate of absorption. It's like a planet. Some motherfuckers is Neptune motherfuckers. Some people is Pluto. It's gonna take a very long time for this light to get to them. Earth, the sun's rays only take 8 minutes to get here.
Yeah.
Pluto, that shit take
Yeah.
Let's think about light years. Some people, it takes them light years to start reflecting light. And by the time you see the light, they didn't already burn that shit out. Supernova niggas. That's why we go to this here. It goes to heightened levels of hyper consciousness. That's why they called it the age of enlightenment. We're in actually this is another age of enlightenment, but it's an age of enlightened awareness.
The Sith call this the age of endarkenment.
Let's say the age of endarkenment, because that's where the enlightenment comes from. Because you don't know what light is unless it's dark. You see what I'm saying? So the whole thing is we go through these very same cycles, just at different time frames, and the people have what? Become accustomed to the time frame that they live in. So the information just looks a little bit different, but it's the same shit.
Yeah. Always. And, we just look at the evolution of language. We didn't have words always. I believe that we communicated telepathically in the beginning. Can't prove it because I'm not that old. But in the beginning, we communicated through means that were beyond verbal. And eventually we began to add symbols with our nonverbal communication. And eventually the symbols came with words. And that shifted from what they call the limbic system, that's purely emotional. And the limbic system is also fictional, but that brought it out to the neocortex, where we focus on verbal language. Mm-hmm. And what I found from studying linguistics and psychology and the effect that words have on us is that it's not even about the language, because the language is contextual, right? I can say, you straight or you straight, and they could mean two different things. Mm-hmm. It's not the language, it's always the energy that's behind it. It's about when I use the words as a button and I press it, what feeling comes up. It's just like the emojis. You can use the emoji, and depending on the context, I can mean a different thing. I could throw an eggplant in there, but if I'm talking about a recipe, then it makes sense. But if I'm talking about something else, then it makes sense.
Be careful with throwing eggplants around, And you know what? And all these emojis are nothing but what? It's a sign that show us that we still operate on that very same essence of what you just said. That's what I was meaning when I said we have not always operated like this. We operated on a hyper extensive super consciousness. Well, like you said, there was no need to have vocal cords to communicate anything. We communicated just how we did it through the ether, through the atmosphere. How you said, if consciousness or conscious, or what we call conscious thought, exists in this akasha space, then that means that's where we communicated with these people. So once as you said, it started becoming hieroglyphs, symbols that became associated with words. That was the digression of human beings. We started falling from grace, so to speak, or we started vibrating slower. The slower the vibration, the higher the density of matter, or the more solid we became. I was watching this video the other day where they was interviewing this scientist from some years ago when he was talking about Roswell and all of that stuff. He said they had to build I forgot what he said the rooms were built out of, but they had to build it like that. He said because the beings were able to just disappear and right in front of your face if they were in the regular building. So when they sort of captured these beings, they had to encapsulate them inside of some sort of whatever it was, so they wouldn't. That's type of stuff we was able to. If you vibrate high enough, you can separate from physical matter, and we know that to be true because that's what we're doing in transcendental meditation. Right. That's what yogins do when they feel like they're ready to be out of here. Them niggas go into a deep meditative vibratory demonstration of pattern, and the body does what we call dies, and the soul, as we call it, goes on somewhere else.
Right. And that's the point of all these practices and these meditations. You mentioned earlier how Shakti is in the root chakra, Muladhara, and that Shiva is located in the crown. And we talk about purification, and purification isn't getting in the bathtub and washing with some Dove soap or Dr. Bronner's, if you're like me. It's deeper than that, because purification has nothing to do with how we see. Even in Talk with Shudi, she told us that no act in itself is impure, but it's the attachment associated to it. So when we talk about purification, we're talking about separating consciousness from matter, because as we stand, it's intermeshed and mixed. Just like when you look at the tree of life, Malkuth is not one solid color, but four mixed up colors. That's how meshed up we are. So in the process of self-realization and in the process of cleansing, spiritual cleansing and purification, we're separating the God consciousness from out of matter. And it's in this process that we find evolution.
That was beautifully stated. That's the importance of pranayama, pratyahara. Those are important tools, especially the breath. And breath, your diet is important to your body being able to breathe correctly. That's why I had to start losing this belly that I was putting on. How the fuck are you gonna deep breathe and your whole fucking belly is fucking protruding and it feels not comfortable? You're not gonna transcend where you're at if your physical body is not at ease. And we know that from Dharana Darshan. If your body's not at ease, your mind's not gonna be at ease.
You were talking about transcendental meditation, and that's what we're doing during there. You talked about the yogis and how at the time of death, they separate from the body. And it's the same principle. Those highly advanced practitioners, they learned how to separate consciousness from matter. That's what the whole point of this thing is. Union, yoga is identifying yourself as the source, and then eventually learning how to localize that and not be attached to the physical vehicle and separate it at will, because you're going to have to do it forcibly one day or by choice one day. So when we talk about these extraterrestrials and them building these walls that kept them into place, I wonder what manner of occultist has been able to lock in a higher intelligence into a physical body. And if they were able to do that back then, I wonder what they're able to do nowadays.
Yeah. Because we know that was because when we read the stories and the writings of occult groups, they were doing that. See, that's just like how you said, separating consciousness from matter. Once you separate, which is alchemy in another form, once you separate consciousness from matter, you can put a consciousness into matter. This is why when we reread, I still read Dharana Darshan, and I reread it a lot. So the whole thing, this is why we have multiple different things that we can focus on for concentration and visualization. It's not just everything can be used to bring enlightenment. It's like you said, if you separate the context, which is the consciousness, the consciousness is what particular way it's been given or titled, how to use this as this. Yoni, use this and it. No, if I take away the filthy, low vibrational, just wanting to have sex with it, I could now implant the deity consciousness in it and use that for self-enlightenment.
Right. No thing in
that
itself.
only comes with humility or killing the human nature, so I'm not turned on by it. And that only comes with self-analysis and constant practice, as the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali states. It's a persistent, constant practice. It doesn't work. You reach this level and you feel great now because you've been doing this meditation. You're supposed to do it until the fucking day you die.
Right.
You don't stop doing it. I never stopped doing Kaya Strahan. I never stopped using my psychic symbol.
That may make just two of us.
because first of all, I respect tradition, which is a pattern of that's the way they taught it. The sages said that. So I gotta respect the game and be like, yo, if these dudes are the gurus, masters, who the fuck am I to change the way they did the shit that's been doing it for fucking hundreds of years?
Right. Imagine hearing about it for a week and then trying to change it up.
That's garbage. I can't do that. So that's why, and this is where you begin, and I'm treading real lightly because I don't want to be disrespectful to anybody. This is why people go to the thing. Because they're not persistent and they're not continuous in the practice of it consistently.
Yes. And the cup is full. The cup is too full to learn anything, because going from thing to thing to thing to thing, that's not an empty cup. That's somebody looking for something specific. And when they don't find it, they try to jump to the next and the next and the next. That's not somebody trying to learn.
And that's why we got to be careful of how.
Leave it alone.
What's going on, Ray?
It's Daddy. It's Daddy.
So that I've always felt like that, Trav. Like, why would I? Why change now? If you notice, I go back to the same books that has really had an impact. I'm gonna go back to Dharana Darshan. I'm gonna go back to Initiation into Hermetics. I'm gonna go back into Mystic Cabala. I'm not gonna go into the Sefer Yetzirah because them books are highly complicated.
Right.
I'm gonna go back into the ones that you introduced. We all found, we read. It gave all the information, but it simplified this thing. Nobody wants to read, and you know, I didn't did enough of that for years, where I had to, like, the whole scholarship study where you got to cross reference with so many things, because the older you get with reading particular information, especially arcane information, it's gonna not be all in English. You're gonna have to get so many fucking language ciphers to break this stuff down. That's not conducive with elevation, because that makes you lose concentration. So these individuals, that's why some people may not believe, because they love, you know, Kemet and African sciences and stuff like that, and they don't want to get into Western science, Western magic, and the authors that I read, because they feel like they're white people.
As they say, let the dead bury the dead.
Let the dead bury the dead, man. I can care less. I wouldn't care if it was whoever is writing the information. Give me the information.
Facts.
How you think these people became people that we fucking read and discover? Because they discovered and practiced something that was highly powerful. It worked. That's the bottom line. So we gotta, that's like I said earlier, we gotta stick to the object that drew us in, or magnetized it into the orbit of wanting to study it, research it, and then apply it. You got to stick to that beginning. You can't lose. Once you start, it's kind of like, I'm gonna go to the Bible. It's kind of like when the dude, I forgot his name. What was his name? Matt. One of them, when Jesus walking on water, he told the dude to come out, and he held his hand and walked. If he would have stayed focused on what he was supposed to be focusing on, maybe you wouldn't have started drowning, my nigga. The nigga his brain became conscious, like, oh shit, walking up. Oh shit, I'm fucking going down. You should have stayed meditating, motherfucker. You was in a deep meditative state with the crystals, not the man, but the energy. So you fucking did what? Like Trav said, you separated matter from consciousness. You started vibrating higher. Now your fucking spirit is walking. It wasn't even no physical shit. That was some metaphysical shit they was talking about. That was some alchemy shit.
Right.
With the element of water. So if you missed the whole, so if you too busy looking at, well, they used the Bible for slavery, nigga, you're gonna miss the whole fucking story, man.
Right. Right. Again, that's what I mean with this world of differences. Oh, the white people did it, but you still on that. You got all the...
Like, dude, you still on some slavery shit? Like and that's why, like I said earlier, we still got to be humble and be compassionate. Because at one time I can say to myself, I was in that same mind state. Some Pan-Africanism, you understand what I'm saying? Rocking with Pan-Africanism and amalgamate, your early stages of finding Black consciousness. And I'm talking about in the 1990s. Well, you wasn't fucking with no white people.
I was dating a white girl when I got into that. Jesus.
Bigsby.
It's because of y'all.
Because of y'all.
Oh my God.
And we're not, and I'm not laughing at the horrible reality of antebellum slavery. There's nothing's funny about that. But at the same time, I accept it. I know the history. I've studied it. It's fucked up. Let's go ahead and go on somewhere else now. Let me elevate and refine myself so that I can be of service to somebody else and help them off the motherfucking plantation. Like, nigga, I got something, you know we can get the fuck out of here, right? You don't have to sharecrop no more, man. So it's all about, you know, so it's just a beautiful experience, man. Once you clean up, you shooty, which is basically how let's think about, and that's another one. Like I said, I mentioned certain ones. The tot was shooty, along with Dharana Darshan and Initiation into Hermetics. Those 3 books will change your whole fucking life. If you only read and study those 3.
Speaking of which, Ray, are you on?
Yes.
What's good, my friend?
Peace, everybody.
Peace.
So he was just talking about Tot Washuti, and you know, so you went through the course and you went through the Tot Washuti segment. Would you mind telling us a little bit about your experience with Tot Washuti?
Man, Tot Washuti, well, the whole course changed my life. And like the guys are saying, these meditation is really, I look at it as a map to when you make the transition out of the body. So these meditations and courses teaching us how to transition or how to operate in the different bodies, the 5 different bodies, when you make the transition. And it's just been changing my life. Like I said, I was stuck in my heart chakra and I finally got released. I finally moved past my heart chakra and I really did trauma work and shadow work on myself, you know? And I really had to dig up some shit that went back years and years and years ago. And it will come up in the meditations. You know, and I came on late, but ever since we had a conversation Thursday, then Friday, I had a breakthrough. Yep, that conversation really did something to me Thursday night. And I can say I'm free from what I was dealing with for years and years and years.
Wow.
Yeah, and that heart chakra is a bitch. If we don't, for anybody that's coming into this, if we don't deal with the heart chakra, you will be stuck. You have to deal with it.
See, that's dope.
Yeah, and it'll keep coming up. It will always come up in these meditations.
See, that's dope, Trav. And that's dope because people think that when we mention something about the chakra, it's always from a positive perspective. That's parallels to the chakras. That's why you got to purify them. See that right there. That's what I'm saying, man. You an important individual. You that it was needed.
Yeah. I was telling my wife, I'm convinced now. I know, like I experienced. So it's a knowing now, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Yep. And I'm ready to keep going forward. I can't turn back. I can't. I won't.
When your foundation is coming from a place of knowing, you
Yep.
make different moves versus acting and faking the funk and believing that you know.
And that's another thing. If you fake it, it will show in this type of practice we do. It will show. Everything will show. Everything will show. It's no hiding. You can't hide from yourself unless you ignore it, but it will show up.
Right.
You know?
And if you play around, like you start studying, you know, like they're saying in some occult circles, when you stare into the dark, sometimes something is going to eventually stare back at your ass. You understand what I'm saying? So if you play around with this, that's when your mind will start being totally out of control. Now you're going to have a huge bombardment of thoughts just rushing. You thought your mind was rushing before. Go ahead and open up something and play around with it, and then let doubt sneak in and see what happens to your thought patterns.
Yep.
Persistence and consistency. You have to continue the process nonstop. And he just said it, man. You get this thing, you can't front. You can't fake it that you doing something, because you got the ultimate. Once you open the door, Trav, to the Vedic, well, really, once you see, you open a lot of doors, but what I'm thinking, once it got to Ophiel, and once you open the door with Ophiel, something happened. It continued, then it ended up to the Vedic door. You open that right there, shit really, really started changing.
Yeah.
And you know that better than what I can even say it. It's just like you said, and it wasn't even cocky. You could be real cocky if you really, really wanted to. See, that would just be what we call ego, you know. But me, I call it, that's the Sith persona. The Sith persona is looked at as cockiness, but you can really be on some Sith persona shit and be like, ain't nobody doing what I'm doing. Like Soulja Boy always say, he was the first rapper to do some shit all the time. You could be saying that, like, yo, I'm the first modern occultist to bring this shit to you right like this.
Yeah.
Nobody feeding nobody like you feeding people.
Nope.
Nigga, we eating this shit like Golden Corral over this motherfucker, man. It's just all you can eat, my nigga.
And there's more, and there's so much more. Just looking at what we've been through so far with the Vedic and looking at this tree of life, we haven't even gone past the low levels. Like, you ever wonder why nobody talks about the four worlds? Because nobody knows.
Nobody knows.
No one talks about the paths because nobody knows. Nobody understands the tree of life out here, except for maybe, you know what I'm saying, the super old dudes like Lon Milo Duquette and the authors.
Yeah.
But there's nobody out here in this modern age understands Cabala.
Anybody who's in what you call the modern age just now, you're talking about Cabala, they are putting so much fluff on that shit.
Man. And for everybody listening, I challenge you to present someone to me, not for debate, but because I want to link up. But otherwise, I hadn't seen it.
But you know something? I gotta stand corrected right now, and I feel bad. A.A. Rashid.
Yeah.
A.A. Rashid is AKA the Cabala God.
Mm-hmm.
A.A. Rashid been doing this shit. I'm talking about I would love for you to ooh, wouldn't that be? But we might have to do a versus with Trav and A.A. Rashid type level, like, you know what I'm saying?
That'd be fire.
That would be fire because
Yeah, that'd be heat.
AA is not no fluff nigga. You understand what I'm saying? I know no level was that nigga fluff.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And he speaks fluent Hebrew and Arabic.
Mm-hmm. But what I like about Travis, the shit Travis talked about can't be debated because, all right, so if you doubt it in the spiritual part, he come to with science. It's like, it's undebatable.
Because because Trav put multiple man hours into actual study and practice of the shit.
Study and practice. That's the key. Study and practice.
And I'm gonna keep it real because I always said this. Anybody, and this is not to hurt, it's just to keep it real. Mm-hmm. If a person is not in control of their time, if they're not in control of their 24 hours in a day, there's no way you can study as an individual like Travis Majors or myself.
You can't.
Because we control our time and we making money. I'm gonna just say it like that. Trav, boy, that nigga's paying his bills and he's studying. You gotta be like that. You know what I'm saying? Kings have kingdoms, and meaning on a lower level, you have a house, you got place, you got your shit. You don't operate on nobody else's time. To get to where individuals operate on that type of level, you have to be in control of your time because it takes too much research to get the truth out of fucking Cabala and shit like that. Because it's real easy to go to Books of Millions or Barnes and Noble or order off of Amazon the wrong fucking book on Cabala, and you will think you're getting the real shit.
Oh man.
And that's all it goes to how the person filter the information in.
Some people got to be taught on a level, but it takes humility within them. To become a student, you must be humble. Some people feel like they're unteachable. And I'm not saying that lacks humility, but if you really want to study and you need someone that can guide you, that takes humility because because that individual who's going to guide you is going to shatter your whole fucking belief system.
Right.
And that's going to be hard and that's going to hurt because you know what's going to have to happen? You're going to have to start what's considered starting all over again. And you might be 30-something years old, 27 years old, thinking that you didn't been doing it and find out Santa Claus is really not fucking real at 40 years old. To use, you know what I'm saying, an example. People get in their realities crashed.
And that thing about the humility, you know, if you're serious about the study, there shouldn't be any ego. If look, hell, I'm going to one of my students to teach me about something that she's an expertise in. I don't feel bad about that at all. I recognize that I know nothing about the subject matter, and she does. So I'm not going to let my ego stop me from getting to where I want to go. That's idiocy.
Anybody who's read Think and Grow Rich has read the story about Henry Ford, where he was actually taken to fucking court because he was called the dumbest man alive by this person and took him to court and they was asking him all kind of dumbass fucking questions and shit like that. He shut that whole shit down and told them, I don't have to know this. I don't have to know all of this stuff because I'm rich enough to have a bunch, basically I'm just ad-libbing. He was rich enough to have a bunch of people around him who would know that shit. And that's called your mastermind group. So like you said, if you got a student, which is really not your student, you've become the student. So, but that's why you be a student teacher. That's right. Where the ego dies in thinking that, you know, I'm the leader. There is no leader in this type of shit. You understand what I'm saying? It's just individuals may teach. If you teach this and that individual, like you said, has some knowledge of something else, you would be foolish not to learn that. It's an even exchange. So you building a mastermind. The mastermind group are individuals of diverse, specialized knowledge. That's another thing they mention in Think and Grow Rich. You got to obtain specialized knowledge. That's my thing that I speak on, Travis, is streamlining all the information that I do have into a specialized compartment that can be given out.
It's funny you mentioned that, because with her and a few of the other people in the class, I actually am starting a mastermind group with that same thing. Because I was thinking, the course, it teaches how to really, master the process of working with the etheric plane, because you have to do that in order to reach the other planes effectively. But it doesn't stop there. We have the other planes to work with. So I was thinking, how much faster will I learn and everyone else learn if there's a bunch of people starting from the same level of understanding these meditations that we've been going through? The top was Shuti, everything from Dharana Darshan, stuff from Philip Cooper, et cetera, et cetera. People who I know how to do it properly. I think that having a group like that would be the best place to start really exploring the astral plane.
Powerful.
But yeah, just like what Think and Grow Rich, Napoleon Hill, just like he said, you can do so much more with a team of people specialized than you can just by yourself. And I was always like the do-it-yourself kind of person. Like, even to this day, I'm still having to get to the point where I'm able to have people work with me to get things done, you know. And of course, that's a personal thing, pride issues getting in the way. But to get to the levels that I want to get at, I have to get rid of that. And I'm getting rid of that.
And no one does it. It's always a chain link. That's another thing of us being identified as being all in us, is that it is a linkage.
Mm-hmm.
That's our genetics link us, our blood links us, our the four elements of this humanly existence links us. So that means that when we need to be a part of groups, sometimes we have to link up, like I said earlier, with the right people. If you hang in all successful people, like they got one dude tell you, like he says, let me see your friends and I'll tell you what level of success that you want. If all your friends is at home playing Grand Theft Auto and nobody owns nothing and no one has any ambition, they don't have any ideas of, like a man and a woman is supposed to be dreamers and visualizers and we're supposed to have something that drives us to want to do it. If your homeboys don't got that shit, you are definitely, and your homegirls too, you're definitely with the wrong people, man.
Yeah. We're at this age now where things are changing. Like, maybe a decade or two ago, we thought that you go to work for X amount of years and you retire and everything's good. But there's no security and stability. You have to know, well, if you want security, stability, peace, freedom, and all that good stuff, if you want that, then you're going to have to know how to make it for yourself.
Yeah.
There's many different ways to do it. There's ways that you don't even realize, but you get around the right people who are doing it, right? There's different ways to do it. There's cryptocurrency, there's e-commerce, there's affiliate marketing. There's so many different ways. But if you're not aware of them,
it's 6 o'clock.
It's 6 o'clock. Thanks, Maxine.
You know what I'm saying? Nothing gets straighter than 6 o'clock.
I was looking at
straightening.
There's I forgot if it was like a funeral home or some major company. I was reading this on the Black Millionaires Instagram. There was a company that pretty much somebody paid the CEO like $6 million, and he fired all 600 employees. All of them just suddenly fired.
Goddamn.
Because he got money. You know what I'm saying? Somebody bought the company, do what they want to do. He just fired everybody. That was a good, stable job. Everybody had job security until that check came in. So now a lot of those people are asked out looking for work in a bad economy. I don't ever want that to happen to me or anyone that I love.
With children.
Or old folks to take care of at home, or some people just bought a house, just bought a car.
Some people sick, got to take medication every 30 days. What if you don't got no job, now you don't have no insurance, and the medication that might have cost you a copay of $2, now you got to pay for the full bottle of medicine $200.
That's awful. So what's the solution here? I'm not about just fear mongering and saying scary situations. What I'm illustrating here is that instead of spending all your time gratifying your five senses, educate yourself on something that can help you create the life you really want. It's not hard. You just have to find someone who's doing it and learn from them.
Yeah.
You owe it to yourself to spend that much time at least.
And it's a lot of people, especially with this whole cryptocurrency. There's a lot of people that are very successful right now in that. And I'm not meaning, see, some people only think about crypto as $1 million.
Right.
No, you got to sometimes think like, yo, they keeping their lights on and the air conditioning blowing, and niggas is going in the refrigerator eating food off of cryptocurrency.
Right.
Put gas in their car. Not worried about the CEO cashing out on them saying you're fired.
Right. And you know what starts there? Once you start to learn how it works and you're able to pay the bills, guess what? This digital age is what's called scalable, meaning that you can put in the same amount of work to do it once and have it returned to you as many times as you can do it. So say you learn how to identify a winning coin. You learn how to watch the market. You learn when to invest when it's at the floor, right? And you learn when to pull it out. And you learn to replicate that on different coins. Now you're doing more than just paying the bills. Likewise.
Sounds like horse betting.
Well, again, like I said earlier, if you begin to see the similarities in all these things, you can apply the same tactics and techniques that you've mastered elsewhere. It's the same as horse betting.
So you're saying it's like double dutch. If the rope is already turning, all you got to do is wait for the proper moment to jump in.
Yes. Then
you will catch the rhythm, and now you can do it.
See, to me, it's coming along nicely because I'm able to observe it with occult perspective, right? Because the market isn't run by some mystery machine. It's run by people, and people are run off of emotions and patterns. So if you're able to identify the different things that are influenced by emotions and patterns, it becomes a little bit less mysterious.
Man, Trav, you be breaking it down, brother. You be breaking it down, man. I think I overthink the patterns. It's no different than my whole thing is just, I think I overthink these patterns, especially when it comes to technology. You know what we talk about as far as you know what I'm saying? Me putting content out and stuff like that. Yeah. I overthink that. That's something that I have to get over. That right there is an outdated program that's still operating within me that I haven't got, like I said earlier, not just snapping the weed off at the dirt level, getting to the fucking root. I have not gotten to the root of that as of yet. You understand what I'm saying? So those right there, like you said, just finding that pattern. It can be like the brother was saying earlier about his heart chakra. You have a positive side, you have, I don't want to say negative, but you have a positive side, and then you have a or as the Patanjali call it, right knowledge and the wrong knowledge. You know what I'm saying? Like that. It's just the wrong way of utilizing something. I'm utilizing my concentration in the wrong way when it comes to overthinking content creation and the whole YouTube and the whole all of this type of thing. I'm looking at it from a wrong perspective. And I'm just saying that just, you know, because it just fits in with how we saying just using, finding the particular pattern and utilizing it. Because everything is basically it's mathematics. So when we say patterns, it's like it's a formula, which is a mathematical equation. It adds up to make it correct and usable. So I've been contemplating that when we see these similar numbers, we say it's angelic numbers, 444 and stuff like that. I think if we really was to be, if you write down them numbers, they're adding up to something. So you can actually apply that to gematria, and then you can apply that to Cabala and all, and that because those particular numbers do what? They also make words. They also make sounds. They also make sentences. So if we write them down, those numbers become formulas.
Like construction. It's like building, putting things together. And everything can be used as a tool to create something that you want. Everything is a tool to create something that you want. So I was moving things to a new room and I'm putting together furniture. Now, many years ago, I purchased a unicorn head mount. Like it's a unicorn head with the horn and you mount it on your wall. And I moved into this house here and I never installed it because I wanted my bedroom to be perfect. Well, it wasn't perfect until recently. So it's been sitting collecting dust. Now, I went to the new room and I took my screwdriver and I began to screw that screw into the wall. And my wrist got tired, of course. And then it never occurred to me, you know, maybe we should use a different tool for the same task. See, I was stressing myself out because I was trying to overwork myself by using an old tool, or rather a tool that maybe wasn't the best for the job. So of course I went to grab my updated power drill, drilled it in there with no problem, mounted my unicorn head, and the room was perfect. Not always an outdated tool, because the screwdriver is still necessary in some situations. It's just sometimes a better tool works for the job. There's only so many tools, so many screws and wrenches and shit like that, but a million different things you can build with them.
Yeah. And sometimes you may need a tool. You only can use it one time.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
And that's an example. I changed out a water heater in my house. Excuse me. And you got to buy to you know, when you look at a copper pipe, it has a piece that connects that you can marry in to, you know, to screw it into something, the male end, a female end on the water tank. So the copper pipe that brings in the gas, because that's what it's heated by, I had to marry it in. So I didn't know, well, how, if I cut this pipe, how am I gonna put back on this part I had to go buy this thing called a flanger, whereas one end you put it into the pipe and it's a hole, and you turn it and it bevels the end of this copper pipe. But you know, and I put the marrying in on there. I can't use that fucking tool for nothing else and pay like $25 for this thing, man. But you know what? The water heater brand new. I don't smell gas, and the house ain't blew up yet, so it worked. But some tools you may only use it one time. That's for anything. You may need to use information, some sort of particular information. You need to use it one time to set you where you need to be. That's like this whole internet thing. That's why they call it an internet highway. And that's how I've always saw it in my mind. A highway with wherever you live. Like I live in Florida, so 75 is basically 4-lane highway. Some highways be bigger, only some 2 lanes, and expressways, 2 lanes. Internet be 1,000-lane highway. To get over there where the high-speed internet lane is at, you ain't in, because they got different levels of internet speed. Some people just don't need gaming speed level of internet, so they ain't going as fast. But if you want to get in that other lane over there with the productivity to get to the paid part of this social internet system, you're going to have to get in the fucking fast lane. And if you can't keep up with that, you get your ass swamped. And then, as we know, there's particular information that say these things already be bloody oceans. It's already enough sharks swimming around in particular fields of information.
But
so
didn't you see they're creating new pools? This metaverse,
creating, yes.
Show there's so much more uncharted water.
Absolutely. So life is beautiful with all those experiences. If we don't keep not just our eyes, if we don't keep the filters of our eyes clean, then we're going to always see that thing from a smoky viewpoint. We're not going to see clearly of how to operate and utilize it. So that's the importance of also reading. At one point in my life, I was ingesting huge amounts of useless information. I loved history. I was reading all kind of shit. I used to go to the library at Yale and had to utilize books at a higher level to research. So you got to go to these fucking schools. So this professor was obviously watching me. And he came to me and asked me, why am I reading these long-haired books all the time? I see you read a lot of these big books and your encyclopedias. And what are you doing with this stuff? So, I talked and I told him, but he was like, well, what are you going to do with that? I never forgot that, man. I was downloading a bunch of useless information. So so when you change that pattern, now you start ingesting, you got to learn to ingest the right information or you're going to end up doing what? If you had a computer, you downloading too many movies on that shit, what's going to happen to your computer. Shit going to start losing memory, going to be slow. That's the same thing with us. We start becoming lethargic in life. That's why people be having so many doubts upon themselves, because they've probably been ingesting the wrong information, too much of it.
Mm-hmm.
But even all of that is beautiful.
So it's in knowing that the high speed traffic lane exists, the high speed internet lane exists, we also know that the appropriate tool has to fit the appropriate job. Just like my screwdriver and my drill, I can't take my little Honda Civic from 1991 on that fast lane and expect to keep up with the Porsche 911, I suppose. And likewise, I can't be making no YouTube video content on my Windows 98. Gotta upgrade
Windows
the system.
98 still had an active MySpace account.
Sheesh. But then again, the Navy still uses Windows 98. Yeah, they still use Windows 98 or XP, one of those two. Because for their purposes, it is perfect.
Yeah. But they didn't figure something out that I definitely don't know to even need to utilize that. And I got an old computer sitting over here in my man space that's just over there. And it might have Windows 98 on it. Or the next one. what came after
98, 2000, and then XP.
Yep, I think it might be XP, or was it 2000? I don't know.
XP was my favorite.
Old desktop. But it's dope, man. I think a lot of us we figured it out. You know what I'm saying? You figured it out to the point where you're able to be a servant. I think that's what a lot of people don't know, because we can say you're a teacher and all that, but it's being a servant. That's all it is.
Right. I was listening to Malik talk earlier about his leadership position, and I wanted to chime in, but him and Laura were going, really, when you get into a leadership position, it's about service. It's not about telling people what to do. That's part of the job, but the essence of leadership is service. You are in service of those people that you are in charge of. And if you don't think of it like that, you're going to be disliked, and you're going to dislike yourself.
Yeah. That's why great leaders were men of the people. Now, some of them they didn't figure out the formula how to fake it to look like a great man or woman of the people, and it still was successful. But those who are sincere, a leader of the people, and you amongst the people, have to say, you, like you said earlier, to speak the language. You can't go around certain people speaking. It ain't even about talking about magic. You can't go around people speaking intelligence sometimes and saying particular words that's outside of their scope of vocabulary. That's very intimidating to people, and some people get pissed by that shit.
Yeah.
So you lose the opportunity to even connect with somebody because you can be perceived as, oh, you think you talking smart.
Yeah. Or down here where I'm from, when I was in high school, it was all, why you always got to talk like you white? You think you white? You talk like a white. What?
That's the one right there.
I got that all the time, being from Connecticut. You talk like you white.
Yeah, that's the one.
So what I was like, should I came in here with the hammer out? You the fuck out the whole time?
The hammer out. That's the importance of that situational awareness. Situational awareness. I was also telling the woman in my last consultation that, because she was having issues with her new boyfriend, to get out of your head. You're asking these bullshit questions because you're in your head. Get out of your head and observe what's going on. Pay attention to him. What's he doing? What's he saying? What are his actions? Likewise, we do best when we're paying attention with the people we're interacting with, because then we can judge, okay, maybe I shouldn't say that. Maybe I should say this. Not out of fear, but because, is it useful? Is it appropriate? When I get off of this and I'm going to go on Fortnite with the fellas, we're not going to be talking about this stuff. We're going to be talking about other stuff.
Exactly.
That's fine. But if I can gauge that somebody might need some type of counseling or therapy, I'm not going to use this language. We're going to speak in the language that they're comfortable with. Because it's not about me trying to sound deep and smart. It's about having an actual connection with a real person. But you don't know that difference unless you get out of your head.
You got to know. You know something, just to think about that, we're losing a lot of that with technology, because a lot of things are spoken through the text. Then you lose the context of how you would relay it. So we lose a lot of connections that way too. See, I always I just think about how it was. You know what I mean? Like when we went out, when we were outside like that, and back in the day, you couldn't. And it's even crazy that we had to be like that. And it wasn't peer pressure, but there was just certain things that you didn't do, you couldn't do, you couldn't say. It just was like that. You know what I mean? I guess that was the pattern of just of how it was. It's like in high school. You was either a kid that went to school, did what you had to do, your schoolwork, made it through, and they had to be a part of nothing like that. Some people was in what you would call the cool crowd.
Yeah.
You had some funny niggas. You had some niggas who was the butt of all jokes. That shit ruined people's lives. The adulthood.
Yeah.
I look at that from a psychological perspective all the time. A lot of the ways that these adults act comes from being picked on when they was in middle school or high school.
Right.
And they never got over that shit.
We would really be surprised if we knew just how much these early traumas shape our adult lives.
And
everyone's personality is based on their fears.
This is a man knowledge. This is the man, a lot of the men, I should say, who are like really clingy to their girl and they need that reassurance from their woman all the time, or even married men, were the little boys that their mother always said, what? Boy, go out of my face and go sit down somewhere.
Yeah.
How many times a day did a mother tell him, boy, going out of my face, you see me on the phone, going somewhere.
Right, right.
He grew up with that shit, and he didn't internalize that shit, that he's never gonna not have his woman in his face. He needs that.
Should become a part of your foundation.
That's their foundation. That's what it was built on. Insecurity. Never having the opportunity to sit down and talk to your mother. And I'm speaking that from my own personal experience.
True that.
So a lot of that shit is what drove me out to the motherfucking avenue. Because it was what? Depressing to me to not have a mother to be able to communicate. So I went up on the avenue and communicated up there. You know what I'm saying? So that's the whole thing. That's what's important too for us who, it's a responsibility. I think we lose that, Trav. The response, maybe you got to break that, the responsibility of having high science, of knowing shit. It's a responsibility to know this shit.
Yeah.
Because you can be causing a lot of damage. You understand what I'm saying? That's a part of the Sith persona too. You can destroy planets with that power.
And
but the responsibility is helping someone heal, because you can begin to see the same particular traits in people wherever you go. You ever went to a whole nother place and seen people that look like people that you know?
Yeah.
I'm talking about the same eyes, the eye. Like, yo, this motherfucker's a fucking pure doppelganger of my homeboy. That's because that's patterns. The same patterns exist all over the planet.
Right.
I live in Florida. You got some people down here that talk with deep, heavy accent, Southern. Some people don't. But there's a pattern of Florida. That's why people laugh at the dumb shit that people do in Florida. Florida, you got to think, first of all, people get a high rate of sun energy down here. So you operate differently because your body is getting a lot of vitamin K, which we know activates energy in you. Whether you melanated or not, you're gonna be different than, you say, somebody from Arkansas. So, but the same particular patterns exist in multiple areas.
We get sun in Arkansas.
Huh?
We get sun in Arkansas.
Yeah, you definitely get sun in Arkansas.
I'm just joking.
Yeah, Florida, son.
Now
we don't get that Floridian sun. No, we don't get that shit.
You know what I mean? Hey, boy, Florida means the land of flowers. So you basically you got to have sun to get that flower
True that.
growing.
Houston like that too. I just realized that. I didn't know Houston was tropical like that. But yeah.
I think I just was hearing something about, But then they get shocked. Then they get snow, like something shocked them or something happened with snow.
Yeah, snow. It was last year, I think. They or maybe a couple of years ago, they got snow for the first time in like, I can't remember how many years.
But we know that the plan, how people was upset about global warming and shit like that. That's been happening for millions of years,
cycles.
man.
Yeah, it's cycles, man. That's all it is. Everything
The polar
goes through.
caps are supposed to melt.
Everything has a winter. Everything has a summer, and every goddamn thing in between, man. There ain't no such thing. The only global warming is the natural cycles.
It's a natural weather system. Yeah. That's how you get particular animals found in odd place. They find bones of fucking giraffes and shit like that, and melted snow in Antarctica because, like, when there was, it don't be snow forever.
Right. That's why the pyramid. What's the name? Got erosion around it. The Sphinx and the pyramids and all of them shits because it was tropical when they built that shit.
Yeah, it was grass. Grass and reeds everywhere.
Right. Yeah, it's just the natural cycles, bro. I don't believe nothing that mainstream try to force down your goddamn throat, especially when it becomes politicized. That shit is all just for that reason right there. It's just to make you move when they say that shit, but that shit ain't got nothing to do with reality. It's got something to do with the reality they want you, that they projecting, but not to do with your real physical reality though.
And once we break free of that, because that's just another attachment that leads to all type of, basically how it says yoga, to suffering, pain and suffering. You know what I'm saying? That you keep believing something, this false narratives.
Correct, yeah.
And that's another false narrative, like I said, with a child that's always being told to get out of the face, or now we got, because right now the world is also, when things become balanced, doesn't it create off balances? That's the chaos, that's the birthing. So with the hypersexualization is at a peak right now. That's why it's as what we're considering it, the gender wars and all of this stuff. Boy, go back to ancient Greece and see what kind of gender shit you was gonna be dealing with in them ancient towns.
And I read somewhere, man, that that degeneration of like gender roles, like you're saying right now, it always comes before the fall of that civilization.
They always say that.
Yeah, it's like you deteriorate so far.
It's falling, or it's becoming what we call falling, so it can rebalance itself out.
Correct. Yeah.
It's returning to, because that's why you have kings and you have queens. That represents planetary energy. Sometimes the feminine energy is rulership over the planet. Mm-hmm. Then you have the masculine, energy that's more dominant, should I say, not ruling, but dominant during a particular stage. And that's based off of, we go back to the elements. So those elements like that have rulership. And the feminine energy has been on the rise for several years.
Yep. I don't know if anybody noticed this, but every single show that you can watch, whether it's sports shows all the way down to the shows with the heroes and everything, horror shows, all of them got female protagonists now. They're not making no shows that got male protagonists. If they do, the males is dumb and they being led by a female like guide or whatever. But it's just like you were saying, it's just the sign of the times. And that energy is rising anyway. It's not like they're doing anything to do it. It's just the natural cycle of things, but they understand about these cycles, about this energy and stuff like that. So they like to get ahead of it and kind of steer it. You know what I'm saying? To kind of steer it. So when it comes to you, they've already put a preconceived notion on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's something that I'm starting to realize, when I'm watching TV or watching anything, I'm like, yo, they really just trying to spin it to where they can deliver this energy to you and prepackage the way that they want it to unravel in your mind.
And then they remarket it, rebrand it, and rehash it so they can monetize it.
Yes. Yeah.
That's basically,
yeah.
and I call them wizards.
They are. Yeah.
These people who we say, we say them and they be doing this. It's basically whatever name you want to call them, politician, advertisers,
marketing
pharmacy, CEO company. Them dudes are high-ranking wizards, man.
100%.
They no different than us. They practice occult. They study the occult. They just don't do what we do with it. We do it for evolution and betterment and for a word righteousness. They utilize it for power and control. Sith characteristics.
Yep.
They're Sith.
Yeah.
Because
the force is there regardless of how you choose to use it. What makes you a Sith and what makes you a Jedi, like you were saying, is your understanding and the way you direct that force, which is there anyway, no matter if you direct it or not.
Yeah. The way you utilize it is how it's going to be interpreted to be whether it's going to be positive or a negative.
So-called negative. Yeah.
And we know, like I said, that the majority of entertainment and music, once you reach the level of being wise about what you're experiencing, because you got to go through the 3 stages. You got to go through knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. So once you get to the wisdom, you grow to the next of total supreme understanding. You have a total overstanding and understanding of everything that you're experiencing. And as I call them, high-ranking wizards. They control everything. It's mastery. That's all I can say. It's great. Once you look at something that's done, okay, let's use Trump. That shit was chess mastery. When you look at it, you see, you got to be able to be someone who knows how to manipulate the game and know how to play the game to really understand. Be like, yo, them people played a masterful fucking game. They did all that shit right in front of your face. Went all up in the Capitol building, smoking cigarettes and shit all up in there. And it ain't even went in there and took pictures off the wall.
Again, it helps to understand what we're dealing with. We give way too much credit of intelligence to our society. At large, the more that we collect and congregate, the less intelligent we get. As I mentioned before, the Pareto principle, the 80-20 rule, it's a good rule of thumb to understand that at least 80% of the population is not very wise or intelligent.
Trav, what was I looking at? Man, I got to go back to, I was looking at something and it was talking about, I was looking at it on somebody's page on TikTok. And a guy, he's a Mason, he put good videos up.
Oh yeah.
He mentioned the doctor and he's talking about stupidity. He was calling it stupidity of like the 80%. Most people, he said, are just, they operate out of a stupidity consciousness. That's why they're easily manipulated. No, this is an old psychiatrist, psychologist around, you know what I'm saying, Young and shit like that. There's a philosophy of that. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna look it up, but he was breaking that same number down. He said the people are basically like, to allow yourself to get caught up in a lot of stuff. You're dumb, you're stupid.
Yeah, you're stupid. Yeah, and that's the like you were saying, like the individual I mean, if you like, the individual can be smart on his own, but as soon as you join a collective, as soon as you join a group, you automatically diminish your intelligence, because now it's a group think, you know. And most people have not separated themselves from the group. That's why, as on a collective note, the group is gonna normally be dumber or stupider than the individual at large. You know what I'm saying? Or the individual people that make up the group, because you know, you're just going along with the status quo for the most part, because people don't have leadership qualities. 90% of people are not leaders. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
Maybe even 80%, but yeah, probably 90. But it helps to understand what we're dealing with. I try not to use judgment terms because that would stick my mind in the wrong direction. If I think stupidity, you know, that's going to start the superiority complex. So I try to understand. There's a quote that says everyone is silently begging to be led. And I find that quote to be very true in all arenas that deal with mass numbers of people. And we see it, and everyone's susceptible to it. That's another reason why I try not to put a negative or positive spin on it. For example, like I mentioned, if there's something I don't know about, I'm just as stupid. And I'm going to go to the popular YouTuber talking about it or the popular author. And I'm going to keep doing that until I start getting more sophisticated. But see, what most people lack is the reason to get more sophisticated. Most people just want enough to get by. And that's not necessarily stupid or a bad thing. It's just how lives are. You know, we've got this three primal instincts. I was reading a book this morning about interrogation, and it talked about how at the root of everyone, we've got these three primal instincts. And one of them is the herd mentality. That's something that we can't even erase out of ourselves. So left to our default, like if society crumbled, we will revert back to the three primary impulses, one of them being the herd mentality. It's built into this body. So I try not to look at people as they're stupid. It's just they're on autopilot. There's potential, but most everyone won't go past autopilot.
That's what I meant when I was saying the group think. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but stupid for lack of a better word. You know what I'm saying? But you understood what I was saying, though.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I was trying to.
Our human bodies are a lot like remote controlled robot things. Really, the human body isn't the being. This is an animal. This is material. All of Malkuth is one big piece of material. And depending on what level of consciousness the material is tapped into determines the options that it has. Just like animals only have a certain number of options, and plants only have less options, and rocks have even less options. Human beings have a certain number of options. Most people are tuned into the radio station that plays all the hits and the oldies of primal existence, groupthink, and whatever is being pushed. But there's another level, which is the level that people that come to this YouTube channel are typically on or entering. There's even a higher level than that. And then there's a level where you realize that you are the signal and not the radio. I think that's what Darth Sidious found when he became very interested in his clone army. So a lot of people thought that, oh, they're just making these clones to make all these warriors, which was true, but this man was on the search for the ultimate power, which was immortality. Realizing that he was not the body, but the consciousness behind it.
He was one of the only ones that came back in the afterworld too. The Sith, Darth Sidious, in the Jedi afterworld, like he was able to manifest his spirit. But to what you were just,
None of them died.
No, none of them died, but he was the one that actually manifested his spirit with like Yoda and Obi-Wan and what's the name? It's in the cartoons, but it's in the lore though. But to what you was just talking about though, Trav, about humans having a certain amount, about humans having a certain amount of options, it's like you can, those options don't open up to you until you like satisfy like basic needs. You know what I'm saying? Like you need like shelter, food, and it's one more before you can actually even move into thinking higher or thinking on another level. Because if those things are not satisfied, then you just always are thinking about that. You know what I'm saying? You can't think high on a high plane if you're hungry. You know what I'm saying? If you're scared or those things. So those options open up when you start to actually like satisfy basic needs.
That's good work. Yeah.
Yeah. And the same thing with magic too, like you were saying, Trav, when you first started out, and I think it was in the group, and like you were saying, when you first started off doing magic, you're not going to be thinking about any transcendental things. You're going to be thinking about how do I make money to keep my lights on and things like that. How am I gonna pay this bill? You know what I'm saying? You're trying to use it to satisfy those basic needs before you can actually even start to contemplate on a higher plane.
And it's supposed to be that way, right? And that's what we talked about it. Like that's okay. That's expected. Like you said, you can't even think about higher things if you don't know when the next meal's coming, when the next bill's gonna get, if you don't know if you even got your job next week, But that's why low magic exists, quote unquote. That's why we have the systems like Goetia and these others to take care of those. You're not supposed to stay there. You're not supposed to just stay summoning a sex partner and a quick bag here and there. You're supposed to use that to establish yourself so that you can move to high magic.
That makes perfect sense. Stuff Dog hit that thing right on the head. It also works the opposite direction. That's why we lost a lot of the characteristics of the hunter-gatherers that we used to be. We don't have to be as savage as that anymore because it's modern times. But that's something that existed or was implanted within us. Like Stuff said, when you want those primal things, you have to go to these prerequisites first. Then it kicks in, or they call like a survival tactic, the fight or flight type of thing. That's the primal. That's the most primal we're gonna get. Either you're gonna fight or you're gonna run away. Either you're gonna be afraid or you're gonna conquer that fear.
Yeah.
I was trying to send that video to you, Trav, on TikTok, but I couldn't. I don't know why I couldn't send it. But when he was mentioning, I gotta find what doctor that he had quoted. But you want to hear just the beginning of this? How he breaks it down when he says the stupid type of thing. Yeah, it's quite interesting, man. I'm gonna try to figure out how to send this to you so you could actually check it out. Let me know if you can hear it.
Or religious nature infects a large part of humankind with stupidity, almost as if this is a sociological, psychological law where the power of the one needs the stupidity of the other. The process at work here is not that particular human capacities, such as intellect, suddenly fail. Instead, it seems that under the overwhelming impact of rising power, humans are deprived of their inner independence and, more or less consciously, give up an autonomous position. The fact that the stupid person is often stubborn does not blind us from the fact that he is not independent. In conversation with him, one virtually feels that one is dealing not at all with him as a person, but with slogans, catchwords, and the like that have taken possession of him. He is under a spell, blinded, misused, and is abused in his very being. Having thus become a mindless tool, the stupid person will also be capable of any evil, incapable of seeing that it is evil. Only an act of liberation, not instruction, can overcome stupidity. Here, we must come to terms with the fact that in most cases, a genuine internal liberation becomes possible only when external liberation has preceded it. Until then, we must abandon all attempts to convince the stupid person. Bonhoeffer died due to his involvement in a plot against Adolf Hitler at dawn on the 9th of April 1945 at Flossenburg concentration camp, just 2 weeks before soldiers from the United States liberated the camp.
I mean, it's only a couple seconds left, but you see what I'm saying?
Bonhoeffer. That's pretty interesting. I love what he said there in the middle about how when talking with a stupid person, you come quickly to find that you're not dealing with a person, but a collection of catchphrases and slogans and buzzwords that have taken possession of a human body. Wow.
You see? And it's now you got it when you look at the thing, stupid person, see how that sounds so bad to say, but now you got to, we just spoke about this earlier, change the frequency of what we're saying when we say stupid person. No different than saying sheeple, blind, they're led astray. It's just this individual just chose to say stupid person because they know on that level of dialogue, that's really, really, really what they really are, because there's also too much knowledge and information floating around us to be that motherfucking stupid.
But how necessary are they also? 80-20.
How necessary.
What he said in that post that you played also was that how it seems that these people lose their power around a person who is powerful. It's almost as if by that presence of power, their power is siphoned away by this other individual.
They lose their autonomy.
And another way to say that is, what is strength if there isn't weakness?
Mm-hmm. Then you got to say, because we know we got to keep going. I got to keep refining that. They both are the same thing. They have to be the same thing because they don't exist without each other.
Right. One of the things that I learned recently about different forms of sexuality, about this whole relationship between the dominant and the submissive, there's a lot of stereotypes, but in all honesty, in many ways, the submissive is in control, because what is the dominant without someone to be dominant over?
Yeah. And if a submissive is smart enough, they would know how to play that particular part to where they know they are the one who's actually in control.
Right.
They do in sadomasochism.
Mm.
They understand that role very, very good.
Stuff don't sound like he's speaking from experience.
Came in with that one confident.
You know what I'm saying?
We talked about pain. We talked about pain in the group, Trav.
Yeah. Pain will humble you down, or it will change your mind real quick, won't it?
You better believe it. You better believe it, bro. There's so much power in it, though, if you know how to harness it. Like, but it's so painful to get there, and that's the thing. That's like it's like a catch-22. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, the power is there in the pain, but it's painful to get there.
Yeah. It'd be like movies. I'll watch one movie. They roughed up the dude to get information. That didn't work. He wasn't breaking. So they shot him in his knee. That broke him down a little bit, but he still was holding on. So they shot him in the other knee. Boy, the way that he yelled out, he said, "Oh, okay, I'll tell you." You know what I'm saying?
Right.
He reached his level. He couldn't do it no more. I'm gonna have to go ahead and I'm gonna let the floodgates. It's just like when you see the first 48. You know when they applied that pressure on that one individual so much, he start moving around in that chair. He holding his head. And then they didn't apply the pressure,
When he asked for a cigarette, you know he's about to tell it all.
When they get the cigarette, he gonna tell
Yep.
his mother, everybody going down.
Yeah.
So it's that same thing. They gotta, they gotta know how to apply it.
You gotta know human nature.
It's no different than what you're teaching. You're giving people the tools so that they can apply them to their life, so they could change their life. Can't nobody change their life with philosophy only. Philosophy is, no, I'm not gonna say it like that. Philosophy is basically, it's beautiful. Philosophy is beautiful, but it's not. It got to be more. It's like even initiation into hermetics. Isn't the first part philosophy and the second part practical?
Action. Yep.
It's no different in masonry. You learn that you have operative masons and you have speculative masons.
Yep.
I just so happen to be both. I actually really built houses before, blocks, and you called them mason. I did masonry work, and I became a third degree mason. So I can operate on both spectrums. And that's just those are just tools of opening up your eyes wider so you can see from different perspectives. So what Trav, how you present this information, it's really like I said, you're cleaning people's glasses off.
100%. You don't know what you don't know.
You don't know what you don't know.
You don't know what you don't know. I mean, that's like the ultimate ignorance. You know what I mean? And darkness, all of the same thing. You can only know something if you have knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. You know what I mean? And that wisdom is applied knowledge. You know what I mean? So that's the only way to actually, you have to go through the experience of it. Because like you say, you can be speculative or you can be practicing.
You can be actually doing it.
Actually doing it, yeah. And go ahead.
I wonder if the duty of the speculative mason is actually to be the custodian of the knowledge. In terms of psychology, it's widely understood. Well, I wish it was widely understood, at least in the branch of psychology that I study. It's widely understood that humans are emotional creatures, not logical.
Mm-hmm.
No one is logical. Everyone is emotional. No question about it. But we dress up our emotion with logic, which is why logic alone doesn't transform us. It's the experience of that knowledge, and it becomes wisdom. That's why study and practice is necessary together. Just study doesn't make you anything but a custodian of information. That's literally it. But when you practice, something happens. You prove to your subconscious mind that what you studied is reality. And that's something that can't be taken away from you. Mm-hmm. It can be given, but it can't be taken away from you. So it's important to know that these words don't mean anything. I mean, they help to categorize and label things, because that's the duty of the conscious mind, to categorize and label. But change is produced only when experience is created. The subconscious mind memory, it's holographic. That means that something happened and it has carved a section in your being. And that is what a memory is. You have to create memories through experience. And those pieces of memory is what builds your pyramid of spiritual growth and evolution. That's the cleaning off of the glasses. Experiencing how things actually are.
Yeah.
So it isn't, that's why I've learned so much over the years to not sit here and just tell people stuff for multiple reasons. Number one, we can only retain like 4 or 5 bits of information at a time. So if I go off here talking, you're only going to remember like the first 5 points that I said. Mm-hmm. But if I can get you to feel something, you take that with you, and you can feel as much as you want to feel right now. But the words don't mean anything. What do they say? People don't remember what you said, they remember how you made them feel.
Yeah.
So how can we use that on ourselves? Oh, Trav, I can't sit here and read like you read. I get distracted. I can't do that. Well, maybe you shouldn't be doing that. Maybe you should be practicing what you already read.
Proof is in the pudding.
This is an amethyst. This is an eye. That's a dragon.
Now we're talking.
Nice. That's important too, is to never lose the connection to your imagination. When we get adults, we forget to have items like that, dragons and toys, little things that keep us. That right there applies to the energy that flows through us.
100%.
Go buy yourself a Happy Meal one day and get the toy out that motherfucker.
Yeah, yeah.
Go back to when your mother took you or your father took you to McDonald's and you bought your Happy Meal. I ain't saying you got to, you know what I'm saying? If you don't want to eat the shit, don't eat it. Just take the toy out, man.
Yeah.
Drink the apple juice or some shit, because they ain't giving you the toy without a Happy Meal.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So shit like this, or having things like that is what people don't realize. That's what generates a lot of your personal energy. Those are your power items.
So let's unpack just that part right there before moving too fast. Let's unpack the experience of that. So say you do get in your car by yourself and gather up the courage to go to McDonald's and ask for one Happy Meal, right? Because I know you're too grown to do that. You who's listening. Get in your car, you go to the drive-thru, wait in that long-ass line now because McDonald's is a whole dietary plan for some people. Get to the drive-thru window, order a Happy Meal, and you feel that anticipation, right? Because like you're doing something weird and strange, but also familiar from your childhood. You get it, you go home, you open it up and you got that cool little box with the little arches as the handle, right? And you untuck it and you open it up and the smell comes up. You see a little small ass portion of French fries that ain't gonna fill you up. Got that little dry ass cheeseburger,
Yeah.
right? And then you have that toy wrapped in that plastic. And all of a sudden it all comes back to you, right? You may have seen the commercials on TV like when I was a kid. You saw they had like the 5 different Power Rangers and you wanted this one. You most of the time didn't get the one you wanted, but what if, right? You get it, you crack it open, you get the toy and you get the paper with it and you just observe it, scan the details, the color, remember the show that it's based off of and all this stuff. It becomes a manifestation of a part of your childhood because you watch the show over and over. Now you're holding it in your hand. It's special now. It's special now. That's the memory. That's an experience. You're experiencing something. You didn't just eat the meal and throw it away. That's why Happy Meals are so important, because it evokes an emotion.
And that's the magic of it.
That's the magic.
It's no different than me. I went to Universal Studios here in Orlando. You know, they got the whole Harry Potter world over there. You walk into this big bit, you walk in how to get into the world. You walk into it look like the train station. You walk in there, it eases you around to the left. The ground starts to turn to cobblestone. Then you enter this, the whole atmosphere changes. The weather and everything felt totally different. And you are inside of the wizarding world of Harry Potter. That's what they call it. You can go in there, you can buy wands. I showed them, I bought a wand. Some of the wands, basically I got for free. I bought wands for all my daughters, everything. So they give you one for free once you got to spend a certain amount of money to get something free. You know what I'm saying? So the free one I got Voldemort's wand for free. But the other ones that I bought, you go to certain areas in the Harry Potter world and you do the actual wand move. You gotta swing it
Yeah.
Horiotos. I'm in that motherfucker yelling out all of that shit because you know why? Because now you're turning on light bulbs, you get the things start moving because your wand got it has some kind of a LED thing on the tip of it that interacts with the wizarding world. You gotta go and experience shit like that.
Yeah.
I went
Star
to Disney.
Wars like that too.
They mind freaked me so bad in the 3D display. They hit you with smells.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I forgot what this thing is called. He runs off. You think he running all through there. You feel it go under your seat. 3D pictures coming at you. I went back in my mind. It was so deep. I reached out for it, man, knowing damn well I'm not gonna touch nothing. But that's how much it took me into.
Cut out, Shango. Was that just Shango or that me?
Magic.
He's out. He's back now.
Oh shit. That's what we're actually supposed to be tapping into, that level. It's like Trav City bought a whole bust of a unicorn bust. That's just magical to you. That activates your energy.
100%.
Yeah.
Yep.
People who
Star
don't
Wars like that too, Shango. Star Wars is the same way
Star
at
Wars
Disney World. Star Wars, it's the same way at Disney World where you build the lightsaber, but they take you through the whole process of getting the kyber crystal, placing it, and all of that shit. You know what I'm saying? So they are amazing.
So happy.
Yeah, bro. Yeah, they're amazing. They're amazing at creating that atmosphere. Like when they talk about magic, like it's really something behind that shit. You know what I'm saying? Because all of the principles that we talk about and shit, they throw it into creating that experience for you. You know, they make you dive all the way in it, mind, body, and soul, like emotional, everything. You know, like you were saying, they bring back those memories from when you was a kid. It even add memories to it because most of the time you was just watching on TV, but now they hitting you with the smells, the
all
sounds, all of that shit, man. And they don't call them motherfuckers Imagineers for nothing. Like them motherfuckers are geniuses at that fucking shit.
At nighttime, they hit you if you stay all with at night. They're hitting you with some of the most craziest firework display that you ever want to see. In the Wizarding World of Harry Potter, it's dark in there. I don't know if it was dark because of the sky or because if they made it dark inside of there. But they got, if you remember when they had those what was it? Anybody who watched Harry Potter in one of the movies, they had them things that came and they had black cloaks. They was called something. They was looking for something. And boy, and they spit fire came out of them. They got that sitting on top of a building, and at particular moments, that thing shoot fire out. And I'm talking about there's so much fire come out of this shit. The whole area's hot for a split second. So that's the same type of visualization and energy you're supposed to be having when you're doing your lesser banishing ritual. You're supposed to be generating that same energy that you felt when you go to McDonald's or anyway. I'm just using it. That's the secret to magic. It's supposed to be dramatic. A lot of the stuff you're supposed to be reading it like Shakespeare. Acting it out. I call upon the darkness, come forth to me now. You're supposed to be dramatic with that shit. Acting it out. You know what I'm saying?
Create the feeling, yeah.
If a person is not prepared, even when you do your mantras, that's how you remember them. You actually take on the persona of the person who's teaching you the mantra. You start saying it just like them.
Right.
Yeah. That's one of the things that I had to get over at the beginning when I first started was embarrassment. I don't know if anybody else has ever felt that, like like you were saying, Shango, like acting it out, like putting everything you can into it. It's like even if nobody's in the room, I would still feel like shame and embarrassment. You know what I'm saying? And that was all just ingrained in, from childhood, and I had to get over that that aspect because that was getting in my way. But and it took some time too, because it would always hit me when I would be in there, and it would be like almost like it was picking at me. It felt like like, man, you're not doing nothing. That's what I would feel like it's saying to me in my head. You're not doing shit. You know what I'm saying? And then I would kind of feel like this embarrassment or whatever. But yeah, I just wanted to throw that out. Am I the only one? Has anybody else felt that?
Yeah. Have you ever read, Trav, or stuff for anybody? Solomonic magic, the Legemeton and the Solomon's the Abramelin books. Have you read those? Do you see how long those ceremonies are that you got to do to invoke? Them shits are so long, but that's what I'm saying. If you do that or you practice that, you have to do it with some sort of dramatic flair, or it's going to be dry. So I'm just saying that we can't forget that we gotta be generating that type of energy, man, to really make things work in our life.
There's a good solid reason why you've got to involve your enthusiastic emotions there, because you're really attempting to displace rulership of the conscious mind into the abstract mind, which is touching the astral plane. That's one of the most accessible ways for us to touch the astral plane and make things move on that level. But I think you left. So everyone in the chat, I appreciate you guys for coming through. Go ahead and hit that like button if you haven't already. If you've enjoyed this conversation, I mean, obviously you have, because at this point in time, I think we've got the most people watching. So thank you guys. Also want to let you know that we are starting up this book study group once again. The first book that we are covering is this. It's called The Paths of Poverty and Nivriti. Go ahead and get this book if you don't have it already, but don't get it if you're not going to be reading it. All right. There's only like 12 copies left on Amazon at the $12 price. After those copies are gone, it's going right to the $40 price. So get this book only if you're going to be involved with the book study that we're starting in January, right? The first Sunday of January, right here at 1 o'clock. It's a very short book. Basically, Oh, damn, my bad, Shango. I thought you dropped off.
Oh.
I heard somebody drop out. I thought that was you.
Oh, I think it was, well, we had Stuffed Dog Society. It was, maybe he said something in the chat.
Well, damn, I don't know who that was. I thought that was you. My bad.
Was that Court Sign?
He left earlier. He left like 15 minutes ago. I don't know who the hell that was.
Yeah, somebody left the room, but I don't know who that was.
I thought that was you because you just. Well, anyways, for, just so nobody can be like, oh, I didn't know. There's like 60 of you guys here. And obviously, you know what's going on with this YouTube channel. So check this book out. It's very short. We can take care of this in a month. Then after this, we're going to be going through 4 others that also delineate the process of sharpening the mind through several examples of doing so. And this is important before we tackle the tree of life. All right, I can tell you that from experience. I've been trying to crack mystical Cabala since 2015. And it wasn't until I started studying yoga that it started to actually make sense and become applicable in real life. So this isn't just, oh, let's study yoga because I want everybody to wear a walnut necklace. Like, no, this is what's going to help you come to the understanding of how to use this stuff, right? Because
I'm goofy. You can't go by the walnut necklace, man. Don't tell me somebody called it walnuts.
Somebody called it a meatball necklace. Yeah, my son, well, you gonna hug me with that meatball necklace? It hurts.
I got my root drugs on right now, so that's why I touched them and looked at it when you said walnuts.
Yeah, walnut meatball necklace.
Oh my God, my mother called them my Chinese beads.
The Chinese beads. The Chinese.
Got some Chinese beads. I was like, oh, Ma.
Oh man, I wish I caught the dude's name.
Racism in that statement.
I wish I caught the dude's name. And if you're watching, bro, I love you. Peace. This was one of the first people I saw in Houston. It was kind of funny because we were at the bar. They have a little bar inside there. I wasn't drinking. I was hanging out with Will Caprew and Mook. And we were standing at the elevator to go to our rooms, and the elevator opened up, and there was a guy. He was there for the conference. He was decked out in all black, and he had this necklace on with the biggest beads I've ever seen in my life. Them things the size of pool balls wrapped around his neck. And he came out. He looked at me, looked at Mook, looked at Will. All my heroes in one place. Just the look on his face. I was just as stunned as him by them big ass beads. I wish I got what they were called because I had never seen a necklace with beads that big in my whole life. You seen Akuma from Street Fighter?
Yeah.
They were like that. For real. You knew he was there for the conference. He was decked out in black with the boots on and the big ass beads. Yeah, man. I got to find out what those are called.
He came out. Super
Christmas
Saiyan
balls on. Christmas balls on.
Softballs. Them things was giant.
I know what you're talking about because the red pill and blue pill got some big ones that they be wearing too. But like, God, where they get these door knockers from, man?
You do a meditation like this. Om, om, om.
That's hilarious.
Oh my God, man.
I should have asked them what they were called. You looking at me, I'm looking at
you. Look at the beats. They had so much energy flowing through him as he walked.
Got to.
He had a Dragon Balls around his neck.
You know?
Yeah, he had 7 Dragon Balls. From Namek. The Kemetian Dragon Balls.
He had all of that.
If you're watching, bro, you know it's all love. It's all love.
Man.
But I ain't never seen one like that before.
Whew, that's a good laugh right there. So I could imagine, I could see him in my mind. I came in there with globes.
Yes.
Globes around his neck, you know?
Yes.
Whew. Somebody said the Namek ball. That's Maestro. Oh my God.
The Namek balls.
Oh, that's a good one right there, man.
You should have seen it. Oh man, I hope that he somehow finds this portion or something because I gotta know what them things were called. You can't. What do you type in on Amazon? Giant balls?
I don't know. He definitely must have hooked. I'm telling you, man. Go. Red pill and blue pill be wearing exotic crafted jewelries, and they had on some big ones. So I said, God, where they be getting these stones from, man?
Man. Pure ebony.
It's like if the Incredible Hulk had on some beads on his neck. They would look like beads to us, but when you take them off, they're full bowling balls were around his neck.
Ew.
So much energy was flowing. He was dead serious. And it's all love. We're not laughing at the culture of the bead, but boy, the way you said it, when you just looked at his beads, it was looking at y'all like, yo, y'all, damn, y'all really real.
Yeah. Are those beads really real?
You know what I'm saying?
We were both in bewilderment.
He said, my heroes all in one place. It was like when I went to the Up and Smoke tour in Atlanta, like years ago. I went backstage and it was Snoop, Dre, Eminem. Everybody was like right there. I stood right next to all of them and I looked at him and I looked at Snoop. I said, damn, you look just like how you look. You know what I'm saying? It was crazy. Everybody started laughing. I'm looking at Dre and just looking at their face. I'm like, damn, they all right here right now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's how he was. Like, damn, all my Trav here, Will. That must have been a powerful time, man, to have y'all together. That's like having the real superheroes, Fantastic Four, coming to join you together. The Legion of Doom has come to Houston.
Legion of Doom. It was fun. Very eye-opening experience for me. Very cool.
Man, this is the first live. Is this the first live you've done since going to that, or you done one?
Yeah, it's the first public, I guess. I think we had 2 class sessions since, but this is like the first live.
Damn, that's dope. You're gonna have to do some kind of a retreat type of thing, Trav. Now, you know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's dope, man.
Yeah. Before that, like there was just a distance in my head. Like I've heard you guys mention that before, like, oh, you should do some kind of retreat or some kind of event. And in my head, that's like, that's like what other people do. But after getting on the plane and being there amongst everybody, I had the experience in my head, right? It wasn't just reading about it or thinking about it. I had the experience of it. And now I know that it's possible and it's easy. Yeah. Easier than I thought. So yeah, I definitely want to do that a lot more.
Yeah, that would be awesome, bro.
That's like when I had went to American Beach down here in Jacksonville, Florida with Red Pill, Blue Cocaine, Diala Say Cool. It was mad cool, man. You know what I'm saying? Bashir was there. Bashir is 19 Keys' brother. So it was all about that positive energy. We had tents. They rented an Airbnb right on the beach. You know what I'm saying? It was powerful, man. We stood out on the beach like 2:30 in the morning looking at shooting stars. We saw the International Space Station from the ground. We saw this thing. You know what I'm saying? I was like, yo, this is crazy. So it is cool to get amongst the people that you actually see, you know what I'm saying, on YouTube, and you get to interact with them, you know what I mean? And be like, damn, they regular, they all, everybody be regular people, but it's just your dialogue. You get the dialogue with a bunch of individuals that you can really dialogue with. You don't have to tone it down.
Right.
You have to change your language. Like you said earlier, you got to speak, you got to speak the commoner's language. You know what I'm saying? So to speak, instead of speaking the language of the alchemist. You're amongst the alchemists once you go to the retreats and you go to these lectures and stuff like that, you know?
Yeah.
Think about what that'll do for the emotion too that you generate, like getting on the plane, leaving, actually going for that, you know what I'm saying, to connect with people like mine. You know, talk about having some energy to take back home and work with.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like that would be fucking awesome, bro.
That's like Reiki. That's like Reiki. That's what I said. That's like you didn't build up. There's an energetic world that you didn't create it. You know what I'm saying? That goes back to that whole Happy Meal thing. Like stuff said, you get on the, you picking your outfits, you packing your bags, you everything. Now you leave that what you feeling inside of you. That's the same feeling that you felt in 5th grade when you was going on a field trip the next day and you was up early all night. You couldn't sleep.
Yeah.
Who used to put your whole outfit on the bed and then put the sneakers?
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Put
the
On
hat.
top of the pants.
Yeah, and put the hat on top too.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. You gotta
Same thing.
iron,
Just,
creased up.
you know, I
Cut off
want in Houston too. You know what I'm saying? How was the weather when you went out there, Trav?
Oh, it was cold. It was cold. From my room, I could see Joel Osteen's church. I couldn't see the money hidden in the bathroom walls, but I could see the church.
Man, you could have got that. You was close to it though.
Yeah.
That money was there.
Yeah.
Is money hidden in the walls of Joel Osteen's church?
Yeah, somebody went to, I don't know how they discovered it, but the wall kind of cracked open and they found lots of money in the wall. So now there's an investigation. Maybe that's why they didn't want the people to come in there during Katrina.
Maybe they was
Not
stashing.
Katrina, but you know.
Yeah, the hurricane, right. Damn, that's crazy. Real life urban legend, huh?
Joel Osteen was stashing that tax-free money. You know what I'm saying? Like they ain't gonna find this.
Right.
To buy a brand new Learjet with this money.
And that was probably going on since when his father was around. So there's probably a lot of money in them walls.
They're gonna make a movie about that, man. He's gonna get found guilty, and then they just gonna leave it there. And now it's gonna be like this urban legend, like 20 years later about Joel Osteen's church, and they're gonna make a movie about this shit.
They love Osteen.
I'm just joking. I don't wish no ill will on Joel Osteen, man. Let his money lie.
Joel Osteen's pops learned how to become that kind of a preacher prosperity from Reverend Ike. They was all going to watch Reverend Ike and studying his techniques.
These are occultists too. They are.
Yeah, those are Christian occultists.
Just because they're talking about Christ, which they barely do, these are occultists. Like, it's not different. There's no reason to hate Christianity. You can hate the people. Well, don't even hate the people, but you can be upset with the people who did you dirty in life. But understand that Christianity is not much different from what we do. There's an exoteric version of Christianity, just like there's an exoteric version of this occult. You all with the candles and the crystals and the moonlight and no offense, but the sage and stuff. Just like there's an esoteric version of Christianity and an esoteric version of the occult.
100%. It used to be called Gnosticism.
Gnosticism, yep. Gnosticism.
And you better believe Gnostics were employed to do what? To teach and accumulate finances for people that were in power. They taught that was a thing. Finance has always been a part of it. It just looks different now. Mm-hmm. There should be no one, the person who's practicing occult sciences and applying it, you should be lacking in nothing. Or you ain't doing something right.
Right.
Because you're dealing with the forces that create all things in existence. How are you in the knowledge of that and the techniques and formulas, but are not benefiting from it? You should be waking up every day happy, ready for your regiment of preparing your mind to not be attacked by your emotions and attachments to things, but you should be able to go and get what you need. You should have what you need. Should be good food, healthy food. If you eat vegan, whatever your diet is, you should be having everything with the information that especially what the lineage of track. Because right now I see, Trevor, I peeped the particular lineup of how they line your videos up based off, because everybody has a different algorithm on their YouTube. So the way I line up, I'm like, damn, I can follow the lineage of how you led up to this and how you lost weight and everything. You know what I'm saying? Because you look so different. And it wasn't like you was, of course, you could see that your whole facial structure changed. I was like, damn, you can see. So basically, you've been doing this so long that you're fully transparent. Nobody, that's why you said earlier, if you saying something that's out of line, you'll bring somebody that can come in and teach. You know what I'm saying? You open enough to be like, yo, if you saying something wrong, then the person who can correct you should come on here and respectfully break it down. Like, yo, Trav, you were saying something that wasn't right. I'm gonna give you the breakdown.
Yeah.
That ain't happening because you speaking the truth.
Yeah. I'm thankful that I learned early on not to just cut on my camera and just talk about whatever the fuck comes in my head. Like a lot of people do that, but I like to really understand what I'm saying before I say it. I know that sounds simple and it sounds like it should be obvious, but the mind, especially when you're dealing with this occult, you're open to new influences. And this is the thing about the astral plane. The astral substance is pure light and it becomes whatever consciousness directs it to become. So you can easily start to fool yourself dealing with astral substance because it's going to turn into what you want it to turn into. That's why it's important to discipline your mind and important to understand the role that your body plays and your desires and chasing pleasure and running from pain. You got to understand those fundamentals, because when you start dealing with the astral substance, you can easily become misled by yourself, not by no demon, not by somebody that doesn't like you. Somebody tried to scam me this morning talking about, oh, I did a reading for you, and someone's jealous and envious, and they're blocking your manifestation, and if you pay me $120, I'll break the spell for you. But it turns out they're going to be paying me $120 because not only were they trying to scam me, they were using my friend's account or a fake version of it and gave me her Cash App, and I was able to, trace the email back. So
damn, they weren't as smart as they thought they were, huh?
You can give me $120. I'm gonna put you on extreme full blast. You won't be making any more money. But yeah, it's you become what your context, your conscious mind, what it labels and filters, because that's what it does. It labels, categorizes, and if that categorization system is janky, what you get is going to be janky.
Yeah.
Have you ever worked in I guess in retail of any kind?
Yes.
I went to the dollar store today, and the way that I practice my psychology is I try to talk to people and I try to be extremely observant. I noticed this girl was real down in the dumps. She did not want to be there. I could tell just by her face and her body language, she hated it. And as she was checking me out, I noticed down there scanning my items, she had that thick stack of labels. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Where you have to rip off the labels and switch them all out because there's a new sale this week. Inventory. I hated that. That's what she was doing. And, I tried to make a conversation with that, and I tried to implant a little something to help her have a better experience, because nobody wants to do that shit. And that sucks. They don't pay you enough to do that by yourself, no less. But anyways.
You're dealing with all kind of dumb people coming in there.
That too, slowing you down. But this is the job of the conscious mind. The conscious mind puts labels on all the products. But see, if you got an employee who doesn't want to do it and they're just putting willy-nilly labels everywhere, that means customers are going to grab an item and it's going to ring up wrong. And now you're going to have even more problems down the line. So you want to make sure your labeling system is in order first before you get that new inventory of astral substance or etheric substance or whatever magic you're trying to pull in. You can pull magic in. But if your categorization system is janky because the employee was frustrated, and you keep bringing in annoying ass customers by getting into arguments online or having drama in your day-to-day life, that's going to block your process of organization. You're going to have a very difficult time.
That was a great soundbite right there, Trav. You got to go back and make a whole short of all that you just now said right there, man.
Make timestamp it.
Categorizing how they do people, we categorize in the wrong, and damn. But the beauty is if you just study and open your mind and give yourself, first you got to baby yourself. You got to be real gentle. You got to baby yourself and encourage, because you this kid, come on, you can do it. It's like teaching a kid how to ride a bike.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Then you got to, then once you get that going, the kid starts maturing. So you got to learn how to teach yourself so you can get to the point where you can now utilize all of the, think about this. Okay, 2015, some people might have started getting knowledge of self, becoming acknowledged to knowledge of self 2015, right? So they had to just become an acknowledge of it and, you know, get rid of the old stuff and all of that, blah, blah, blah. But now, to be able to utilize all the tools that you've obtained to change your life so you don't fall victim to that, as you said, miscategorizing or putting wrong labels on shit, misleading you or causing you to emote. You want to not, that right there is solving all the problems of life. You have to have a focused mind to obtain anything. A focused mind is what gets you finances. I'm gonna tell you something from this perspective, from the mouth of someone who dealt with a lot of dirty money, obtained money from ill-gotten gains, as they call it. You understand what I'm saying? Money just don't play around with you. Money is a powerful, powerful entity. You gotta respect it. If you disrespect getting the money from after going through the formula and process to get it, that should tear your ass up. So you gotta be able to set game plans and have tools so you can have access to the proper information to obtain, if that's what you want to do with your study and your knowledge and just get money, you can do that. But there's so much other things that you can experience in life. Just being at peace within is one of the greatest things that you can experience, more than just going to exotic islands and shit like that. Just being at inner peace is much better than going to Tahiti and renting one of them little bungalows that has a walkway and your bungalow's on the water with a glass bottom. Imagine you go back home and don't have inner peace and just came from a place like that. Now you back home and you sitting in your room like, damn, you're stressed out now. Because you didn't overspent at motherfucking Tahiti. I'll take inner peace over all of that shit, man.
Right.
But you could obtain it with magical means, money, with all of that, and obtain inner peace. So the way we utilize this information is really, really, really important, because it's a pendulum. Sometimes the pendulum will swing and bring doom and gloom. There's people who didn't obtain all the finances that they ever wanted in their life, and then after the next day of obtaining it, you might have lost your mother and father in a car crash.
Yikes.
Now is that money? Is that money that you then worked so hard to get? What does it mean now?
And the conspiracy theorists will say, oh, well, you sacrificed them to the Illuminati so you can get rich.
all of that type of stupid shit. But man, Trav, I know it's time for you to. I'm gonna log out, man. But all I know, like I said, from what people got to realize and what makes this shit work, and you teach it the best from Patanjali, man. Continuous, reverential, sustained practice, which is executed for a long time. That is in the beginning, like the 14th verse or something, letting you know, like, yo, that's the only way that you're going to cultivate the lack of interest in all these things that drive you fucking nuts.
Shoot, that might be the second verse, honestly.
Yeah, because it's in the beginning.
Right. The second verse is probably the most important.
When it tells about Naroda.
Let me look it up just to make sure. No, that's not verse 2.
I was just not trying to pull. Okay, verse 2 talks about is the skill of yoga, what it is demonstrated by the conscious non-operation of the vibrational modes of the mental emotional energy. So that's based on that's what yoga is supposed to be. Basically, the controlling of vrittis. Yoga, Sita Vritti Naroda. The demonstration of all vrittis and of the mental emotional, the mind is under control. That's what the skill of yoga is only demonstrated when your mind is under control. Not if you can sit in every asana, not if you can quote some of the most beautiful sutras. Do you have your vibrational modes under control?
Right.
If something comes and disturbs you, is it going to disturb your inner peace? That's basically it. Without inner peace, remember, I'll go back to Star Wars. Remember when Obi-Wan was fighting? Was it Obi-Wan? No, it was he was fighting the Sith, and once the doors closed, he sat down to meditate.
Yeah, Darth Maul.
Now, Darth Maul, he didn't sit down and meditate, but he was in a trance state. He was moving back and forth. That's where you got to get. That's the only way that you're going to control your beast, is putting it in a trance state or a meditative state.
Look at that. Left hand path, right hand path.
Exactly. People didn't realize that. Darth Maul, he started pacing back and forth, and he was intently focused on his objective. When this fucking door opened, I'm going in.
That's what I do. I go into trance by walking in a circle. That's how I've been doing it for years. As soon as I start, I go in. I mean, y'all see me when I'm on live. I'm walking around in circles all the damn time.
Phantom Menace. That's the movie that he did it in. He went in. One went into sitting meditation. The other went into pacing trance. That's the only way we can control us. That's the only way that we become more. That's the only way we become Superman out of the fucking Clark Kent stage. Everybody should just go back and read some of the, go back and read some Superman and see if with different eyes now. See it how that's the reason why he chose Clark Kent, because it ain't too many real Supermen. Like Superman had he was the real fucking deal. Batman, he had to learn multiple martial arts and shit like that. He went through a mental breakdown. Batman is pretty much a fucking psychopath with money.
Yeah.
And he's a vigilante. The nigga don't mind his business type of shit.
Oh, no, yeah, 100%.
The cops was not with this motherfucker. Ain't nobody asked you to go out here and fight this motherfucker. What you doing? Join the force. Why never joined the police force, Batman. Because the nigga wanted to operate on his own accord because he got too much money. So that shows you an out of control ego and shit. That's all comic books. Comic books demonstrate multiple consciousness of what what the human mental construct is.
Yeah, 100%.
Incredible Hulk went straight pussy when Thanos put it on his fucking ass.
Oh.
Yep.
Bruce Banner.
He made him a little boy. He turned him to a little boy.
He had never experienced that before, man.
Yep.
Until he went where? Until he went to one of the Ananda secret houses and she didn't have to separate this motherfucker's consciousness from his matter, as Trav said earlier.
Right.
Get your mind right, motherfucker.
What I seen too.
Not even real to you. You make it real.
She had to do top shooting on him.
Yeah, she had to cleanse this.
Hey Shango, last thing, I'm gonna jump off, man. Let y'all ride. But when you was mentioning that scene from the Phantom Menace with Darth Maul and Obi-Wan, hey, that's what I see I see Pakriti and Purusha, because Darth Maul being Pakriti because he didn't stop moving the whole time. You know, it was like a mindless move what he was doing. Like he was so focused on his goal, on his objective. But Obi-Wan just when he got still. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So that's exactly what I seen. And it's the feminine and the masculine too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
With the Sith being the feminine aspect of it, always being portrayed as dark and evil and stuff like that. But I just wanted to interject that because that's what I seen when you said that.
No, that's really astute observation as well. Because you look at, I said left-hand path, right-hand path. When you look at the left-hand path on the Tree of Life, of course, and maybe they're not related, but at the very top of that path, you got Bina, which is the feminine, the gates of matter and the gates of death. All ye who enter here shall perish. That's consciousness being put into a body, the death side. And then at the top of the right-hand pillar, you've got Chokmah, which is the masculine essence, which is a permutation of consciousness, stillness, masculine.
Yeah. And they both were representing their particular codes. Peace is a lie to the Sith. There's only passion. Mm-hmm. So Darth Maul was empowered by the movement of passion. He was passionate about his mission. That Obi-Wan Kenobi, I'm wiping him the fuck off of here. Obi-Wan believes in peace. Through peace, you find is stillness. So he had to go into so they both showed you the Sith. They showed you the code, the Jedi code and the Sith code. One's passion, the other one is peace. So he had to go into meditative so he could separate his emotion from his fighting. Darth Maul fights through emotion, which is what? Passion. So that's the thing. So they demonstrate us is we're supposed to have passion. Passion is what generates our drive. It's our drive to obtain something, our drive to become something. You must be passionate about that. That's a fire energy. You know, he was burning with passion. Or you use it when it's sex. Well, it was burning with passion. How you said earlier, you change the context of the word or the way it's delivered, you change the whole meaning or the whole language of what it's meaning. So that's basically, like I said, the beginning of how you start this thing off. Passion should be a part of it, but your passion should be leading to peace. And that peace is inner peace. Malkuth, this earth level is never going to be peace like inner peace. This physical shit is made for war. The lion is going to eat your ass. The sheep is going to get ate, or he's going to have to learn to strategize to get away. You're gonna have prey and predators, but you're gonna have apex predators. Apex predator don't got nobody no one dominates him, no one eats him. You got humans like that too. You don't want to be fucked up with apex predators. So, well, yeah, Trav, man, it's good, man, to be in the numbers. I visualized you so many times, but looking at you with the shroud on your head, it was looking like hair. At one moment, it was looking like Cat Williams' silky hair hanging down. It was giving you so much different looks over there with that, man.
I crossed another threshold after my extreme mushroom experience. So now I get to wear this cloak. I reached a new level.
So now the head covering, you go into saint level.
I've been wearing this thing for like 2 weeks now.
Then you say you took 10 grams.
Yeah. I experienced Ananda. I can say that with confidence.
What if what you've done was, through that process, you've actually initiated yourself into that school? That's the way that the shamans, how we always talk about initiation. Mm-hmm. Well, if you read Barden, and you know one of the other authors, they talk about that in a way that you can become initiated into these ancient societies is by going into these other realms. And what better way to go into these other realms than by, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
With ancient medicines.
And to differentiate, it's not just you do this stuff for fun, like, ooh, I'm tripping balls, man, it's so cool. It was literally done with the exclusive intent of reaching a new level of experience.
You consciously went into the experience.
And I went through my fear ordeals. The whole reason that I don't do this is because, you know, one of the first times I had, you know, a panic attack. I had a bad trip. It was horrifying. This isn't something that I just do all the time. I'm not one of those people that just do this every weekend, right? When I do it, it's a very special experience, very sacred experience. I take it very seriously. And while I was there, you know, I did all the meditations that I study regularly. The top was Shuddhi, the lesser banishing ritual. I did everything. I even attempted to read some of Samkhya Darshan, but it was just so profound, I could barely get through it. But one thing that was really interesting was that I realized that these other dimensions aren't up there stacked on top of each other. They're all here. They're all here at the same time with you right now. But what changes is that your perspective expands and you're able to integrate it. So it's like years and years and years ago, decades ago, when I first did it, I felt myself shoot out of my body and go to a new place. But this time, I felt myself just slide into it. It's just like the door just opened and everything was there. Bliss has always been here, always. And it was so profound. Like I literally had to just take a few days to just contemplate that.
Isn't that amazing? Isn't that what I think in Islam somewhere, it might be hadith or something, that they'll say heaven is right above your head. So the whole thing, when you take that concept and you look at it from an occultic perspective of being a place, that's what you said. It's not, as you said, some type of odd form where it's like you go through it, you shoot here and you shoot there. Like, no, it's just once you became comfortable with that experience and you let go, as you said, labeling it or trying to identify it.
Yes.
You didn't go nowhere. You just became it.
Right.
It opened up and became as it is. So that's deep right there. See how you have to go into that experience to bring back the trueness of what that experience is, somebody might have thought it was like that. Oh, well, you go to this level, and because they read different stories, the seven firmaments and the seven,
Right.
and you know what I'm saying? You drop to this level. I always experienced it as overlapping circles. The circle, so it doesn't go, you don't know where it ends and begins because the circles are intermixed. So you just enter it. Like I said, like how you said. So when we started, like how you said earlier, then nobody can really break down the four levels of creation or manifestation. That's how it is. And if you look at some of the Cabala drawings, they show 4 circles overlapping each other.
Yeah.
Kind of like how the Olympic symbol is.
Ooh, almost like 3 or 4 different Vesica Pisces.
Vesica Pisces, exactly. So the overlapping of circles is that damn. So you didn't open another lock. You didn't lock picked it. And you remember it. Somebody else might have got blasted off of them shrooms and would not remember nothing.
Right. And that's another thing that I learned. Before, I didn't have the mental construct to even record what I saw. I only recorded the experiences of terror and fear and sometimes bliss. But this time around, I've studied enough and learned enough to be able to categorize and see where I was. I was able to intellectually and psychologically put labels on the experience without trying to force labels on it. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's like if you're walking, you're on gravel, then you walk on wet sand, okay, now I'm on wet sand. But if you never walked before, it's like, ooh, the ground is mushy and there's devils here. Mm. I was able to make sense of it, is what I'm saying. Yeah.
And that right there is conscious. That's beyond just conscious awareness. That because the consciousness wasn't of this operating system of this consciousness. It was another realm of consciousness, so to speak.
Very much.
See?
I like the way you said that your perspective expanded enough to where you could like process that experience, man. That's a dope way of saying it, though. You know what I'm saying? I never thought about it because I didn't have that experience before, but I never thought about it like that. You know, I always thought like, you know, my consciousness went to another plane, but you know, like we only see a small amount of the light spectrum. We only hear a small amount of the sound spectrum. So consciousness expanding to actually to have that experience. That's a dope perspective, though. I like that.
Yeah.
Damn.
I would definitely recommend it. I mean, even if people are microdosing, that's a great thing too. But if anyone does have the opportunity and you feel like that might be something you want to try as far as for spiritual expansion, not just for a good time, you know, because I think that you can definitely learn a lot about yourself. It's not necessary. You don't have to do it. It's not like, oh, you must, but it would be something nice to do every now and again, just to kind of gauge if your vehicle is able to process that high level of subtle information. Because you do meet gatekeepers. There's gatekeepers at every level, and they're not demons waiting to hurt you. That's your ego. You're facing yourself. You guys remember Mortal Kombat, where the original ones, where every time you beat somebody, you went up to another opponent and it showed their little face. And just before you got to Goro, you had to fight yourself. That's what the gatekeeper is. You're fighting your own attachments, your own fears. You're facing them. And the way you win is not to fight. The way you win is to surrender.
What's that movie that Will Smith made? And
Gemini Man.
Jedi Man. There was no winning in any fight with this nigga because they both had the same skills.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So tried to conquer him with love and acceptance. Damn, that's some serious shit.
100%. 100%, man.
Like I said, you're not fighting. It's a surrender. Because see what happened, and everybody's language is different. What happened with me and my fears was, oh no, it's a setup. Oh no, they're out to get you. Oh no, it was poison. Oh no, there's cameras and there's chemicals and all these things are happening to you. And this is a government conspiracy experiment and all this stuff just started going and going and going and going. You can't fight that. So I said, you know what? So what if it is? You're right. It's it. Oh well. And when I did that, all of that chatter started to dissolve. That was the gatekeeper. It was the Bible calls a lion without teeth, right? Looking to and fro for who he can devour. You ain't gonna devour me because there's nothing here to devour.
And that takes courage. I used to work, I was an account manager one time for this rent-to-own company, and I had to go pick up something from somebody's house. And when I got there, it was this dog in the front yard. I'm talking about barking his ass off viciously. So I'm like, God damn. I said, I'm definitely not gonna go in this yard. But I just kept standing there and I just was looking at this dog. He barking and barking and barking, but he not moving nowhere. I said, what the fuck? I said, this is, I started feeling like something ain't right. I'm talking about this motherfucker barking, looking crazy. I said, I'm going in this yard and I'm gonna see what's gonna happen. Open up the gate. Open up the gate. I go in this yard. I got closer to the dog. The dog's not moving, but he's still barking. I got closer to the dog and looked at it, and the dog didn't have no eyeballs. And it had,
no.
It was the worst. It was the worst display of a dog I've ever seen before. But I'm just saying, if I would have kept that same mind state, man, I ain't going in there. This dog gonna bite the shit out of me. I was gonna leave and I never would. Soon as I walked up to the front door, the people came out. I said, oh shit, this is their booby trap. They got this dog blind and no teeth, so nobody coming in. Cause I'm talking about the way it looked and the way it was barking. You like, if I step foot in this gate, this dog gonna tear my leg. I looked at it close, no eyeballs, and had no teeth, man. Super crazy.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good metaphor. I'm gonna have to use that one. I mean, I'll give you credit for it, but
I couldn't believe that this dog.
Yeah.
I got a million stories of all kind of shit I could tell you. But that one right there, like I said, it was like sometimes that's what it is. Like you said, them gatekeepers, because that's what the dog is.
Mm-hmm.
Keep you out of the gate. He's keeping the gate.
Are you worthy enough to cross? Are you worthy enough to pass?
And something just didn't look right. In my mind, I'm like, well, then why didn't the motherfucking dog run up to the gate? So I'm standing there like, let me see what this fucking dog gonna do. That dog did not move at all. I was like, what is going on? Why is this dog?
Yeah. And most of the times, dogs is kept behind gates, and once you go through the gate, the dogs become your friend.
You're right.
Yeah, you be able to pet the dog and run around with it, but it's just going through the gate because the dog looked vicious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I know that dogs operate off energy. I know we're kind of veering away, but just this morning when I was on my walk after talking to the young lady with the labels, there was another lady walking her pit bull. And like, before she even got to me, she's like, oh, don't worry, he doesn't bite. I wasn't even like sweating it at all. Matter of fact, I stopped and the dog was coming over to me and like I went down to pet. It was a beautiful white pit bull, blue eyes and little titty swinging underneath. And, you know, I was telling her it was a beautiful dog, et cetera, et cetera. But I think if I was maybe my brother, I would have freaked out instantly and it might have gone differently because dogs react to how you react.
Yeah. Yep. They flow off of energy.
She was barely holding it too. Oh, don't worry, he doesn't bite.
They always say that.
Yeah, yeah.
Sometimes those be the setups right there where people say, oh, don't worry, bite. And the first thing you do, the dog jump on your ass as soon as they say that.
Saliva dripping, teeth bared. He doesn't bite.
My homeboy had a Saint Bernard. Nice dog, you know what I'm saying? But it was not the most friendliest dog. But if you, like you said, you go in there, be like, yo, what's up, Barry? Touch him, you know what I'm saying? You got to, and you can't be all
It's
if you was like, hey, you touched him with that soft petting, this motherfucker gonna go ham on your ass. But if you go in there, you hit him on the side, what's going on here? Yeah, rough him a little bit. You keep it moving. My homeboy came in there with me one time with that scary shit. Man, we had to pull Barry up off his ass, caught him on his shirt, ripped his whole shirt in the front. He was gonna kill him. He came in there with that soft voice. I said, yo, man, you came in there with that, hey, doggy. And Barry went ham on this one.
Right. He wasn't ready to face that gatekeeper.
He wasn't ready to face
the
gatekeeper, man. That'd be the same thing with us. It's gonna be something that's gonna jump out and it's gonna check. It's gonna try to check you and bully you.
Mm-hmm.
And if you let it, it's gonna be like, damn, I got you.
We find this happening across the board in relationships. This is how relationships are established, whether it's male to female, female to male, whether it's business partner to business partner, friends. We're always subconsciously doing that check. So that's always happening. Now, if you're somebody who isn't very secure in themselves, you're always going to find yourself on the, bottom end of that transaction.
And all of them, and everything that's a gatekeeper written in the store, whether it be Anpu, Anubis, even Cthulhu is a gatekeeper of the deep waters. That's Cthulhu's realm down there. So once you come into his atmosphere, you know what I'm saying? So that's why the great old ones, those are psychological constructs of the human mind. That's what we've built. We've built that, like you just said, that, and that's why they demonstrate them when it goes into the tree of life, that you got the great what's the upper barrier called? The lower is the barrier. What is it? The barrier of Laya.
Mm-hmm.
And it was the upper one near Da'oth. It's another barrier.
Veil of Peroketh.
Veil of Peroketh. Those are psychological constructs.
Mm-hmm.
And even in Dharana Darshan, doesn't it mention that that those kind of barriers are there so you don't kind of freak yourself out by going somewhere that you ain't really prepared to deal with that level yet. Right.
And that's where the real grading system of the Golden Dawn comes into play. It's not about what you want to be called or how long you've been in the game. It's how crafted is your mind and how much do you understand? Because when you reach these higher levels, like I said, the subtle levels are so sensitive. You manifest what is in your head. You become the context, and the content is just filled out. It's raw. So if you go up there with a shitty mindset, it's better off you get beat down by those gatekeepers than for you to cross. That's why I'm saying we should go through these books first, because this is going to give you the better chance for those of you who will start to understand Kabbalah.
Because that school of yoga, the Bahar school of yoga, basically is the doctorate degree of spiritual inner psychology, the science of the self, that you got to be able to, you got to know your antakarana before you need to know all of this, your siddhis. That's why siddhis is that shit you're not supposed to pay the superpower no mind, because it's really the superpower of self-control.
Right.
Are you under control? Are you demonstrating the non-operation of the vibrational modes of the mental emotional energy?
First two.
Siddhis that shit don't matter. We don't care if you can climb up a motherfucking rope that you didn't made hard, and then you can disappear. What about when you come back? Can I knock your water over, and are you gonna go ham now? Or are you gonna be in control? Or you know what I'm saying? Are you still afraid because you could have been fearful of going back into that shroom realm based off of the first experience.
Right. And not only that, but I've always had a fear of heights. Yet I had to fly on a plane during this experience as well. So it's like I really conquered a lot of different fears at once.
That's some shit. That's what it's about. So like I said, to be a great teacher, you got to have real life experience. You got to be able to be a piece of work yourself. A work in progress. We're all still a work in progress, but we should be demonstrating refinement. We should be demonstrating a level of control and mastery, because like you said, this Golden Dawn system, you wouldn't even graduate or elevate to the next degree, because it follows the tree of life,
right?
As a degree system. So if you haven't gained mastery of zero, the undefined realm, the lowest degree, which is actually the upper degree, you're not going to be able to go on to Kether. It's not going to happen.
Mm-mm. Not just because you want to. Like, this stuff doesn't work on I just want to. Like, it's all based on your level of understanding of this content, and you get that understanding through experience. So you can read all these books, but you have to also practice.
Masonry is the same way, Trav. You can't graduate to the next degree until you show proficiency in the degree that you're in. You gotta memorize the whole fucking degree what you in. And the main thing you need to know is your oath. The oath of that degree. But there's a whole storyline and shit like that about each degree. If you're not proficient in that, you're not gonna go on at all. You don't graduate. So that's what this the Bahar school, when you went into that experience, you went into it with some tools. You had mantras.
Yes.
You had mental imagery that you was already bringing with you.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Did you have your Rudrocks on too?
Absolutely.
Had those on. You know what I'm saying? So you came prepared. You niggas be going into them levels naked with no tools. You're with your homeboys who gonna goof you the whole fucking time.
Heck no. And
now you're like my homeboy. He says he'll never do it again because the grass changed color and all the colors started changing. He said that's what he didn't like. He wanted the grass to stay green. So that irritated him the whole time, he said. Because when he was walking, the grass wasn't green. It kept like moving, and he did not. And he said the more that he thought about the grass being green, everything else started losing its color.
Yeah, funny how that works.
So he said he didn't like it at all. He went home and made himself go to sleep. I said, damn, so you ain't no profound. He said, man, I wanted to go to sleep. I hated it.
Oh, you wasn't ready.
So imagine if he goes back in again, unprepared with that same experience, it's going to be worse.
Right, because he's expecting it to be worse.
Exactly. So that's why you're really supposed to do that in a perfect atmosphere where it's conducive for that. You're not really supposed to be on some party, you know what I'm saying, like a party favor. We're gonna pop shrooms.
It felt very alone also. Roommate that I had, female, she moved out while I was on the trip. So when I got here, it was very quiet, just me. And also in this expanded state, I didn't feel anybody else. I didn't really see my brothers. So it was literally very alone. Like I felt like I was the only person in the universe. And in my waking state, I usually love that. But in this state, because it feels so much more intense, like it was like, well, damn, I'm alone. And in a way, it kind of felt bad, but started to get used to it because I began to realize, I guess maybe I'm alone as far as people are concerned, but there's only one, consciousness.
Yeah.
So,
and then you just got finished experiencing the community that you was at over there. You was with Dreamwise and
yeah,
his wisdom, you know what I'm saying? And that's what it was. You just that's the Prakriti, that's the human nature, which you said earlier. We can't throw it all away.
Mm-mm.
We still and I say the same, we still have to experience the physical matter because we are physical matter.
Yeah.
But with the tools and our work, we can be able to experience multiple realms. So the human nature was like saying to you, like, damn, that was really, really fucking the shit over there.
Yeah.
In Houston. Now you back home. It wasn't like you was lonely, but boy, you experienced aloneness.
Yeah.
Look, I bet you was looking around at stuff and you was like, damn, it's nothing. Damn, I just looking around and it's like, wow. It's just me here. But it's all good.
Yeah.
Damn, man.
Yeah, the guys who were there, I mean, it's completely legal and everything, and they they were vending, so they got a nice brand on Instagram. If anybody wants to hit them up, really cool dudes. I took pictures with them and everything. They said that they've been watching my channel. They even did an interview with Dreamwise on the Sunday service and everything. Great duo. Absolutely wonderful, positive vibes coming from those dudes. Because usually I don't, I wouldn't purchase anything like that with people I don't trust. But yeah, those dudes are pretty cool.
Damn, man, that was a good experience right there, man.
If you want, I'll hook you up with their Instagram because I talked to them and they said they also ship out. So
how long did y'all have a time limit for your presentations or?
Yeah, we were given about 45 minutes.
Okay, and y'all did it all on the same day?
Yeah.
Okay. That's dope, man.
And it made sense because we did like a little Q&A at the end where we had a little, we all sat in a line and people came up with the microphone and asked questions. It was all official,
Yeah. That was dope. People need that right there. You know what I'm saying? That is how we take control of, and that's good. That's healing mental health. People need that. They need to hear that. They need to build. They need to be obtaining tools they can use so they can go to work and not be fucking stressed out by bullshit that's going on.
Right. That's one of the things that I learned from this trip also is how important it is to totally reduce stress and anxiety. One of the young ladies in my class was telling us the other day, and even Veronica can confirm this. What did she say? Ray, if you remember, that stress causes
strokes, heart attack, and all that energy just sit inside your chest and then move up to the brain.
Yeah, she broke it down scientifically where they're like literally stress causes this specific stuff to happen. It's due to stress and anxiety and those type of feelings that all dis-ease manifests. So one thing that I was receiving, and especially just from reading this yoga, it's crucial to have yourself in a sattvic state for harmony, for health, peace of mind. Philip Cooper in Basic Magic and the Magician told us that peace equals power. Power is built on a foundation of peace, not stress.
Mm-hmm. Being in control of your emotional state, inner emotional state. Being in a that's perfect. And that's right what you said, being in a sattvic state. Basically, pH balance physically and spiritually. It probably, I know she mentioned it probably lowers your oxygen saturation rate. All of that affects your pulse. All kind of shit that go on inside you be stressed out. Yeah. That's what I think about when you ever got really, really angry and your voice start crackling and you feel your hands and shit. It feels like you're on fire.
I don't want to feel that.
Who wants to be like that all the time, man?
And then it's people that's like that all the time. What's going on with that body?
I can hang with people like that. It was everything got them turned. That's basically it's like hypervigilance. A person who's always in a state of locked and cocked. I'm ready to get it right now.
And that's a trauma response.
It is a trauma. Yep, you're right.
As a young people, we call that always on demon time, ready to go. Yeah.
Nigga, relax. You ain't never. If you say that to some nigga on the block, young head, relax, nigga, they'll kill you right there.
Yeah.
For saying relax. That shit is so offensive.
Yep, you're right.
And you got to really know the language, like Travis said. You really got to know because you still, as a, you know what I'm saying, taking to the 5% as a poor righteous teacher, you still got a duty to perform. But you do got to know the language of the youth, so you won't go over there and get sent back to the essence too early. You know what I'm saying? Niggas send your ass to the essence with that peace shit.
Yeah, so all you young folks that follow me on Instagram, every now and then just drop me the lingo so I can keep up.
Don't ever yell relax to one. Don't go over there telling them, yo, man, relax, man. That shit is violation to them. This world is so crazy. It's beautiful though, man. Oh man.
Beautiful.
That's why Mike Tyson said that he was successful. I was watching an interview. He started crying because he was thinking about the person that he used to be. That's why he know that in order for him to return back to boxing 100% that he would have to lose all of his humanity that he's built up right now. Yeah. He would have to turn back into a straight animal. Because like you said, it was the reason he got them fights and he beat him up because he was fearful. He got this video, it's called Supreme Confidence. He said he was fearful the whole time that he's training. He always thought about that he's gonna get knocked out in front of his friends and people gonna say he was a loser and all. You know what I'm saying? So when he get in the ring, that's when he said that he looked at the opponent, and it can be a split second that he gonna see something in him, and he knows that he got you. He already beat you with the look. So we got to develop that same type of energy to make it through life, but it has to be against us, our own inner self that's trying to defeat us all the time with stupid
against
shit.
Gatekeeper.
The gatekeepers, yeah.
Yeah, and that makes it hard when mingling with martial arts, because it's such a beautiful art form, because you get to that flow state, you deal with all different levels of your awareness and how you react to situations, conflict resolution, right? But there's also that immediate attack. Like, I think of one of the best mestres who I visited in Brazil. My God, this man is incredible. He's a legend. And he will like mess you up, mess you up. And he spent most of his training also, like Tyson, being scared, like thinking like they're coming after me. Someone's coming after me. They're coming after me. I have to be ready. Yeah. And I find that when I meet advanced martial artists, I meet a lot of them, and a lot of them come from that similar mentality of someone's coming after me. I have to always be on guard. And when they start to chill out, they kind of lose that spark that they had, or that they still have the skill to implement the danger, but the desire is not there anymore. So they don't utilize it as much. And I think that in our minds, at least for me as someone who's trains martial arts, I am constantly sort of battling with that egotistic sense where it's like, oh, I have to be this warrior that's like on the go all the fucking time. But the thing is that I'm not an asshole. Like, I'm not, that's not net. When you don't have that maliciousness, you're not going to be looking to pick targets like that, or you're not going to be having those same Martian type reactions. And so I think it's difficult to find that balance with martial arts. It's difficult and it's not, to like really see the healing qualities within, and at the same time be able to inflict pain, because that's what you're learning how to do. You're learning how to inflict pain.
So you saying that the Karate Kids, just them whole movies was basically what you just said. Because it started from the fear, and then it was they had to develop, even the new one with Jaden Smith. They had to get to a point where they had to conquer, but they were still fighting fearful, but they had to get to that one point where they defeated it. So like you were just saying, I said that word hypervigilance, right? Listen to the definition: the elevated state of constantly assessing potential threats around you is often the result of a trauma.
Yeah, and if you're a martial artist, you're in trauma. You're getting beat upside the head all the time. Yeah. like you're. But what's interesting is that you can also use those same procedures for healing. Like in massage, I learned joint locks. Know what I'm saying? Like you use the same thing, but it helps the body gain mobility if you use it in a specific way.
Oh shit, wait a minute. The neck cracking dude.
Legit, those are acupressure points.
Oh, I didn't think about that a little, because I watched those videos, and that dude will hold you. So he doing lock holds, and he'll pull you real quick. Man, he's snapping all of it. Whatever needs to be cracked, he cracking it.
That's right. And you mess with fascia, right? Which is the tissue that surrounds your muscles. And so a lot of the points where you hit someone where it hurts, that's where there's fascia buildup naturally. And as a massage therapist or as a healer, you target those points, but you utilize a different strategy in order to heal the body instead of implement pain in the negative sense. But it's the same technique.
I need for you to fascia drop kick me on my upper back to crack it.
Like, look at as a.
Oh, I think she's breaking up.
Wait, you said I'm breaking up or you're breaking up?
I thought you was still saying, so I thought you had broke up.
Oh no, I think I just stopped talking.
Okay. You gotta warn me. I'm indulging myself in some good flour over here. I thought so.
Me too, friend. Me too.
Try. What is a vaporizer?
You know, Since I have to identify as a Rohini moon, I don't want to get you guys started on that. We love sweets and sweet smelling and tasting and looking things, hence the glitter and the unicorns. But in this instance, I've got a diffuser with a splendid assortment of oils, including pumpkin pie spice, delicious apple cider, and my favorite, a cinnamon blend. And it's just blowing right up my nose the whole time. I love it.
Delightful.
I noticed that. That's really cool. That is very seasonal. It like matches the season right now.
I think I'm going to get a diffuser now.
I usually just do oil, you know, but I saw this and it looked really cool. I figured I'd try it and I love it. It doesn't fill the room as strongly as the oil burners, but it looks cool and it lasts for like hours. It also changes color, like most of the things in my home that do things. I like my atmosphere to be very astral and dreamy.
And that's like I said in the beginning, that's how you build your energy, man. You everybody gotta become self-sufficient to the point you can control your space and your time. Then you could live that magical lifestyle that you really want to live in. Or you have to be so focused and persistent in your studies that you can live it within still doing. If you don't have your space, you can kind of take control of a piece of time, but you got to be in control of it. Because you're able, it's no different than anybody. You know, say whoever like me, you, Alora, them, you're capable of, like you said, you're Rohini, you're capable of in your space, putting physical things that represent your astrological stuff. You can make your whole house your universe.
Right. I mean, you're going to live there. You might as well make it a place that you enjoy being.
Yeah.
Dude, and that is so real too. Like feng shui, but then like adding in the astrological significance is huge for creating your own vortex. Like I've literally made my rooms, some of my rooms symbolize or work with the planetary rulerships that I have going on in my chart, and it changed everything.
Yeah.
Like there's a very real component to, there's an alchemical component, right? That when you have your own space, if you're very intentional with it, you can really, really change what's going on.
Yes, very much so. And you know, you don't even have to get super deep with it. Just it's all symbology, right? The colors and the pieces, they represent something. And this is what I've learned. It's not about super complex rituals. It's about establishing a firm connection between a symbol and a state. You must do that or you're not doing anything. That's what magic is. And you make enough symbol state connections that you're able to use them as a ladder to get you where you want to go. So I have this dragon here sitting on top of my diffuser every time I use it. And I have it right in front of the smoke so it pours out. And in my imagination, this dragon represents the spirit that fills my home with this essence and this ether and this vibe, almost like this astral smoke. And when I smell it, I know that I am in the realm protected by this particular entity. So every little thing in my atmosphere is connected with a symbol. And when I experience it through one of my five senses, it puts me in a solidified state. Nothing that somebody can tell me, no bad news, no gossip, nothing's going to take me out of my state because it's so reinforced at every angle. This is what magic should be about. If you want your life to change, you got to connect a state to a symbol. The link has to be thorough.
And hence that's the connection of incense magic or scented magic. When you connect the scent with the entity, you could even most people know that each letter of the Hebrew alphabet has a scent. So you could, instead of even saying the word, you could burn the particular smells for the Hebrew letters that you're spelling, and the smell is saying the word.
And check out how what's going on unconsciously in the background.
All of that. So you said connecting the item. What did you say again, Travis? Say that how you
Establishing a connection between a symbol and the state that you're trying to invoke.
So if you got a particular incense burning that are burning in the letters of Hebrew that are spelling particular words that are mantras, then the state that you're creating is the realm of the mantra or the intention or so on or whatever. Some powerful shit right there, man. So that's a lot of science that you just gave, and I just added in for the. That's some real science right there. People don't know that. I don't think some people don't.
No, it's safe to say that they don't.
Each goetic demon, each angel of the Shem Hamforesh, all of them have a smell.
Yeah. So say, for example, if you wanted to contact, I don't know, a spirit like Furfur or something like that, you'd find out the associations. You do your research. You know, apparently some people, maybe in the chat, said that they might have done research with this entity. Well, maybe you've come across correspondences that this entity deals with. So now do the due diligence of surrounding yourself and your atmosphere with those correspondences so that you can begin to accumulate this state. You ever bought those action figures from Marvel where it'll be like a Spider-Man toy, but then you'll get this big ass leg, and you get Captain America and you get this arm? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
You get all these different toys, and if you collect them all, you get to put together this big ass, I don't know, Galactus or Thanos or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's what's going on here with the five senses. When you collect these correspondences, each one of them independently can trigger the state. But just imagine the power of activating all five senses of smell, sight, right? Not only am I smelling this beautiful aroma of pumpkin cinnamon apple cider, but I've also got this really cool looking ice dragon, right? And in my imagination, as soon as I look at that smoke, I see this dragon. So he's blowing the fumes out. I've also got this beautiful heavenly music going. So it's hit me on that aspect as well. And it's all connected. I'm in an atmosphere now. And it only happens together. I don't do it separately. So if you want to evoke an entity that already has established connections, you can start by activating those correspondences in your atmosphere.
So now people got to go do the science. So I'm going to just throw this in. Now people should go do the science to what entity or what planet, astrological sign that cinnamon is connected to. And then you will know the reason why they put them cinnamon brooms out around Halloween time. And see, there's no coincidence with that. And actually, you should be buying those from time to time because there's some occult science that's attached to that cinnamon broom. That's why I said when we say were they the ones who did it? It's the advertisers, it's the marketers, it's the people who own advertising companies, it's the executives of music. Those are the wizards of the chessboard.
Yeah.
They know what there is no coincidence to shit. There is no haphazard to anything. Everything is fucking orchestrated perfectly.
Literally. So check this out now. If you're experiencing life being orchestrated around you and you don't like it, what makes you think that you don't have the power to orchestrate? You can do the same thing that they are doing to you. Instead of complaining about what they are doing, why don't you do something? Like what Maestro said here in the chat.
So
he said, if no one around you makes money, tape pictures of billionaires to your wall.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'd like to throw in, I guess you could say, a formula for that really has helped me out. And that was, and I even wrote it down, and I kind of base all my goals off of that. And this is for, you know, when I choose to invoke deities to help me out, or when I choose to just, you know, like go for something. You first need to have focus in what it is that you want. A lot of people don't know what they want, so they don't do enough in order to change the circumstance that they're in. They just know they want change. So you have to get direct in what you want. You have to focus on that. The next thing would be your emotional involvement. And this is where our visualization comes in. So this is where you get the cinnamon, or you understand the planetary rulers. So you start showing that interest in what other elements are around this, and you stimulate an emotion that connects to the focus that you have. And then after that, you aggravate and you disrupt your current environment. You have to disrupt. That's why, like, monks will shave their heads, or people will set up the elaborate rituals and keep a specific room just for that, because they're aggravating the environment that they're in. So their brain automatically goes to the original focus of what their intent was. And then you repeat it. So these deities have these, right? These symbols that we look at, they have so much weight that is carried with them that you invoke because of that repetition of their the focus of the emotional involvement with these symbols, and then how it disrupts the environment, and it keeps getting repeated. So that's how you have something like the cross having such a huge symbolic resonance with it, that we actually feel something from it.
Laura, when you say environment, you're meaning a physical environment and a mental environment too, right?
Yes. Yeah, because you can start to change your mental environment when you program something to have an emotional correspondence with, but it's not going to stay that way unless the environment itself is disrupted as well. That triggers that emotional state. So that could even mean me lighting the incense.
Yeah. That's alchemy.
That aggravates the environment.
That's definitely alchemy, because you got to. Yeah. Because there's an alchemical process. Don't forget, it's the putrefaction process. Putrefaction is the destruction of one. It's the total basic the death of what was once living a particular way. So you have to destroy that construct of it, as like you said, to build it into something new. And it sounds like the same. And if you take the whole Bible and make an occult science, it's the same thing. Let us make man in our image and our likeness. So they're going to take a piece of it and destruct a piece of the element of the genetics to do blah, blah, blah. And just like we said, with the whole smells and the smell is associated with particular energies. Now you should understand from an occult perspective why they brought frankincense and myrrh to this character that they call Jesus Christ. Did they bring him frankincense and myrrh, or did they invoke some kind of entity that's associated with frankincense and myrrh and gold?
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So the whole thing is that so that's good to have this kind of dialogue, because it opens up the new perspective to look at things in a different way. Travel over there with the whole atmosphere. He just gave that's gems that he dropped to let people into his atmosphere. We're like, yo, my whole fucking, when you walk into my house, you walking into my fucking world. And then that's the same thing when you ever been to a Jewish person's house who practiced real Judaism? Before you even walk in there, they hit you with the law, because they all have a little scroll will be on their door, hit right on the door, so that you already walking in there under their jurisdiction and entering into their law. and shit like that. And especially the first thing they're gonna do is make you take your shoes off. So you're gonna have to take them off, and then boom, now you in there. Now they got relics and shit all over the place. You know them sashes and all kind of shit in there. That should be that's where, and if we want, that's where the Cabala comes from. That kind of essence. So when our homes, that shit's supposed to already be guarded up. So even if you do have a one night stand and you bring the wrong person in your house, at least they can't leave the energy there. You just have to get rid of the mental and physical interaction if it was garbage. You know what I'm saying? But as far as them bringing something and leaving it, it's not going to happen because you already got an atmosphere that's conducive for repelling shit like that or tearing it down.
Yes.
Right. Like your environment will shut it down.
So we talk.
Like I've had people go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, we're talking about resonance here. People say, I resonate with that. But what does resonance actually mean? Resonance means that this medium can carry the frequency. That's what resonance means. Just like if you have two violins on a table and you stroke one, the other violin is going to move too because it resonates, meaning it has the same capacity for the vibration, right? We understand what resonance means. And when you say you resonate with something, that means that you have the capacity to hold that vibe. Likewise, if you make your environment conducive to a specific vibration, it resonates at a specific vibration. So somebody comes in with funky vibes, they don't resonate. They can't, first of all, they won't be able to stay there. Second of all, whatever they bring can't stay there.
Mm-hmm.
It is scientific.
That's real. That's the reason why any one of us who claims that we on some warlock and all kind of other shit, walk into one of them old churches and watch, you don't automatically go into some sort of sacredness feeling because you're in this place. It doesn't say you're gonna change to become a Catholic, but you're gonna feel and experience the atmosphere of this place because there's an energy frequency in there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Just like we said, they've created their own universe in that place. No matter if we say Christianity is garbage or not, there's millions of people who really, really believe in that shit, who are creating the mental and spiritual atmosphere that makes that shit really work. Because it's really not.
Look at Sedona.
Huh?
Look at Sedona, like Sedona, Arizona.
Yes. That type of I've never been there, but I keep hearing about Mount Shasta. Something is spiritually happening there. I know it's in California.
Isn't that a soda?
No, it's not in California.
Tree too. Joshua
in Arizona.
Tree.
It's not.
Oh, and in California. Yeah.
Where's
Joshua? Where's what?
Mount Shasta.
It's on the East Coast, ain't it?
I don't know, but I just know they said that's like a spiritual place or something like that. So I know it must be some energy, like you said with the Sedona. That's, you go to these places and you feel it. You don't have to adhere to the religious dogma culture of that, but you're gonna, like I said, you're gonna walk into any Catholic church, any Methodist church, and you're going to automatically fall in line with the atmosphere of that place. You're not going to go in there wilding.
It's been consecrated.
It's just what it is. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, it's been set up.
Walk into somebody's home. My shit is usually always, my home is always calm, except my daughters. If everybody's there, and it's a different thing. But it's calm. I like jazz music, so I'll usually have that or Alexa playing something in there, but it's always calm. That's how I like to keep it because that's how I want my inner being to be.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. See, that's the thing about magic as well, and yoga. We strive to have the external in resonance with the internal.
Yeah.
The internal world's got to be at one with the external. Like my external environment is the same as what's going on in my head. it can't be at odds. Because how are you going to manifest if you live in two different places?
Yeah.
Yeah, I experienced that big time, like those wanting peace, but working 40 hours a week in a place where there is no peace.
Yeah.
And you have to find those tiny moments where you can just kind of grasp onto, because really in the end, if you're at a wit's end of that, or if you're at opposing forces, it becomes like a survival game. Like you're just like, I'm just trying to make it through my day. I'm not like, you're unable to manifest because what you're trying to manifest is survival. And
look, you've got a certain amount of hours that you can actually, do something, right? And you have a smorgasbord of stuff to study. You can go here with this Cabala stuff. You can go here with this psychology stuff. You got a million directions to go, but only a small piece of time. So I wonder if each of these different categories can produce skills in yourself. Which one of those skills would be the most useful and the most appropriate for taking you from where you are to where you want to be? Which one of those skills would give you the best tools to take you from here to here?
Are you asking literally, or do you want, or is that just like a thing to think over?
I bought a pecan pie and I had a wonderful time eating it. And I recently bought a pumpkin pie. And what I do is I have whipped cream. I spray it all on top and I have these sprinkles. I do that with my coffee now. All right. I put the whipped cream on top and I have these glittery sprinkles and it's just the amazing cup of coffee. It's just coffee, but when I look at it, it just gives me this feeling that's like, this is like Wonderland. I love it. Something that simple makes me so happy. Start with the little things.
Something, Trav, that's important what you just said about about time and how we touched on time. All of these ancients, all of these systems all basically talk about the same thing. It's just like, and you were just talking about how you gotta use the time that you have, and if you're working these particular hours. So in masonry, right? What you like, they give you these lessons. So one of the most important tools is what they call a 24-inch gauge, and that's something that they say like masons use. You're supposed to measure and lay out your work. You know what I'm saying? But what does it say? In free and accepted masonry, it's used for a more noble purpose. That's the kind of stuff you got to remember. These are lessons that you got to learn while you're studying to be a mason, right? So it says that you learn to divide your time because time is divided into 24 equal parts, and you're supposed to be you got 24 hours in a day, which are taught to divide into 3 parts, and whereby we find a portion for service of God and a distressed worthy brother, and a portion for our usual vocations, and a portion for refreshment and sleep. That's Mason allegory that you taught, and that's how you're supposed to measure out your time. So anybody that, when you deal with masonry, you know that you're traveling on a timeline. So you have no time for what? Foolishness. You ain't got no time to be playing fucking games. I only got 24 hours in a day, and I gotta break that motherfucker into 3 parts. I gotta find, as they say, to serve God, another part to serve a worthy brother, which that means if a mason come to you and say, yo, man, I need you to drag this motherfucking body out in the back, see, you got the helper. No, I'm just joking, you know what I'm saying? Anything need ashes, you're not supposed to turn a brother away. And another part for, I forgot, for a vocation, which is work, because the man's supposed to work, or you're supposed to have means to generate currency, and then you're supposed to have another time for your refreshment. So you supposed to break, as a person know they work 8 hours Monday through Friday, and you trying to go on a spiritual journey of transcendence, you ain't got no time to be hitting the club Friday and Saturday night.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm. You don't have enough time to be wasted, drunk, or high.
None of that. You got to read, you got to study material and put it into practice. And if you start getting into what we've been in, we can claim now, if you've been on these mantras to really, really get this frequency elevated, you're gonna have to be in the 1,000 japa to get to, if you want to generate some mantras for concentration, you're gonna have to do them motherfuckers 1,800 times.
Yeah.
Listen, then we can get it. You want to go 180,000 times? You'll be saying the same mantra for 3 days. And I'm not saying you're going to be doing it sitting still, but your mind is going to be focused. You have no time for idleness. That's why they say idle mind is a playground of the devil. That's only meaning that they associating the devil, the devilishment with nefarious activity. Once you become your mind state is dissipated, you ain't focused no more, so anything can grab your attention. Chick walk by, you turning your head, a commercial come on about a jacket you interested in buying, restaurant fucking Olive Garden put a commercial on, you say, damn, that's good, I wouldn't mind having your mind go from thing to thing to fucking thing.
That sounds like somebody who hasn't practiced verse number 2 of the Yoga Sutras.
None of that.
Because all those different fluctuations and flutters of the mind are just tearing you left and right.
Keep catching them. You can't stay focused on one thing for 1 minute.
One of my buddies who I used to play Apex with, rest in peace, he died somehow. I remember playing, and like in between every match, I just hear him like, damn, oh Lord, she got a fat ass.
Think about how many thoughts. I'm gonna Google right now. How many thoughts does your mind have a minute?
Oh my God. Like,
it's about 3
millions,
per
thousands,
hour, 50 per minute, just under 1 per second. A lot of people believe this according, the 70,000 thoughts per day myth. This is from Discover Magazine. So I just wanted to see some numbers. So think about if a person's having 70,000 thoughts a day.
Right, and now we see how easy it is to manipulate people because no one's paying attention to themselves.
It says the average person has about 48.6 thoughts per minute, according to the Laboratory of Neuroimaging at the University of South California. 48.6 thoughts per minute.
An unstable mind is
Humans have around 6,200 thoughts in a single day. It's all kind of, put it like this. You're having an unsurmountable, uncountable amount of thoughts every fucking day. An uncontrolled mind.
So I wonder what would be revealed if that process were to be slowed down even just a little bit. Those thoughts are like ripples on a pond. You're not going to see what's in that water.
And you're going to scare away all the fish because you keep making ripples.
And keep making ripples at that.
There's never any calm.
Just
monkey. You can't even float around. You know how you just want to get in one of them little canoes. Everybody always see a little boat and it'd be like a little lake and it'd be pristine and all of that. You never get to that point. It's never pristine for you. It's always you are always in the Grand Rapids. Ain't no chilling over there in the that white water, as they call it. No wonder we got to do this yoga shit.
Yeah.
We're fucking nuts. The human being without control is a maniac.
Maniac Planet. So what I've learned from my study in psychology is that there's no secrets. No one can hide anything. Like, people think that they're so sneaky and shit like that, but no one can hide anything. I mean, even with what you just said, it makes sense. With all those thoughts running through our heads at all the time, number one, it comes out of us through slips in speech, through body language and our aura. And number two, we're not able to keep track of a lie because we're so busy racing to and fro. No one can hide anything. I know that for a fact, and I firmly believe it. Anyone is an open book if you know how to read.
You never hide any secret. It's all your mind will always have a physical demonstration or an outward demonstration of what it's thinking if it's uncontrolled. Mm-hmm. Your eyes, just like you just went down the list, the way you stand, all of that shit can tell you, like, this motherfucker is preparing himself to tell me a lie before I even ask the question.
Right. Even down to the emphasis of the words used. A lot of the stuff happens unconsciously.
And I laugh because these are the very same things that we're talking about are the very same tools and techniques that they use against society when it comes to advertising and marketing.
Right.
Fuck with us. They fucking with us.
Hey, it's a job, all right?
None of the food, everything that we see on television is not in its natural form. It's fucking glue and stuck together. It's fabricated and made nothing is fucking real or good for you. They always lying. You're always trying to get me to do something that I personally didn't say I wanted to do. You didn't even give me a chance to learn how to work the camera and the last iPhone. Now you got 3 of them motherfuckers on the back of the phone now.
I got all these cameras on the back of my phone, and it's like it only uses one.
What? You see what I'm saying? They fucking with us. About the whole thing is, and then they do funny shit like Facebook changed it to Meta or whatever. They own Oculus now, so they bought that. So what they get ready to do is make Oculus obsolete, and now they're gonna have contact lenses that's gonna be able to fucking put the imagery on your eye, you know. And the military already had that. That's not even fucking new technology. You know what I'm saying? It started off with the little screen that they would pull off their helmet and they would look through that. But they went to the contact lens several years ago. So they fuck with us with shit. The same shit we talk about that's written in all the sutras, the Shastas, the Puranas, they know that shit. They been knew it. How many rock musicians fucking with yoga? All of them. Why you think Russell Simmons had to go to yoga? It's the only system that changes you from your detrimental self into a more refined self. How you think Tina Turner got away from motherfucking Ike Turner? Yoga and motherfucking mantra. Mm-hmm. Other than that, Ike was coming for that ass. On your own ring, Jay got her the fuck out of here. You know?
Right.
So I'm just saying, that's where I want to. That's just for me to the world or whatever. That's where I realized that the very same, whatever we call it, magic, occult science, and Bobby, you don't think Elon Musk and all these motherfuckers heard of Bobby Hemmett? You don't think they It's easy to fucking find that shit out. What if they can be sitting around be like, you know what, give me something on Black consciousness. Where are the youth getting this? Why is Black people not going to church no more? Find out why that is. The algorithms. People are not the millennials, as they're called, and my generation, Generation X, and the millennials, niggas ain't going to church no more. There's a reason for that. Find me the reason in the shift, because it's all statistics that they can study. And when did we stop doing that? And they find out, oh, they started fucking with tarot cards and reading at least the Crawley and Michael Ford and all of that. That's when you don't think they know? They've been using that same science against us for years.
Right.
They don't even have to use it against us anymore.
Changing the music frequency and
we do it to ourselves at this point.
And we
just
do
look
it
at the young lady who tried to scam me today. People see that
automatic.
People see that tarot and these things are popular, so they make these quick get money schemes, and really that's all that's necessary to keep seedlings from sprouting.
But hasn't that always existed? We can
Right.
go back to 1375. There was somebody with a pack of tarot cards back then, straight fugazi with that shit.
Right.
Yeah.
Which helps me to really diminish my. I don't really think there's as much. Sure, there's people on all sides doing all types of things, but I think most of the resistance is coming from a level that's a lot closer to us than a higher up level.
Yeah, I think patterns resurface. Like, I think that's all it is. Things are just repeating. So right now we're in a phase where people aren't going to church and aren't going into occult stuff. And then you have people taking advantage of them there. Like wherever, like there's always a weapon maker and there's always a weapon. Like it doesn't really, as long as there is a suggestion, there'll be a direction for people to go in. And so I think right now we're just kind of going through a resurfacing of like magic and occult studies and all this kind of stuff. And there are people taking advantage of that, and they're always going to take advantage of that. And if it wasn't tarot, it would be with the Bible. Or
we always fought against. There's always been a fight against the church. People got sick of that shit, and they went their own way.
Well, remember the church was always sort of a form of government.
Yeah.
Like when we look into human history, the church was government.
It was government. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. Like people were appointed by God and then they would lead people. So you always had that resistance there or support, because when you talk about church, you're talking about government.
It was real slick. No, I can't say it's like, I'll just say how I always say it. It was mastery. But it was already, like I said, those we call they and how they did it, it was supposed to be like that. That was their demonstration of the creator, of the creative forces, because the creative forces is all things. So even the thing that we call resistance and restriction is just another energy demonstration. So these churches and it's just, we know it's a power of control. Like you said, these people were governments. So with the whole way we seeing it, because now we have access to globally see things immediately. It doesn't take years and years and years for certain information to make its circumference around the globe. It would take a long time for certain type of experiences that one people or one tribe is experiencing here to make its way known, unless you were traveling on trading routes, and that's how information got around the globe. But now we got technology sending out information in real fucking time all over the planet now. You know what I'm saying? So when it comes to the control, like of church, they lost their stronghold because the information don't have gatekeepers like it used to. The church is not in control of disseminating information. Once we came into this, how we are right now with technology, there ain't no gatekeeper in information. You can get anything you want. And more.
I would say that the church just changed its name to Instagram or Twitter or Snapchat. Always monitoring.
I can go with that. Those are ministries. I can go with that. You're right. You're right. Because they always got to have their hand in the pot because they gangster.
And we're always going to church. We're always going to Instagram or Twitter or Facebook. Like when people say, "Oh, look at that ass," they're probably looking at someone's Instagram or at someone's right. Like they're constantly we're paying our we're paying our visit to the church.
What did church do once the pandemic hit? They ran straight to social media and held internet churches now. So it's all good. See, that's why we got to study and we keep aware so we can kind of, as you said, put these patterns together and put the pieces to the puzzle. So one, we can be, like I said, a service and dispel falsehood. But like, yo, it ain't no conspiracy theory. All you got to do is see how the plan mapped out. Like, nigga, this is the fucking blueprint that they used. But they can't stop how early in the day, well, not early in the day, but in the 1300s, and even to be a mathematician was considered magic, and you would be killed for that shit. The church was not fucking with math. But now they can't rule like that. So all sorts of information, magic, grimoires, stories of the church, stories of magicians, we have access to all of that shit, and nobody can stop it. It's too late. So if you gather amongst yourself with the right people and study the proper information, that right there is how you develop a whole, you develop a newer construct or a new framework that people can use and imitate. What is it called in NLP? What is it called in NLP when you develop I know it's
modeling.
Modeling, that's the word.
Initiated, NLP took it to the extreme, but I love finding the root of things. If I had to be like everyone who loves astrology, then I'd have to say, well, that's due to my Mula ascendant. But I like finding the root of different things. And I found that NLP, that especially the modeling aspect comes from a very certain source who may have also started hypnotherapy. But that's the truth. If you want to learn something quickly, the easiest way to do it is to model someone who's doing it successfully. So much time would be saved. So much time. But speaking of what you said as far as community, I want to give a shout out to everybody on this YouTube channel right now, because in the chat, there's like the most people that have been here still. So that means you guys are watching and still watching. It's been a whole 7 hours. So I appreciate you guys for being here, hanging out with us as we discuss these different topics. That's pretty cool. Thank you guys. But I also want to say, we're doing the book study again in January. I'm giving you a heads up now so you don't miss out. This is the book that we're going to start with. It's called The Paths of Poverty and Nivriti. All right. It's a very short book. It's not going to take you 10 years to read. It's less than 80 pages, but it's straight to the point. The great Swami Niranjan Ananda Saraswati does not waste time. He gets right to the point. This is a very good book to understand, to get you started on the path of utilizing occult power in the correct manner. And when I say correct manner, I mean in such a way that is going to be safe and efficient, useful and appropriate. So if you want to save time and get right to the good stuff, buy this book and join us as we start this book study, right? Obviously, you're a smart person because you're watching my channel and you're watching this video. So don't short yourself. Get this book, sign up on the membership, right? It's right next to the subscribe button. It says join. Click that so that you can join in the discussion. Not only will there be the discussion, but I'm also going to have a couple of bonuses and perks that you can download in association with the study. So be sure to do that and go ahead and hit the like button on this video if you like this video. Get yourself a Dragon Ball necklace.
You got to, Trev, you're gonna have to find that brother, and you're gonna have to ask him. You got to tell me the name of those beats.
Yeah, I'm gonna find him. I'm sure he's taking a picture with somebody in the group or somebody at the talk and tagged them. I'm gonna have to track him down. Look, man, we're gonna have to get you on the show. A special interview with just you. Tell me about these beats.
Break them down. Exactly. I'm about to check out Trav. But you know, people go, all you got to do that right there can become a practice. If a person just does a couple, even like that with the Google, you figure out, you say you have about 48.6 thoughts per a minute, or you think you'd have 70,000 thoughts per day. That right there should trigger you to see if you can challenge yourself to be aware of each one of your thoughts, so you don't have no more random thoughts. That's a practice that I've been doing, and I learned from I believe of Dharana Darshan, is that you should have no thought that you do not consciously want to have. So nothing can even creep in and cause you to have some memory get stirred up, and now you acting crazy some fucking way. Or you doing something that you didn't necessarily set out to do. You've been automated. You've been turned down like a robot to go into automotion, it's an automated move. So that's the whole thing. Just think about that. I use that, like I said, personally, is controlling the thoughts. It's a all the time struggle, because sometimes you don't. Mm-hmm. The brain is very intelligent, very crafty. So you gotta. That's where other things come in, where you gotta symbols, because that's subconscious communication through symbology is more powerful than always attempting to create an intention or something like that. Mantra and symbols, sigils, as you got different toys or anything, black mirrors, scrying. So that's what I mean. I appreciate it, Trav. Thank you for going back on, man. 3,000 thoughts per minute, 50 per minute, 3,000 per hour.
I'm glad I'm not experiencing that anymore.
Just think about that's some serious shit.
Very serious. That's an epidemic. It's not good.
That's a sickness.
That's a sickness.
If you really, I want people to really get that, man. Yo, just start from there. And then you will be, that's when I say have to be more gentle with yourself. You have to change up the approach. Think of yourself as one of who said, as that fucking dog standing inside the gate, vicious. And it's vicious because it's hurt. So think about any kind of animal that's hurt. It's been locked away. Junkyard dog type of shit. And think about approaching it. That shit it's ravenous.
Yo, just like the junkyard dog, the mind is producing all these thoughts, maybe because it wants to be paid attention to. So maybe the solution is to just pay attention to the mind so that it will sit down and shut up.
We'll sit down and shut up. And what better way for it to shut up is to observe its foolishness.
Right.
3,000 thoughts per hour, and then it'll calm down. It's almost like ignoring the kid when they're crying, right. Because if you keep paying attention, because they're very smart, they learn patterns.
Right.
Cry and whine, daddy, mama gonna pick me up and play with me, but stop doing that and see how they're gonna have to now figure something else out.
Brings to mind that Family Guy skit where Stewie's like, Mom, Mama, Mom, Mommy, Mom, Mom, Mama, Mom, right? Finally, she's like, what?
Exactly. You begin to learn how many times you can say mommy before she picks me up. So those are what those 3,000 per hour are, the mommies. So you get to 3,000. Now you go out and get a supersized milkshake from somewhere to soothe the savage beast. Now it's sugar, because most of the time it's sugar. Because don't forget that brain power is powered by real energy, glucose. So that's why motherfuckers be always drained out and tired, and mix that with bomb weed. You burning yourself.
And depleting your sexual energy every single day, 5 times a day.
And and then so just put all of that together, and you think you're operating at optimum efficiency. It's not gonna happen. So I just employed people to, and that wasn't difficult. I Googled that just to get some numbers. Those numbers aren't accurate, but that's about the best that neuroscience can do right now. You know what I'm saying? But that's enough.
It illustrates the point.
Yeah.
Every waking moment, that mind is spewing out nonsense. It's not nonsense. It's just what it is it's receiving impulse into one of the 5 senses, and it's translating it into data. And your mind is just being bombarded with all this data. You're paying attention, right? We all have this attention. We do. We all have this discipline. Just like you can sit down disciplined in front of Netflix for 12 hours. That's discipline. We have the power to do it. Don't say you can't do it. You can do it. It's just you have to change where it's being pointed at. The mind is always going. When you meditate, it's not about stopping that process. It's about transcending that process.
Mm-hmm. And training the brain to focus on something else. That's the process. You have to be the controller of the thoughts. So now so that's the whole reason for mantras and sayings. Either the person, they got to do something repetitive. That's what keeps the brain in control. Repetitive, consistent practice. What's the number 14 again that we went through in Patanjali? Effective practice. What does it say? A continuous, reverential, sustained practice, which is executed for a long time. That's the only thing that's going to kill the fucking victory. Naroda, Siddha Vitri Naroda. Or Chitta Vitri Naroda.
The habits
of the mind.
But it's possible. I'm telling you, it's possible.
We're doing it, man. Because we're doing it, Trav. Alora, she's doing it.
You're damn right.
It's fucking hard.
It was difficult to quit drinking alcohol. It was difficult to stop eating meat. It was difficult to reduce sugar. It was difficult to go on no fap semen retention. But it's possible. And the amount of control and the amount of confidence that you get from being able to master your body, that means that nothing external can influence you unless you want it to. If you're not able to do those things, that means that those things have power over you. You look at something that...
And you feel so happy doing it.
The impulses still come, right? Meat smells great when it's cooked, right? Just the other night, my brother was cooking up some burgers and he had it seasoned nice. I almost wanted to cheat and save his grease and cook my tofu on it, but I didn't.
And that's what really makes me happy is when we're able to control a situation.
Right.
That reminds me of the story of the horses. I think we talked about it before, where there's that story of this king where he has like 7 very unruly horses. They're super beautiful and he paid a grip for them, but like they're just too insane. And every trainer that he has come from all over the world just cannot control these horses. And so he offers a huge reward to someone who can finally train these horses. And this village kid shows up and the kid's like, yeah, give me a year. And the king is like, oh, what the hell, kid? Like, whatever, right? And so he gives the kid these horses to watch over a year, and a year passes, and then a little bit over a year passes. And the king's starting to write off in his checkbook, like, well, that money's gone, and the horses, because they haven't come back. And then he sees the kid outside his window riding one of the 7 horses, and they're all lined up, marching beautifully. And the king asks how the hell the kid did it. And the kid said, well, first, I watched them. And when the horses got out to a pasture, I let them roam in the pasture and just freak out. And they couldn't believe it at first. So they started flipping out and acting crazy. He's like, and then eventually I started running with them. And I started drinking the water with them and all this kind of stuff. And they almost sort of semi-adopted me as like this weird human horse being that they couldn't quite figure out yet, but was letting them do whatever they wanted. So they were cool with it. And then eventually he put his hand on the back of one of the horses and the horse didn't like it. And so it kind of was like, oh, fuck off. But at the same time, he was like a part of their clan. So he was like, all right, I'll forgive you. And then over time, they developed more of a relationship and the kid was able to ride on them and then create order. And that whole story is the metaphor of us working with our own thoughts. Yeah. You move from the experiencer to the observer, to the one who is now able to be in charge of these thoughts, because you're not trying to pick enemies with these things or force them into any category. You're accepting them for what they are, you're experiencing them, and then you're separating yourself and creating that boundary.
Very well said. Beautiful. I love that story because it's the perfect illustration of what's going on. Wild horses, and what do wild horses do?
Be wild.
Yeah, they bite, they run around, they
hold
gallop.
Your chest if you try to jump on them.
Yeah, they'll kill you.
A lot of these thoughts will kill you too.
That's right.
What is the young and another part of that story in the beginning was there were many people who tried to tame those horses, and some of them were badly injured.
Yeah, stomped out, all kind of stuff.
Right.
But Trav, Laura, everybody, I'm going to check in. I appreciate it, Trav. I'm always appreciative of you. You fit the time. This is your time right now. You know what I'm saying? So Laura, I appreciate you. Good night, everybody.
Peace, Shango. And I'm happy to be able to do this again.
Yeah. And I look forward to
appreciate you, Shango.
I look forward to the books today. You know, you learn a lot by reading the book with different people, and then everybody bringing back their perspective all together. That's been really a great tool. Like I said, like how you said when you was by, like you was alone. That's kind of how I've been all basically my life. You know what I'm saying? Of course, I had people who did a lot of that, but when it came to study, that's always been an alone process. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people don't have that kind of a stamina or interest to study things that's going to change their life, you know what I'm saying, or especially for the better. But I'm just appreciative that, you know, we're about to get back in it and you about to get it back popping again, because that's a good study process. So with that, I'm saying good night, everybody. Peace.
Good night.
Peace, Shago.
So what I'm about to do is I've got 2 bananas upstairs and I'm gonna put them in a blender. And I've got this oat milk. Miss Too Fancy to drink oat milk, right? And I got some protein powder, and I got some nutmeg and cinnamon and turmeric and ginger, because I love gingers. And I'm gonna blend it all up. And I'm gonna put some whipped cream on top. And I'm gonna sprinkle it with my iridescent, glittery sprinkles. And I'm going to enjoy that healthy drink like it's the healthiest thing that I've ever had in my whole life.
That sounds truly Southwick.
Then I'm gonna play some Fortnite.
Nice. I'm going to definitely get off too. I can't believe I'm the last person on here too, besides you. Like I was the first one and the last one. That's always, you know, as a part of like my anti-socialness, I always try to not be the last one, but I always fuck up on that timing.
Well, we're gonna do Samkhya Darshan, and I remember that's like the first time that me and you were having our discussions. So looking forward to that also.
Yeah, me too. That's going to be awesome. I can't wait for it. All right. Well, I'm going to get grocery shopping.
Make sure you get some oat milk from Aldi's.
No, but you know, thanks. I'll get some almond milk. Some great nuts too. But
Yeah.
you know, it's cool. Well, peace out to everyone. Much love. Thank you very much for having this, Trav. I appreciate it a lot.
My pleasure. All right. So, everybody, my bananas are waiting to be blended, and I gotta level up on Fortnite, you know. So I'm about to peace out. But remember, the book study begins. You have a little bit of time to get this book. Join the membership. It's right next to the subscribe button. Listen, I'm going to make a new video for it. The old video is still up there where it's me talking about mystical Cabala and initiation into Hermetics. And that was like 2 years ago. But I'm going to make a new one here, and it's going to be about the books that we're going to read this year. So if you're watching this video, you already know what's up. We're about to do these books by the great Swami Niranjan Ananda Saraswati, all in preparation for conquering the understanding of the tree of life. All right. You're not going to find this anywhere else online because ain't nobody doing it like I'm doing it. And I'm not being cocky about it. This is how it is. So if you want to be a part of this developing understanding of one of the most crucial aspects of the occult, then go ahead and join up. Right. You joining the membership allows me to keep doing this. Right. Your support helps me. Of course, there's like a $1 level, $2 level. There's a $5 level if you just want to show some love. There's a $20 level, and that's the student level. And on that level, you'll be able to join the discussion if you so choose to. And also, you'll be able to join on the Magus Society website, where I'm going to have some extra bonuses and perks there. Just some additional info about the book. There's also going to be a place to continue the discussion. Like right now, we've got the chat and people are talking. But on the Magus Society website, there's going to be a special circle just for the book study group. So you guys can be reading. And if you come up with something at any time, you can just drop it in and continue the conversation there. So go ahead and join up. Go ahead and get the book. And we will begin. We will begin. It's going to be pretty awesome. All right. Like I said, nobody else is doing this. No one else is doing this. And there's going to be a few rules also. Just to kind of keep everything nice and cohesive. I know that everybody doesn't want to sit up here for 7, 8. One time we went for 24 hours. Everybody doesn't want to sit up here and do that. So what I'm going to be doing, for those of you who might be worried about that, is for the first hour, it's just going to be me. The first hour, maybe 45 minutes, I'm just going to be talking about the book, no extra stuff. Then after that, we'll get into the discussion about the book. Then after that, it'll be a general discussion. So if you're coming just to hear me talk about the book, that's what the first hour is for. If you're here to hear what everyone has to say about it, then we'll be doing that next. All right. So I hope that that's clear. And oh Oh yeah, just peace to everybody. Peace. Alchemy of Life. D West. Matthew Watson. Haven't seen you in a minute, bro. Peace, peace. Moby, of course. I love you. Hecate Goddess. I love you. Ramessa Ursa. Interesting character. Welcome. Who loves orange soda? Peace, bro. Got all the Philip Cooper books on deck. Got the hookup and the connect. Who else we got? T-Dog. Peace, peace. Trucking Trader Cashier. Peace. And listen, guys, in case you don't know, I'm also offering a class where I'm teaching how to gain access to having a framework and a connection with your higher self. All right. And in this class, I'm teaching the different meditations that you can go through to strengthen your connection with higher self, to bring that information down, to bring that understanding and that clarity down so that you can move to the next level. All right. This is an extremely comprehensive course. We get straight to the point with what needs to be done as far as the meditations and how to do them. We're on the last week of the first class. We're finishing that up. As far as I know, everybody loved it. No one's really giving me much complaints. If so, then I will be hearing them soon and addressing them. But for the most part, everybody seems to be very well pleased. So if you want to take part in the next session, it's going to be beginning soon. Originally, we were going to start it again on January, but I'm actually going to start it in February so I can have a little bit more time to kind of tinker with things and polish some of this stuff up. So if you're interested in learning directly from me how exactly to get to the next level, like action steps, not just me talking about stuff and you just happen to get it, like actual meditations to follow and the books that I got them from, you'll want to take this course. So be looking forward to that. But in the meantime, get ready for the book study, The Paths of Poverty and Nivrity. This is January. We're going to be doing one book each month, and these are short books. All right. So like I said, go ahead and join. I'll be making an updated video talking about the current books that we'll be doing. And again, thank you guys for hanging out with me this whole time. Like, y'all are really awesome. And I can tell that you're serious, and I can tell that you are ready to move to the next level. So keep going. Keep going. It's going to take consistency, just like what Shango said in the Yoga Sutras of Patanjali, verse number 17. It's going to take that continued practice, right? Not just a little bit here and then we come back to it next month. Anubis, peace, bro, peace. So yeah. Be easy, be easy. I got a lot of secrets that I have not revealed yet. I learned a lot of things. I learned a whole lot of stuff, and I can't wait to share it. So yeah. Like Hecate says right there in the chat, take the class. It's worth it. 200% worth it. Just saying. All right. So yeah, without further ado, I'm gonna go tend to my smoothie and to my Fortnite. They got a new season out. That game actually has a lot of subliminal occult stuff in it as well, most definitely. If you play it, then you've seen it. If not, then don't worry about it. Everyone's like, Trev, you should watch this movie. You should watch this show, man. They dropping gems. And it's like, I don't watch movies and shows, but I'll take your word for it. Sunshine Chick, I love you too. Message me. All right, guys. So Serious Suit 888. Thank you for your involvement, my friend. All right. So yeah, I can't stress enough how much I appreciate you guys. Like, you guys are the reason that I'm doing all this. So I appreciate you being here so that I can do it. You see what I mean? You guys thank me, but I also thank you. CC, peace. Yeah, you guys thank me, but I thank you as well, because without you, I wouldn't be able to do what I'm doing. So it goes both ways. I appreciate you greatly. Each one of you, even the annoying one talking about, I'm not going to point any names, but you know who you are. Don't be a jackass. But I appreciate you for being here, because at least you're hanging out, right? So this is Travis Magus. I am now wearing the cloak hood because I am upgraded because I took a ton of shrooms and now I have seen the light. And that's that. That's that. See you guys next Sunday. One more time. This is the book. Don't come up here like, Trav, what's the book? I didn't get the book. This is the book. And last I checked, there was only 12 of these at the low price. After that, I saw a couple at $40. So go ahead and cop it. I haven't seen a PDF either. So don't come at me like, Trav, I ain't done. What book is it? I done showed you. Go get it. It's only like $12. Lamar Harmon. Peace, my friend. Anybody else that I did not say peace to? Hit that like button. But yeah, like I said, the first hour will be me teaching about the book. The next hour will be book discussion. And then after that, we're kind of just going to go on conversation because apparently you guys love to hear Shango speaking and Alora speaking and some of the other people who will be on board. I love hearing them as well. All right. All right. Okay. So the energy has been transferred. Everybody's feeling good. You're actually going to have a splendid evening. You're going to go to sleep with a smile on your face. You're going to wake up with a smile on your face. Why? Because why not? Because you know better. Because you're not an NPC. Because you're not an automaton. Because you're not a mindless drone. Because you're somebody who's reaching for their soul, which means that your soul is reaching back. You can smile because the process has already begun and you're already feeling the effects. You're already experiencing synchronicities. You're already having good luck, right? You've already got all kinds of things falling in place for you. So smile. Life is good and it's getting better every single day. I know a lot of us have troubles and hardships and complications and obstacles, but every day you're getting stronger. Every day you're learning how to manage your emotions. You're learning how to manage your constitution, and you're able to brave the storm, right? While everyone else is falling apart, you're learning how to stay together. And that's what's important. That's what's important. So keep going. Keep going. I know you can do it. All right. Time to go. Time to go. So this is TK Trav, aka Travis Mages, here with LVX 777. I love you guys. Peace.